Greetings, family. Welcome to Pan-Africanism towards Nationhood, building a global Black business pipeline. Right there. Greetings again, family. This is Bomani Tyehimba of Africa for the Africans Tours and Investments. And I'm here with my good brother, Khaled Genesis of Khaled Genesis Radio and the Black African Infrastructure Organization. And family, we are the kings of Pan-Africanism, guiding you towards nationhood. Greetings, my good brother. How you feeling today?
I'm feeling good. Had a good day today.
Yes, excellent, man. You ready for another dynamic topic? As the last two has been, very exciting. I see a lot of people making certain comments and things like that. But
explosive.
Everybody got their opinion about this and that, and what we should say and what we should do and things like that. But we're sharing you our views, our energy, and you can also compare it with all the people that troll us and have all the things that they have to say. And you can see at the end of the day when the smoke clears, who's going to deliver, who are going to be the people that actually follow through on what they're talking about. Because we're here to present and share energy. We're not just talkers. Now we're active energy connecting America to Africa and Africa to America. And we're keeping it strong. So Khaled Genesis, now back to this other side now. The topic tonight, family, is the myth of white Americans being patriotic, law-abiding, and civilized. All right, so this is the Afrikstan analysis, and you're going to hear our whole point of view based on us sharing with you documentation. Yes, my brother, Khaled Genesis. So would you like to give an introduction, or would you like to say a few words?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. The reason why I took this topic tonight is because I'm seeing that the whole world, Black community, is based on this myth that we have to measure up to some standard of near white people that they don't have,
Right.
We have to be patriotic Americans and whatnot, when they basically aren't really that patriotic to this country, we have to be law abiding, but they produce some of the worst criminals, organized criminal syndicates and all stuff like that. Now, I'm not saying to be against America, however you feel. Don't come, forget the hate mail. I'm not saying to be a criminal. I'm not saying. I'm just putting this in perspective, because people use these things to weaponize against Black America, And a lot of people come here and they try to jump on the patriotic bandwagon. Oh, America is such a great country and blah, blah. No. Those people from the founding of this country protested a lot of stuff about this country, how it was set up and everything like that. This country was built on protest and everything, but people seem to forget that. It's only protest and everything when you're white. But when you're Black and whatnot, you're supposed to stay in your place and just live off the crumbs they give you. Another thing about being civilized, right? Let's talk about that. We're going to talk about that tonight. How Black America had nice civilized communities in America, probably the best communities in America that ever produced. We had communities where people went to church. 90% of people went to church on Sundays, right? 90% of people were married and whatnot at a young age. People worked hard. We loved each other. We basically stuck together and everything like that. We minded our business. We were law-abiding people. And with Black America, we were traditionally, and we still are, a good people. But our character was always assassinated. I'm going to talk about that too tonight. So we're breaking open the myth about white perfection and white this. And the problem, people say, Colin, what are you talking? Because white people can get away with it. Why? Because they have power. When you're powerless, right? What people think about you does matter, because they can act on that. People can act on that. People don't come here and judge white America because they see white America as powerful. They see them as the ultimate judge and the be all end all. Well, people will come here and they always talk about, well, I came to this country and everything, I seceded and everything like that. Right? These immigrants coming across the border, Venezuela. In a few years after they get their mark and make their money, they'll be sitting there spitting on Black America. I came here off the thing of a refugee and everything like that. I was there. Now I'm a business person. So what? You made it in America. So what? So we've been doing it for the longest time. But people use that, and they never direct that towards the white people who are not succeeding in America. It's always a Black America, right? It's basically, it's not because they love America, right? They love what America did to Black people. They love white supremacy. They love Black degradation, right? And so they're willing to basically throw decency and humanity out the door, right? For expediency of, oh, America is this great country and all stuff like this. Yes, but America has a lot of problems. America did a lot of wrong. Now, when white America speaks up and says, yeah, this, that, and the other thing, oh, it's okay. That's that First Amendment. White people complain. No one says anything. Everybody look, oh, yeah, those white folks again. They're down there on January 6th and whatnot. What can we do? You're sitting there terrified when white people getting out there protesting. You get terrified when you see the MAGA people. You terrified when you see them angry about shit. You terrified right now what you see going on Staten Island where these white, Irish, and Italian people are blocking migrant buses and stuff like that, Yeah. It's obviously, that's what I'm saying. Successful Americans never compare themselves to unsuccessful white Americans. That's basically because they're coming here to join team white supremacy. Because they have this myth that white people are perfect and civilized. That's what the culture and the Hollywood and everything has been put out there. And people come here believing that there's not systemic racism and everything like that, right? That holds a lot of black people back. It's something wrong, inherently wrong with Black America. So that's what I want to open with tonight. But you want to do the thing with the tours and all that. You want to talk about the tours. That's what I want to open with.
Yes, College Genesis, family. College a legend breaking this down. I mean, he has a PhD in Negrology.
Yep.
Yeah. And he also have a PhD in other stuff.
Yeah, other stuff too.
Literally, I can see some folks whenever they see the word white American something, they just get all into their feelings and everything. But
hey, let me say this. Every time we look around, people always saying Black people should do this, Black Americans do this, Black crime, Black women versus Black men, and white people just sit back and enjoy it like their world is perfect. Everybody always take our situation and mindset. Now we're giving them that same energy tonight.
Yes, absolutely. It's not like you live in a world where you have this great white race of just successful and brilliant people. That's it's it's not that simple. I mean, it's a masterful market, propaganda machine, and so the only thing I can tell people is literally, fam, we just have to do the same thing as a people, and literally just explain that, hey, look at what's going on in a clear view. You know what I mean? And Kyle's gonna break it down more, especially when we show the films. But yeah, literally just getting bamboozled by this situation. Like you're dealing with patriotic people that's all about this and that. Folks, it's about themselves. And you talk to some people, they're not trying to go to no war, go fight and die for war in their country and things. But it's unfortunate, but we're tied into that. But what we have to think about being patriotic too is what we're gonna build in Africa as we just talk about the future, what we need to build. So when we start talking about us being patriotic in Africa, you lose folks, but you live somewhere that's not even the people are not even patriotic to their own system, and you're just
and let me tell you something, brother. I grew up with white people, right? And I heard what they had to say when I was a kid, right? I grew up, my friends were German, they were Irish, they were Italians, they were Sicilians, they were Greeks. I heard what they had to really say about America. Don't you feel they're like, yo, look, if shit breaks out, man, I got a villa in Italy and whatnot, The Jews kid like, yeah, man, we're going to Tel Aviv for the summer, I'm like, what do y'all got to worry about? I don't know. If they start coming after Jews, I'm out of here. I used to have Italian friends. I say, you are white. What are you talking about? Like, nah, we don't care, man. But yeah, I can go to Italy one night. My boy Frank, he was like, he was cool though. We used to go to his family, man. We go around his family one night. We used to go to events one night. His family, the Italians, Sicilians, they want to feed you, man. They want to give you all this food. Like, look, hey, you're too skinny. You got to eat. Real nice people, but they're like, yo, look, if they start coming for Italians, man, we're out of here, bro. So they was ask me, where you gonna go? And they was like, oh, you're gonna go back to North Carolina, right? And I said, I guess so, North Carolina.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, America will always be a bastard child You know, it's
Yeah.
something that was created to where, you know, I don't, you know, you don't really know if it's built to where people really have allegiance. It's more of in a world of
It's a
capitalism
convenience. It's a place of convenience.
and competition. So we as a people can get tied into other people creation of what works for them to a point. So that's what we always talk about, family Afrikstan analysis, and we always talk about take a journey with us to Africa, opening up your minds to connecting to Africa, open up your minds to the future, open up your mind to seeing how we can build what we need to build. Because if we're looking for certain things, the inevitable is to build that expansion, connection from these Americas to the African continent. Now, I'm not saying it's simple, easy, or we're just gonna make it just look magical. No, been in this game, building up from the energy. When you come into this Pan-African world, and people start telling you about all these great figures and what we should do and things like that, you sit around and kind of just monitor certain things, and then you realize that you know that some people literally their whole goal is just to keep you here, and then but they talk so much about what we should do in Africa, and the reality of it is for those of us who really see and feel that vision, take the leap and join us. I'm not telling everyone they just have to just get up and move and just change all their lives, but it's something where you can see me. I don't live on African continent, and people have been giving me a hard time for things like that. But I tell people my decision for where I live at, do my business, and what I do is my business. What we're doing in Africa, we have to put time into it and make it grow. We'll get there, but at the same time too, what are you building here? And for the most part, that's what people do. That's the bad thing about this whole internet, YouTube world, and things like that. People just all in your business, and
Mm-hmm.
all they do is just take shots at your stress, your frustration, and take shots at the fact that they're comparing you to something that doesn't exist. You're a pioneer. You're building something fruitful from the ground up that never existed. You're changing the whole movement of how we build certain things. And more as we grow, the copycats are coming in. We've expanded to where we got a ridiculous amount of copycats doing the same format of like Africa tours and investment as
Mm-hmm.
us as the people. Not saying that we coined the phrase, but took it to the new, 21st century appeal and approach. So, the reality of this whole situation is, for those who really want to see this somewhere where you can be patriotic and build what you need to build, and you can really have your family in mind, you're gonna have to build it from creation. So the things that you see us doing when we go places, first, like people ask questions, why are we going to Liberia? Well, we're going to open up our minds to the future, because as the world stands, all African nations and all nations on the planet are trying to do one thing: what progress. So the goal is to grow with the progress and put our energy in, and that means a whole lot. So for those who are really looking for solutions and really about what we're talking about, you can always reach out to us. I don't expect too many people to come on here in the show all the time and just be serious. So sometimes, unfortunately, we do let characters come on and let them just embarrass themselves. I was watching a replay of the last videos, and one of my guests was like, "Yeah, you guys are just gonna let them say out loud." I was like, "Yeah, that's the point. Let them just talk and run their mouth off, and then we just stop and crush them and educate them, because they know no better. The first thing they do is to start asking a ridiculous amount of questions that make no sense. First of all, you know what I mean? Because you building a business in Africa don't mean that you have to live in Africa. And you don't get to tell us how we should do things and when we should do it and why we should do it. Last I remember, Kala, me and you are independent brothers that's
Mm-hmm.
building a movement and building an energy and interjecting something more in a consistent Pan-Africanism towards nationhood energy. Now, the fact that we are using Liberia as the foundation of what we're building, we have other things going for ourselves and other places that we have connected and have done things. The best thing that we're going to do is show you our progress. And that's why I look forward to that journey of a lifetime next year to Liberia, and build that energy. But yeah, that's what we like to see more of us have that patriotic mind towards Africa, and understand that the world that you live in, the best thing what we can do is get this money, get this connection, make some moves, and build our incredible future in Africa. And for those who don't feel us, hey, I'm for you. Stop building your black nation in America and fight for what you need to fight for, and stand up for yourself, and stop telling us and stop trying to recruit those of us that are doing what we're doing, which is foolish move. Right, brother Kala?
Yeah, man. I would like to see this thing. I mean, it looks like, and I wish y'all the best of luck. Right? There's some black people out here, the black middle class people, the upper middle class. They're doing their thing and having their issues and everything. That's great, but you know something's not right. That's why you got black people who are even successful. They basically they come into these sites like, because why? There's something missing. You never hear any black person basically say everything's great. I'm an American, everything's great. No, it doesn't work like that. You know something's wrong. You know, when you're sitting outside with your white friends in the backyard barbecue and whatnot, and you're playing basketball, your kids out there, you know something's wrong. Something's not quite complete. There's a void there, right? Why? Because that white person can always go into a white society where he don't have to deal with you. That Filipino can go to the Philippines or whatever like that, go into their social network, social clubs, and everything like that. You have nothing for yourself. That's what you're searching for. You have no privacy, no exclusivity for yourself. The Pan-African movement will give you that sense of exclusivity. You know what I'm saying? There's exclusivity. This is something, when I go to Liberia and everything like that, and I have people that are associates, white associate on that, they're like, oh, tell me about when you was in Liberia. What do you feel? Yeah, I felt like I was home. It's an experience that, although we work together and everything like that, there's something I experienced that you're not going to experience. I mean, look at this. They took everything from us, right? We used to have that in America. We used to have, we're going back to the community. We're going back to the hood. Let's go back to the community. Now the community is a war zone, right? It's being regentrified, You can't say you're going to Harlem and talking about you're going home. When you go to Harlem, what are you going to see? You're going to see white folks. We don't have anything left anymore. The only thing we got left in Harlem is what? The House of Conscious. That's it. Sylvia's. That's it. That's what Harlem is right now. We have nothing. We have nothing left in America. Nothing. When I say nothing, I mean nothing to us ourselves. But that's not the topic we're going to talk about tonight. Tonight we're going to talk about the white folks, white America. It's time. It's the white America. This is your night. This is your night. This is a day of reckoning. Because y'all white folks have been getting along, having it good. Y'all can go out there and be sloppy. Y'all can go out in public any kind of way. Y'all can do whatever y'all want to do, and that white skin protects you. Whereas black people, we got to walk the chalk line. We got to be groomed all the time. We got to be taught the perfect King's English. We got to do all stuff like that. And we still, in the back of your mind, you're saying to yourself, nigga. Or you still don't measure up. Now it's time to basically take ownership and agency over our lives. White people are not the model people that you think they are.
Absolutely, color. Absolutely, color. I don't want you just to give it all to folks. Let them take a breather on it. I got the videos lined up, and you can just give it to them little by little as far as this presentation. So they're not overwhelmed. I don't want to, maybe people confused. Maybe they think that you're bashing.
No.
Not we're gonna break down the thing, because the key word color saying is the myth.
Mm-hmm.
Myths, yeah. So that's what we're gonna get into. Words are important, so family. We're gonna get into a short presentation real quick, and we're gonna be right back to you as we take you on a journey of a lifetime and show you how we're gonna get you connected to the African continent, and more important, that feature journey for Liberia next year, where we're looking to do a nice repatriation, Pan-African energy there in the country, as we look to build the future of an energy of reconnecting from America to Africa, and restore our ancestors' glory in this, kind of build future business and investments and the people, and create opportunities, all that good stuff, family. That's what Pan-Africanism is about. That's what Nationhood is about. So all these other people that you hear may be talking about those things, let them show you their game plan, their vision, and what they've been involved with. And those are going to make the difference, because right now is a lot of people talk, and talking is easy and simple. So that's what we do, is connect you to the African continent and keep you connected on the show. All right, so family, this is our website, africafortheafricans.org. And once you get to our website, you see that big, beautiful banner. And then you scroll down, you see the music. On the left, and the slideshow right in the middle, that's 17 years of Journey of a Lifetime across the African continent. Not sure what picture you may always see, but it's pictures that showcase us touring, traveling inside airport, pool, beaches, boats, uh, historical, cultural places, museums, out there in nature, shopping, networking, business conference, enjoying fine dining, you know, and then just enjoying a nice getaway, and also this whole lot more networking as we just build a strong energy, and all based on the countries that we go to. So as you scroll down to our website, what you're gonna see is to the left the full menu with all the supporting details, including all of the tour schedule, to all the needed to know information, and it's all dedicated to this mission and vision of Africa Tours and Investment. So once you scroll down some more, you'll see right under the logo, you see the full current schedule, just as a way to see all of the schedules all together. So we just came back from Ghana, Journey of a Lifetime in May. That was the 23rd journey. And now we're looking forward to head into Tanzania, and that's less than 2 months. And we're going to be in Tanzania as we make our way around from Arusha, Zanzibar Island to Dar es Salaam on another incredible journey of a lifetime. This is our 4th journey there. So all these journeys I will be talking about that we've been there before, there's tons of photos and videos. And when we shoot videos and we take photos, it's just to showcase all of everything that we're involved with the old time during the tour. So it gives you just a full scope of just us and how everything looks. So that means you're clear, you're ready, and also this you'll see the multitude of things that you get to enjoy. You're moving, you're enjoying your time, and it's the journey of a lifetime based on schedule and presentation. So from there, we head to South Africa. That's December 24th to January 4th. So we're gonna close out the year and start the year in Johannesburg and Cape Town. So that is a nice flow schedule, and that is a second journey of a lifetime. And look into this, do more documentation, and just enjoy more of the tropical nightlife and great dining, and just to showcase more of the lifestyle as we just look to this, show you more and more documentation. And we're gonna set the year off and for our Liberia Reconnection Investment Tour. That's March 29th to April 9th, 2024. So that journey, we're building a nice, strong group energy and looking to this, take you around the historical aspect of our Liberia and just connecting you with this an open introduction to the country as we build towards, repatriation, investments, and just building towards restoring our ancestors' glory and building a connection similar or easier for those who are looking to live and do business in Africa. So those are the things that we do based on our presentation, and also make sure we take your way around the country to where we support vendors, business people, and support local economy. And that's the beautiful thing about this business, as far as based on the program that we're looking to build. So the same thing that we're built, and our next journey after that is Ghana Repatriation Investment Tour. That's July 11th to the 23rd. So the same foundation energy, roots and culture journey, but also business and investment conference, and also land presentation, which is our Black Star Pan-African community, where you can find the details below. We'll build a nice 15 acres foundation, and we're just going to grow from there. So these are the experiences on the African continent, and we just use that energy to just work our way into business, investment, real estate development, and this other things. And then ultimately building the experience of being in the country, working with people, and just getting to know and feel how things work in the country. It's kind of like a nice public relations way to just build a relationship, to learn how things work in the country, and just build forward in the future. So that's our recommendation. Other people may want to take a different approach to their business and things, but get you a nice soft landing and get you connected in the country, and just there to look out for you and work with you. So that's our end goal, to build business enterprise from towns, communities, get into the other industries and make ourselves more competitive as we work with our own people in the different countries. So this is really building this global Black business pipeline. So that's what me and my good brother Color Genesis is working on. This really just doing more networking and connecting more of us to where we can just fruitfully and organically just do business and just make moves based on our network. So from there, on our 24th Ghana Journey of a Lifetime, we're going to proceed to Egypt, Nile Valley, Journey of a Lifetime, Roots and Culture Tour. And that's going to take you from November 21st to December 2nd. So that's nice getaway waiting for you. And this journey is well organized, and my good sister, Michelle, on a mission. We've worked on it. She had traveled with us. And we'll put together a dynamic program to this give you a nice feel of what I experienced in Egypt 20 years. By this time, it'll be 20 years before then. But it's also a way to this, us as a people continuing great energy, great legacy. Now, based on the fact that we have ancestors and people came before us, literally lay a foundation and connect us into a world. Now, the world some of our people before connected us with was a roots and culture energy in Africa. But now we're taken to a level of repatriation, business investment, and a whole lot of networking. So these are just ways that we just grow and build on whatever the people before us, our ancestors, our family members, and we just build a legacy. People ask me, how do we compete? We just compete by building organically. So we have an African continent where we can just open up opportunities all across the different parts of the continent, and this is a way to start. It's a way to just experience, explore, and get connected. So we're going to close out the year for our third South Africa Roots and Culture Journey of a Lifetime, December 24th, 2024 to January 4th, 2025. And so that is another great journey. And this is the situation in December. It's a busy time, a pricey time. So that's what the price is a lot higher. And for 2025, still looking at Senegal and Gambia based on interest, and that's April 1st to 11th, 2025. So this is a list of full schedule for the next, almost the next, for the next year and a half. And these are all countries that we have experience in. So that's our journey for lifetime. And as you scroll down, you'll see more details, more information, and you can just keep in touch, keep connected with us, and we will get you connected to the African continent with all the need to know and get you connected with that experience that you're looking for. So that is the journey of a lifetime: preparation, organizing, keeping you updated with information. That's what we do. So back to our scheduled program with my good brother Kala Genesis. He's excited because we heading to Liberia, and this time he's coming back with a whole group of us. You know what I mean? So that's a pioneer right there. That's a visionary. Went there by himself twice and coming back with a whole crew and a whole energy of us.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm talking about,
people
family.
on the ground waiting to receive us, welcome us, and well wishers. You got a whole Liberian people want to see us succeed in this, and they want to promote their country. They want to see this happen and everything like that. They're looking for us and everything because this is going to spark something. They know the connection to Black America is key for them, and our connection to Liberia is key for us. We'll finally have some place on the African continent that we can call our own. And I'm not dissing any other African country, not saying that whatsoever, right? But when I see what's going on in a lot of countries in Africa, you can live there and have a good time. There's people with countries with better standards of living, better infrastructure and everything. But a country that we can get involved with, that we can basically grow, and our ideologies and who we are, we can protect who we are. We have to protect who we are. You don't just have 400 years of thought processes, mind process, and you just give that up. You just don't do that. And this is why a lot of Black people from America are not happy in Africa. They thought they could assimilate and be something, but they're not. You are what you are. Those inner demons we're battling, everything like that, that don't just go away because you go to another place. And that's why you have people on the continent, right? Although they're living on the continent, you would say, oh, I'm away from America. No, you take America with you. that America that being conquered, you know, like I kind of said last night. Yeah, we were actually a conquered people, you know, and it's a shame and stigma of slavery and being conquered and whatnot is going to live with us to eternity until we really have our own nation, Afrikstan, we rise again. So we can't just sit there and be like, oh yeah, I'm going to be something else. No, don't work like that. You know, we have to plant new roots, you know. So the bottom line is this, let's get back to the program. And I know
Yes, absolutely, brother, because you have lots of trolls on here, man. They came out the woodworks again tonight.
Yeah. So
one guy named Tyron
yeah,
Loin.
bro. I really don't want to hear him tonight. You know,
No,
I'll take Alcoon, but I won't take Tyrone. Not tonight.
yeah, brother. Him, no white supremacist and no Indian lover.
Yeah, no engines, no Chickasaw, Choctaw, Blackfoot, Black Crusty Foot Indians. You know, tonight or not. You know, you know.
But we were here, and only a few of you came from Africa.
Yeah, I said, there's no evidence that black people came from Africa. Okay, how did white people get here? Where's the ships that brought them here? They're probably all
First
gone.
thing they do is talk about your DNA test.
Yeah,
DNA can determine the you know, if someone do life in jail versus they're a free person, but it's not good enough to determine.
Check out DNA basically sent people to death row. I remember there was this guy a few years ago, right? He was sitting in jail for a rape charge, right? And they just happened while he was sitting in jail, they ran a DNA database and come up and matched up with an unsolved case, right? And said, look, bro, you know, you was about to get out in a few weeks or not. We're arresting you for the murder or not. And then like 3 years later, they execute him. State of Virginia. You know, he was sitting in jail on a rape charge, right? And they just, on a hunch, they basically his DNA matched up with the crime scene, and they executed him. You know. So the bottom line is this: criminal DNA. DNA is DNA. Fool.
Ancestry, DNA.
DNA can tell you who your parents are. It tell you where your DNA originated from. Everything. What land you came from, everything for thousands of years. You know,
what do you call DNA, brother? Scientific law.
Scientific law. Scientific law.
I mean, let's bring up DNA. Yeah, basically scientific law. So
it's scientific law. You know, just like the law of gravity, the law of probability, the law of large numbers. You know, these are scientific laws that the people that actually run the world, the people that rise and run the world, understand theory, pseudoism, and law, right? The people that run the world, right, and the top universities and the top minds and whatnot go by law. That's why I said in the future, I'm going to cut a lot of pseudo people off, because I said like the law of large numbers, right? We need full scale agriculture. We need agribusiness, right? We need commercial agribusiness. Why? The law of large numbers, right? The more food you produce, the more secure you are, you know? But some people, oh no, man, I think we should just get back to urban farm. No, we can't have illogical people ruling us anymore. Black America is plagued with ignorance and pseudoism and people making stuff up as they go along. When I listened to a woman today, when I talk about Black Americans were here 100,000 years ago and all this kind of stupid stuff. She made up a new name with a blah, 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 blah. People whatnot. You know, we're unique with the copper colored people of America, all this kind of stupid nonsense and everything. And it's only because you hear it on TikTok and everything. No real actual living.
He's challenging you on something right here.
He says Black America are part of 2 centuries of selective breeding, Kala. No, so what? You know, that doesn't mean anything.
Or this, you know, what about this one?
Anything? Say, why are you Mandinka mud slappers permanently denouncing U.S. citizens? That's what they want. We're doing this right now because we can. We're doing this at our own pace and what we have to do. You know, we're not gonna let you guys cause us to bum rush the coast and fumble it. You know, now if I would listen to Typhoon and T Brown, whatever his name is, and this American Holocaust survivor, whatever. You know, he's a Holocaust survivor, but he says he was enslaved, but then these people said slavery never happened. You know, so these guys got to work that out among themselves, were they slaves or not? You know, why are you selling a crappy tour pamphlet? Now, look, the bottom line is this, man. When you could put together a tour to your Native American land, why don't you, Tyrone, why don't you put together a tour to the reservations and casinos and stuff like that? Wouldn't that be good, right? If you can do that? You're muted, Bomani. You're muted.
Yes, I'll help him do it also, man, and we can split this money.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah,
now, you know the Native Indians will shoot his ass. He shows up. They'll shoot his ass. You know, Indians hate y'all black.
Long. Where you get that name Long from? Is that Indian name?
It looks like Chinese. Learning is Chinese.
So he's like one of those Chinese Indians.
Yeah, he's Chinese and he's.
Oh, that's why. That's why he doesn't show his face.
Yeah, you know. So the bottom line is these guys, man, it's just funny, you know. They can't beat the college Genesis. They call me College Thanos for a reason. You know, nobody, because I use reason and logic. You guys are unreasonable and illogical. When you're illogical, you got to get off the show. You know, so let's play this video to get back what I'm talking about. Tonight, let me, before you play the video, I'm going to set this up. There's this myth that people say that people came over here as pilgrims and this is a God-fearing country and all this kind of stuff like that. People accepted the Constitution and all this. That's a lot of nonsense. Do you know literally half of America didn't care whether the King of England ruled America or the colonists? That most people in America didn't support George Washington in this in the American Revolution, you know. And then after the American Revolution, people thought they were going to get land and they didn't do it. The corporations. Let me tell you something about America, right? There was always an uneasy truce between the corporate America, right, who wanted to break away from England, but like the British protection and the Navy and far-flung business ventures in the Far East or whatever like that. So they were split on this new American Revolution and also the British Empire, you know, and the colonists, right? So basically, they would just see which way the winds were blowing. And so therefore, after the Revolutionary War, these people still were like, you know, something, yeah, you guys created a government, but we're the corporations. We're the banks. We're the corporations. We still running things. So George Washington had a freaking a mess on his hands because these corporations were like, hey, look, you know, we're going to do what we want to do. If you could show us how we could benefit from your new American experiment, we'll support it. One of the things they supported was the continuation and the expansion of the transatlantic slave trade and the slave economy of the South. You know, that was interrupted. That was a compromise. You know, we're not going to interrupt the slave trade and the importation of slave to 1808. So the last legal slave ship, entered America in 1808. After that, slaves were being smuggled into the United States in places like Galveston, Texas, and everything, and along the seaboard of America, places like Louisiana and stuff like this. And then another thing they created was slave breeding, which is one of the largest migrations people don't talk about, was the large numbers of Africans that were enslaved on the eastern seaboard were moved to places like Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, everything like that, right? And the slave economy grew. You know, America produced 2/3 of the world's supply of cotton, tobacco, and all kinds of products from the slave economy. Think about it. The cotton in America produced the Industrial Revolution. You know, Wall Street banks and Wall Street corporations and trading firms and whatnot made immense fortunes. Now, during this time period when the early America was settled, right, there were farmers that lived outside the slave system and everything like that, and they were struggling. And in Western Pennsylvania, the wheat farmers, right, would take their surplus wheat and make them into whiskey, right, to sell. You know, and that would play out later on in the moonshining and stuff like that during Prohibition and stuff like that. But that's a story from another day. But go ahead and play this video. I'm going to talk about the Whiskey Rebellion.
Any introduction you want to do to this video?
Oh yeah, this is about the Whiskey Rebellion. You know, when the U.S. government tried to collect taxes of farmers, right, of the new republic, right? They looked at you like, who the hell are you? Don't you understand we had a constitution, we're a republic? They're like, we don't give a damn what you guys signed in Philadelphia or whatever like that, or some guy coming from Washington, D.C. We're not paying no taxes. They tarred and feathered tax collectors. We don't recognize this government. You know, so this myth about America's being patriotic from day one and all this kind of stuff is a farce.
I mean, it's a good sale, brother. I mean, it's a good sale, and you know, just like we talk about other people, and we need to use some of these tactics and some of these strategies. But yes, family, let's play this video.
In the fledgling United States, Secretary of the Treasury Alexander Hamilton imposes a federal excise tax on whiskey to tackle the national debt. But for the struggling farmers of Pennsylvania, this isn't just taxation, it's an attack on their livelihood. They turn their surplus grain into whiskey, their liquid gold, which is easier to transport and trade than crops. The tax hits them hard. Tax collectors are tarred and feathered, and official buildings set aflame. The Whiskey Rebellion had ignited. Hamilton persuades President George Washington to respond. The Whiskey Rebellion came to a head in the summer of 1794 when a group of rebels burned the home of John Neville, the regional tax collection supervisor. In response, George Washington personally led a militia force of 13,000 men to quell the rebellion. As for the rebels, many of them dispersed and returned to their homes by the time Washington and his troops arrived. The leaders of the rebellion who were arrested for treason were convicted but later pardoned by President Washington. The aftermath of the Whiskey Rebellion led to a political split. Those who supported the government's response, like Alexander Hamilton, became part of the Federalist Party. Those who were sympathetic to the rebels, like Thomas Jefferson, would form the Democratic Republican Party. Please subscribe for more historic updates just like this. The year is 1791 in the fledgling United States. Secretary of the Treasury Alexander Hamilton imposes a federal excise tax.
So notice how the word fledgling United States. In other words, America was an ideal, right? That we probably look at it now like, oh, America was great. Look, back in that time, America could have went left any time. You know, they could have went left any time. This country could have fell apart. You know, but the thing is, though, it did not fall apart. You know, it did not fall apart. And what happens is we have an interpretation of America as this noble country, which everybody's patriotic. That was not the case. You know, America descended into absolute chaos in the Civil War. That was a total of, after the Constitution, a total of 75 years after America signed the Constitution. It descended into chaos. Do you understand? Civil War is not some, when people go, oh, we had a civil war, oh, we just had a little fight and everything. No, this country broke apart. You know, this country broke apart, and the Confederate became their own republic. You know, 600,000 people died in the Civil War. And there's people that still walk around to this day waving Confederate flags. There's still a Confederate secession movement in America talking about the South will rise again, the noble cause of the South, and all this stuff like this, you know? So tell me where all this patriotic, loyal American stuff comes from. But it's okay as long as they're white, you know? But they don't have to deal with the reality of one day, yeah, the South could basically say, hey, look, let's go to war again to basically this. The trade-off in the South was, with the North was, after the Civil War was, okay, I know what you guys really want. You guys want complete sovereignty and autonomy over the black race in your midst. So they gave them that in the cooperation that you become part of America and everything. So in other words, America co-signed the oppression of black people when the Reconstruction failed in America. So these are things we have to talk about tonight, right? And all these people will talk about, oh, America or not. Look, I'm just trying to set you free. Because all these people, Tay Brown, all these people, you're not free. That's why you're attacking me. You know you're not free. You know you're not a free people. You know you're in bondage. You know you're not happy. And the first thing you get free is to recognize that you are not free.
This is the stupidity when you're talking about being freedom that people talk about.
I'm a black Nazi.
Like, just because you're talking about uplifting black people and black people doing things with each other, where's the Nazism or whatever kind of foolishness you mean by that?
Yeah, so
that's like Tyron idiots like you. That's why I blocked you so many times, and give you another chance just to let you run your mouth and then embarrass you, and then now
He's only exposing himself.
Yeah, but this guy got to be I mean, you don't agree with nothing we talk about, but you stand up all night long listening to us because we see you in the comment section.
Yeah, he was just on. He was just on.
That's why somebody's saying that these guys are getting paid to do this.
You tell you that he was on Kaizorian show. Him and Alkun was on.
Where did they find all this time? Don't you guys have a job?
I don't have time to be on the internet like this.
I mean, so people ask us why we do this at late night. I was like, I got things to do in the daytime. I'm working. I got business.
I run a business.
I'm just taking a little time out my sleep to connect with us and network with us as a people, because sometimes it's hard to do it during the daytime because you're moving.
Yeah,
and you got real business and real life, and you're actually building real things. That's the difference from us and these trolls.
And we're not living off YouTube money. We don't live off YouTube money.
Absolutely not.
I live on YouTube. So we're out there.
I'll be the poorest business person if I did that.
Yeah. I would be ashamed if I have to. Oh, thank you for the super chat, man. I'm going to buy some coffee. Yeah, I'm going to buy some.
We appreciate the love though, because what we always do when we make profits in business and whatever, our goal is always to spend a lot of money and do business with Black industries, Black companies, and Black people as best as you can. I know some people are limited, but some people, my issue with you is that the fact that you don't even try.
Right.
Literally, you stick with the corporations and stick with what you've been indoctrinated and brainwashed with, which is to love your master. You know what I mean? And that nothing that Black people can do or produce is any good, and the white people ice is always going to be colder. That kind of
That's what it is. Exactly. And also about the super chats, we appreciate the super chat because Bomani takes that money and he's very resourceful and he uses for a good cause. He's not going out there partying. It's a man that works 7 days a week and whatnot, and he's hard working at building a movement.
I tell people, you got people to pay.
You got people to pay. We got people to pay. We got people to pay overseas and everything like that. We're building a real movement, and people, if you really want to be free, why not you
walls to build, infrastructure to build? If
you really want to be free, this is a movement you want to support. That's why we're being strong like this. We're coming up with this energy that's unmatched anywhere in the so-called Pan-African world. Nobody has matched this energy so far. Nobody. So the
what
bottom
the hell?
line,
look Pipe Dream Burger. Yeah, keep on. The thing of it is, when you talk about pipe dreams, I'm always telling people, like, okay, at least we're dreaming. At least but we're not just dreaming. We're that's why it's called Pan-Africanism towards nationhood, because we're moving in that direction. We're building onto that direction. We're building momentum. But then we turn around and someone like yourself come on this chat. The first thing you start doing is running your mouth. That's why a lot of times I just got to drop.
They got nothing. They got nothing.
Well, the first thing I'm asking him, people like himself, is like, okay, first you need to do is tell us what you're about and what you're built.
Right. Get up here, cam up, and tell us this is who we are. This is my business. This is what I'm doing. I believe that we're Native American. We give people free weaves and whatnot. We give people Indian sew-ins and whatnot. You can have your long Indian hair, and we take people to the casinos and whatever, play lacrosse, whatever the hell Indians do and everything. Show us something. Y'all not doing nothing and whatnot. We're like here in Virginia, right? We have these powwow festivals, right? And Negro, and it's a money grab, right? Because you got these Native Americans, the ones that look white and whatnot, like a 1% Native American blood in them, holding powwows. You got Negroes in there and whatnot. Now that white guy could be his descendants of a slave master. He could be descendant of a slave. They're both pretending to be Indians and whatnot, doing powwows and whatnot. And someone lady said, "Don't you got Indian blood in you?" I said, "No, I don't." Come to a powwow. No, I don't. I don't want to be in a powwow.
The devil is dirty, brother, and so tricky to where, your slave master turned into a so-called $5 Indian, and then next thing you know, he's leading you into another movement.
Yeah,
and then these idiots like Tyron Leon, they fall for it, and then next thing you know, they're coming at you and I talking about Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism is the solution for Black people as far as us building something, as far as strength, power, energy.
And the bottom line is this. Well, like I said earlier, look, when you basically, if you don't have any privacy, right? Something like you go to what I'm talking about with privacy, right? You ever see go around immigrant people and everything? They speak in their native language and everything. People have been here for generations, Chinese and everything. They don't give a damn if you can't understand what they're saying, you know? You know, they don't understand. They don't understand. Yeah, well, I'm going to Taiwan next week. I'm going to. They have their own friggin' way of life that you're not part of. They give you what they want, which is you putting your money in their pocket, right? Putting their money in their pocket, and oh, thank you, sir. Why not? That's as far as it goes. And next thing you know, they're doing their own business, and you think you got yourself a Chinese friend. He don't give a shit about your black ass. Because he has a whole world, a whole pipeline, a whole nation. He's part of a Chinese nation, you know, that he's a part of. And he just uses the American system to facilitate that and get what he can out of the American system. And black folks, they don't care about the people like, well, I don't like the way the Chinese talk to me. They don't have to talk to you. Well, they want to talk about, oh, I don't like the way the world talked to me after I just paid all this money in the China. What are you in her nail salon for? You giving them all your money and they don't give a damn about you. They don't care about your kid. They don't think your kid is cute. They don't care. All they care about is Team Vietnamese, Team Chinese, Team Korean, whoever the hell they are. And that's what they care about. They know who they are. The problem is the black people don't know who they are. That's why Tyrone is getting roasted right now. He's getting cooked. The foolishness of the black people in America who don't want to even acknowledge who they are because they're so ashamed of who they are. That's why I said this topic, you know, if you guys want to play around on the internet, you are going to get roasted on this show. You're going to get killed.
Absolutely, Carla. So the link is out there. But let me just read this comment. This is Barudi. Kala. I thought that Mzungu's hands are clean. Certainly are not. Suggesting that their hands as a race, wherever the Caucasian geospace exit, are filthy. Haha.
Well, my whole thing is, like I said, we all know that, right? But here, everybody knows the French are dirty. Everybody criticizes the British Empire. You know what people think about the Nazis and shit like that, you know? And people criticize the Spanish. People still bash Italians for Mussolini and everything. I want to get through some of these videos before we bring people on, okay? And people know about that. People know even about Russia, you know, Ivan the Terrible, you know, the Leningrad, you know. Everybody else had their dirt in the world. But the only people on this planet, right, that have been seen as a bastion of freedom and perfection and everything fell in place. God bless America is the white American. You know, and so this is what we're talking about tonight. And say, well, are you calling somebody? No, I'm basically doing this because I'm fighting for my ancestors and whatnot who suffered in this country, right? Who basically maligned. When you say that black people in America should have did, I always talk about our achievements and our accomplishments in America, right? Against all the odds. How many black inventors we created, how many black companies we created, all the stuff, the great things we did in America and everything like that, under duress. We're not always a problem people, and white people aren't always a perfect people. That's what the message of this show tonight. You know? Somebody said, why don't you build your African? You know what Afrikstan means? Africa, African soil. You know, it's not enough to be a black country. We have to have an Afrikstan. That's on African soil. You know, that's the gig. Anywhere in the Western Hemisphere, let's talk about the Monroe Doctrine, right? Which is still in effect today. The Monroe Doctrine said America basically asserted sovereignty and extraterritoriality over this whole hemisphere, from down to Chile and Argentina, all the way up to the North Pole. Any provocation in the Western Hemisphere that threatens the U.S. Shipping, the banks, everything like that, America will intervene. That's why these countries in the Caribbean will forever be poor. That's why Cuba, right, a country that could have rose up against America, is still in sanctions. That's why Mexico, despite being rich, right, could be rich, two long coastlines and everything. Mexico, average Mexican is poor, even though it has billionaires. Nothing that America touched. America basically propped up this thing about people say banana republics. Do you understand banana republic was a real thing? American banana companies would prop up governments and everything like that in Central America. Now look, America's complaining about the millions of people flooding across the border, but the Japanese, look at the Japanese. It took look at Japan, the industrial power of the East, right? It took its talent and everything and built up Asia. You know, you know. So it built up Asia. Look at America being an adolescent country, a derelict country, a degenerate country, right? When it had the power in its hand, it destroyed Central South America with his big stick, Teddy Roosevelt's big stick policy. And the problem you see in Central and South America today is because of the Monroe Doctrine and the Roosevelt corollary to the Monroe Doctrine, which keeping those people in line in Central and South America. They never respected Central and South America. Now you got a country like Brazil rising up through BRICS and everything to challenge America's dominance in the West. So these things are changing right now, you know, and that's why they had to destroy Venezuela, because Venezuela was a top oil producer in the world. They had to get rid of that and shut that down. You cannot benefit from your own oil. You can't do that. You cannot have your own diplomatic. Venezuela talking about reaching out to North Korea and Russia and everything. They had to go because the Monroe Doctrine is still here. That's why Haiti's poor. That's why all these countries and islands, all you have is Bahama Mamas and Bahama Breeze, whatever you're going to talk. That's as far as you're going to get. You're never going to build no Afrikstan in the Caribbean. Are you sick? Are you insane? Are you crazy? The only way an Afrikstan is going to be built is on African sovereign territory. You know? So you're going to play next video, Bomani? I think I'm just getting warmed up, man. People, I'm in rare form tonight. I'm ready.
Yes, absolutely, brother. Absolutely. You know, keep killing it. I'm sure. I don't know what you're gonna say. I don't know who's gonna jump on, but anybody you want to talk to, it doesn't matter to me. It's all up to you. Say the word and they
Anthony says I got cooked by John the other night. I don't know what show he listened to. I don't know what show he was at. Maybe he can come on tonight and explain to me how I got cooked by John. Tell Liberia give that citizenship. No, it's never gonna happen, bro. Never gonna happen. Exactly, because you Negroes and we're not screw it up. How we stealing land from Africa? Africa belongs to us. Steal land from Africa. Africa belongs to us. Why don't you talk about the French who are about to start Armageddon in West Africa? You understand that? I'm so sick and tired of hearing grown ass black men talk like fools and talk like sissies. The French are about to have genocide and Armageddon in West Africa, and you're worried about us having some territory in Africa to build something for the future? We got too many friggin' sissies and punks and cowards in the black race. Don't worry about who will give a piece of land to us and whatnot. When we do the land, we're gonna take it. What the hell? It's ours to take. We would take it out of slavery or whatnot. What's ours is ours. We have to ask somebody for shit.
Heathcliff Huxtable is correcting us, man. He's bringing something to our attention.
No, it's not, because we regulate this stuff. Sinetta's channel just a bunch of pseudos going back and forth talking this. I can't listen to a Sinetta show without getting a headache.
And those guys will be talking about building no bridge and connecting and building nothing in Africa. That's a big difference, my youth.
Yeah, you're big difference.
Big difference. You know what I'm saying?
They have no end game. There's no end game with these people. Other than running their mouth, making money off of fucking YouTube and doing these stupid ass debates.
Look at this idiot right here. This is that dumb Tyron dude. It gotta
insults.
be insults. Birds of a feather flock together, so they should know each other.
Insults won't build an Afrikstan. Well, we're building it now.
Yes, my brother. So rock on. Let's play this video so we can analyze.
In early 1863, Commander-in-Chief Lincoln and his Union generals faced a huge problem: running out of troops. It's difficult for me to get my head around the number of dead and wounded on both sides. Short on volunteers, Congress instituted a military draft. July 11, 1863, just days after Gettysburg, draft wheels like this one rolled into the most crowded Union city, home to more immigrants than any other, New York. While the rich could pay a fine to avoid service, many poor had to enlist.
For the working class community of New York City, especially the Irish, they felt that it fell on them in a disproportionate or unfair way.
From the bottom rung of white society, Irish immigrants, the poorest New Yorkers, had a long and violent history with the only group below them, African Americans. Fears that newly freed blacks would pour into the city and take jobs from whites reached a boiling point. For New York's large Irish population, the draft turned friction into fire.
The fear was that many people saw that draft as, oh, you are now forcing us to fight for the freedom of Black Americans. And in New York City, a riot breaks out.
The protesters quickly gained speed, first setting fire to the draft office, then lashing out at the wealthy and businesses that employed blacks. Within hours, the chaos reached the factory of piano maker William Steinway.
Monday, terrible excitement throughout the city.
Today, his
Well,
diary
starts
provides a
talking
chilling
about
account.
fear. Resistance to the draft.
Rows of buildings on 3rd Avenue burning down.
When the mob arrived on their doorstep, Steinway's brother, Charles, paid them off.
Charles gave the ringleaders $20 to $40 in money and won a check for $30.
That was kind of a lot of money, wasn't it?
It was. I couldn't put it in terms of their pay per day, but it was a lot.
But money could not subdue the rage.
Soldiers with cannon marching down 3rd Avenue.
All business in the upper part of the city suspended. Negroes chased everywhere and killed when caught.
A lynch mob roamed the city. A black orphanage was burned to the ground. They murdered anyone, black or white, who tried to intervene.
It's an example of how tenuous the notion of what the Civil War really was about. For some, they still felt the entire war was only about bringing the Union together, not doing anything for African Americans.
Lincoln ordered federal troops, 4,000 straight from the horrors of Gettysburg, to quell the riots. Just as quickly as hysteria had engulfed the city, it was displaced by a chilling quiet. The final death toll, 120.
Yeah, about the draft riots, right? The draft riots. The whole thing about that was we were blamed for getting our own liberation. We were blamed for wanting to be free, wanting to get a job. I think isn't that what America's all about? Liberty and people finding freedom and happiness and everything like that. But that was something that was where I'm looking for out of the reach of black people in America, because white people, for the most part, did not want to see it happen. And then, the sad part about that draft riot, right? They tried to erase it from history. And without the movie The Gangs of New York, probably I don't think a lot of people wouldn't even know that even happened. And like I said, to this day, You know, when you look at the Civil War, right? Black people are blamed. White people will basically come and hug and say, yes, you know, we had to fight each other and everything like that. It was all because these Negroes here. We never asked to be brought to these shores in America. We didn't ask to be slaves, right? But instead of white people taking responsibility for what they did to us and our ancestors and everything like that, they put the onus on us. So we have Negroes in 2023 still apologizing for being black, like the Thomas Souls of the world, you know, that race trader Thomas Sowell, you know, basically, well, see, the blacks and the whites, and basically always forgiving America. He's a perfect person. America did no wrong. White America did no wrong. And the Jesse Lee Petersons and the Larry Elders and everything like that, they said, well, look, it's not even about how you have success in America. I have success in America. But the thing is, the difference between other groups of people and us is this. You'll have white people out there in the South, right? They got money. I know a lot of them, right? I party with them. They got money. They own yachts. They own marinas. They own stuff like this, right? But they'll still, when you get them talking and whatnot, they'll still talk about, yeah, what the Yankees did to my ancestors and all stuff like that. They got everything. They won everything. And they won't budge that. Black people, when they give you a little bit of money, you're supposed to be like, oh, yeah, everything's great. All like that. And you forgot about that. Like Steve Harvey, a fool, said, I don't care about slavery. I don't care. And he was acting like he was joking, but he was absolutely looking at his nigga's eyes. He was absolutely serious. I don't care about slavery. And his white audiences applauded. Yeah, Steve, you said it. I don't care about slavery. That's because we're not a free people. A free people could say, you know something? Yeah, I still got issues with what happened and everything. I still got issues. Like you go to even parts of California, right? You'll talk to some people that had to fight the land barons back in the 1800s and everything. They'll say, yeah, my father had to fight off the ranchers. We had to fight this and everything. That's what's called being a keeper. A keeper means you keep your values and keep the things that mean something to you for posterity. When you're not a keeper of the good and the bad that happens to you and everything and shy away from it, you're not a real human being. You're subhuman. And when you're subhuman and whatnot, they made you into this thing called a nigger. You don't care about anything but having a good time and what feels good to you right in the moment. So excuse me if I'm not ready to forgive America for slavery. I don't give a damn how much America gave to me. I don't give a damn how much success I have in America or whatnot. My ancestors' souls, I'm keeping that. That's what it means to be a keeper. Don't mean I can't get along and be civilized. Now, when we're civilized in a society, right, people can have adverse opinions against each other, right? They can still coexist. In most Arab countries, Jews and Muslims coexist. Even though they're against each other, they coexist. That's what happens when people decide they want to be civilized. White people, black people have never done anything to white people, but they still want to attack black people at every turn and whatnot, still have racist groups and everything because they're not civilized. They can't accept black people in America. They're always at black people's throats, always trying to demean us, always trying to attack us, always trying to marginalize us and whatnot because they're not civilized. They can't just say, we have these people in our country and everything. Let's let them live what they want to live. It's always something with them. That's when people are not civilized. People are civilized can get along with people that they don't like and they don't agree with. That's how you never see mob violence in any other country in the world or the way that you see in America. Show me anywhere in the world where whole cities like Black Wall Street and Wilmington that were burned to the ground just for existing. This is white America. And that's what we're talking about tonight. With that, go ahead, Anthony.
Yeah, I mean, I think you did get cooked on that other live stream, but
when
it comes to
this, cooked about what?
When it comes to this stream,
cooked. No, don't change the subject. Cooked about what?
Anthony, and you're serious, right? You're being honest, right?
No, I'm being honest. I watched the live stream.
Appreciate you, brother.
Okay,
Yeah,
what was I cooked about?
Okay. Well, I feel like he made a really good point with Liberia because you talk about
he knows nothing about Liberia. I know Liberians.
Kali, you have to let Anthony
explain I understand
it.
You know a lot about Liberia, but I feel like this is the thing. I'm gonna get to that though. But he made a good point about the whole like, okay, our Black American ancestors went over there, set up an entire country, help the Constitution and everything. But today we don't have no citizenship. There's you have to go there just like any other African country as an individual and make your own connections. And it's like, well, what the hell was the point of our ancestors doing that, creating this Black nation when we can't even get citizenship? And then when he asked you about citizenship, you have this elitist mindset and you're almost like, well, basically, yeah, you can get it if you go over there and you have the money. And it's like,
exactly.
I mean,
I agree
you
with
can do that anywhere though.
I agree with that. The bottom line, my point, let me answer that. My point I'm trying to make is he spent 30-something years in Nigeria, right? Why did he pick up the book and study Liberia and say, something? You don't come late in the game talking about after Liberia has been doing well without Black America and everything. And also, now I would also argue, right, that it was Black America that was part of Liberia's problem. In the 70s and everything like that. Black America could have helped Liberia more in the 70s and everything like that, but we didn't want no part of it. President Tubman came to the United States in 1953, right? There's an art thing, I'm going to try to find it, called A Letter to America from Africa, right? And it was published in Ebony magazine, right? It was a feature art magazine. And he basically said, although you're Americans, and I understand you're trying to fight for civil rights in America, integrating in America, you still have a responsibility to Africa, and particularly the Republic of Liberia. So in other words, he was saying all these Black people with all this talent in America, right, should lend the hand to help build Liberia, right? But that fell on deaf ears because everybody was talking about integration into America. Everybody was talking about interracial marriage. Everybody was talking about all this stuff like this. No one gave a damn about Africa. No one gave a damn about Liberia, So now, basically, after Liberia, by the 70s, Liberia kicking off a little bit, here these Black people coming in trying to tell the Liberians what to do just because they're American. They're like, we don't care. Look, there was always a tension no one talks about between these pseudo-bourgeois Negroes that went to Africa, right, and think they're better than the average African because they just happen to be from America. They take on the same attitude as white people. I deserve. And the Liberians were basically saying, or he said Liberia was doing well. I said Liberia was doing well. When our ancestors that built Liberia had it, it was doing very great. We're going to play the video, The Wealth of Liberia from 1974, and you tell me whether it was doing good or not. So the bottom line is this. So now, I've been working with Liberia on the ground and everything like that, Liberian people, Liberian government officials and everything. And they're very keen on connecting with Black America and the diaspora and everything like that. That's why they're promoting tourism and they're really rooting for this reconnection. Last year, they had a 200-year celebration of the African Americans landing on Providence Island. It was a year-long celebration of 2022. So they're doing their part and everything like that. But still, Black America is not talking about Africa on the whole. We're not talking about Liberia. So why, if you're not helping, Black America is not even using its political clout in America to make sure Liberia gets the same amount of money Israel gets and all these other countries get. So why the hell does somebody think I deserve a passport and you're not pulling your weight? You're not contributing. That's what Liberians tell me. And so keep pushing that issue. I'm not going to be the one pushing that issue because I know we have not stepped up. When we talk about Africa, we Black people vote. We're the key vote in all these elections. We're the key vote in who's going to be elected president, right? But we get the vote or not. Who gets taken care of? The Mexicans, the LGBTQ. We don't even have a coordinated vote to say like we did back in South Africa, the 80s with South Africa, where if you wanted our vote or not, you have to vote for sanctions on South Africa. We were organized back in those days. But now we have not have a new generation of leaders who look at the future right now. We haven't even basically talked about, well, France is talking about going to war with Niger. Why is America backing that up? You know, it was American anti-war movement that stopped America in Vietnam. Where are we talking about, well, the United States should be not be supporting France? You know, the French did that, right? When the United States was invading Iraq and whatnot, the French came out against America. French always come out against America when their interests are challenged, right? But nobody goes against the French when they could free to do what they want to do all across the world. So I don't believe that making that case, we need citizens. No, you don't need citizens. We need to be engaged with this country of Liberia and show some respect, you know? Asking for citizenship like that, coming empty-handed and not contributing anything is so freaking disrespectful. And I'm just telling you how Liberians think. I know the people. I know how they think.
I don't think it's disrespectful at all.
It is disrespectful.
If your ancestors are the reason,
it doesn't matter. See, what you're talking about.
Nah, it doesn't matter.
You're not entitled to anything.
Hold on, they went there for a purpose because you know, the racism in America, they wanted their own nation and they built that. But what's the point of building a nation if your descendants can't benefit from the nation? And
hold up. Black people basically during the Garvey time and all into the 40s when I wanted to go to Liberia, but the Black America decided after World War II when they started talking about integration that they gave up on it. That's what killed the whole thing. You know, Black people made a conscious decision that we want to be Americans, right? We built our own Liberias in places like Detroit, places like New York City, and places like Chicago. That was our Liberia. Now look at it, all in crumbles. We forgot about building this country up at a time where Liberia really needed Black America. So you don't come after 75 years after the fact and whatnot. Actually, to tell you the truth, there were some African Americans still migrating to Liberia all up until 1980, in small numbers. But there was no real coordinated effort for Black America to basically use its influence and everything to help that country. Liberians came to America all the time. Liberian leaders all were educated in HBCUs. They always tried to, Von Sherman, the Talberts, Cecil Dennis, all these people basically came to America. There was a part of Black America, right? But the bottom line is Black America, what does Black America want to do? They want to be integrated and accepted by white people in America. And to this day, 2023, what does Black people want to do for the most part? Be accepted and integrated into white America. And because they think white America is this perfect people that they got to be next to and emulate. White people created a thing called the Hunger Games. There ain't no characters, no Black characters in the Hunger Games. White people created a show called Friends. Friends, how can you have a show like Friends and you live in New York City and there's no Black characters? Black people got their head so far white America's ass they can look out of white America's nose. Your head so far up their ass that you can look outside their nose. So now you come here and talk about Liberia and everything. We're saying this is a grassroots effort. This is something when I started my Liberia campaign back 12 years ago and everything, I was alone. Everybody thought I was insane. I said, there's something about this country that we need to connect with. Because of my work, right? I met Dinah Samir and I met all these other people, and people started saying, you know, something, I've been studying this country, like you said, Kala, and I wrote this book, Journey to the Promised Land. You know, I wrote this book for my people. I didn't write this for profit. I self-published his book, right? His novel, A Journey to the Promised Land, right? Because I know the history of Liberia. If Black people knew they had a history with this country and everything, and somebody else should have came behind me and wrote more books and stuff like that. Do we do that? Do we make movies about Liberian history? No, we rather make movies about drug kingpins and all this kind of stuff like that. So Black America is full of foolishness. We're foolish people.
My thing is, I'm saying, what is the point of talking about all this glorious path, journey to the promised land, and all this?
Because I want the right people.
But that's not up to you, though. That's not up to you, though. That's the thing. You don't get to make that call.
I'm the one leading this movement.
No, you don't get to make that call.
I do get to make this movement.
That's the
make that
problem.
decision.
That's the problem, man.
No,
You don't
I
get
do
to
get to
this
make this
call.
movement, but who's the
And
one leading this movement?
John made a good point. He said we could go other
John,
places.
John,
and
John,
John.
John.
That's a fact.
Look, let's not do it. John said we could. We who? Who is he bringing?
People who are interested in Africa. Like
Okay,
you said, he
yeah.
was in
Well,
Nigeria
the bottom
for 30
line
years.
is this. Look.
Yeah, Kyle. Also, when he's responding to you, you have to let him get it all out.
Let me
please,
talk, man.
Please,
So
brother,
John made a good
please.
point. He said we could go other places, and that's the thing. I just looked it up. Liberia is one of in the top 10 poorest countries in Africa, and it's like look at Ghana, for example. Ghana got billions of dollars from the diaspora, and most of us don't even come from Ghana. So I mean, they're pretty much getting all the diaspora money, and Liberia is just sitting there looking stupid. And they got the claim to basically say, "Yo, look, your ancestors helped build this country." And what is a nation of what 3 million people? It's not like you need the whole of Black America to go over there. We're talking about, extending a citizenship for a small group of people, at least maybe
you don't
1,000.
need citizenship. You could do that. You could. The Black people that went to Ghana, to your point, right? Did they get citizenship?
Well, yeah, there was like 400. There's like 300 to 400 people that got citizenship.
Well, so 300 to 400 people. So my point is this, right? Most of those people are retired, older Black people, whatnot, that's living off a pension. How are they contributing to Ghana?
The people who are living off a pension are contributing because once
But how are they contributing?
I'm gonna tell you, because they get that pension and then they're buying stuff from the markets, and we're not gonna act like people aren't opening up. We're not gonna act like people aren't opening up, like, you know what I mean, schools over there. Not to mention they're also taking trips back and forth to the U.S. and back, so they're helping the airport. So what are you talking about? They're definitely helping.
Well, yeah, the bottom line is they're doing a little bit and everything. The Ghanaians don't even respect that, The people, the people, they knock the Hebrew Israelites off their land and basically tell anybody in the diaspora, what are you going to do about it? Nothing. They don't care.
What I'm saying is the point is it's one of the poorest countries, so it's not really attractive.
Well, I would say like that. I think GDP is not really that. Actually, Liberia's economy is growing. Actually, it's growing. Liberia now.
The reason why I say that.
Right now, Liberia is now producing. We don't have accurate numbers on Liberia, but Liberia is now producing. Its manufacturing sector is growing. Everything from whiskey to wine to rice to chocolate. When Ghana can't get its chocolate industry off the run, Liberia is now producing its own branded chocolate. Milk chocolate and dark chocolate.
I'm saying that to say, because when he was saying that we can go other places, I understand that.
Because but the bottom line is we but hold on. If people were serious, right, what they would have is an investment club organized, right? A susu. They say, something, Colin, we got $200,000 in our susu and everything like that. Boom, boom, boom. And then you make the case that, hey, we like to, we know we want to invest in, we like to get into this, whatever like that. Then you come to the thing with a table with something. But you guys want citizenship. You want trophy.
No, because the thing is,
I got citizenship. You don't need citizenship to invest in help Liberia.
But you're acting like we're talking about South Africa and like someone saying, look, South Africa's developed. You just want to come over here and reap the benefits. Liberia is poor as hell.
The bottom line is this. I know for a fact of the matter is, ain't nobody giving up their U.S. citizenship for no Liberian citizenship.
They got dual citizenship now?
No.
What? I'm pretty sure they do.
No, they don't.
Just change that.
No, they don't.
Oh, they see. That's the thing.
So the bottom line, they don't have dual citizenship law. Here's the thing, bro. Here's the thing. Let me educate you on this, right? Because I deal with Liberians all the time, right? Most Liberians that are actually contributing to Liberia are Liberian Americans, right? They got to get a visa like everybody else does when they go over there every year. They got to get a new visa and everything. They say, well, they pay for the visa. They're actually helping their country and everything like that. They're paying for the visas, fees, and everything like that, right? If they can do it, right? And what they were talking about, right? Was dual citizenship for Liberian Americans who were displaced by the war and have no fault of their own, got to live overseas, that they wouldn't have to give up their U.S. or UK passport, wherever they live at, to have citizenship and full participation in Liberia. See, you got to understand something. When you give somebody a citizenship, right, that means they can vote, they can hold office. And Liberia, if you know anything about the culture, is very, very political. Politics in Liberia is probably the most political country in the world. Everything is politics. Everybody thinks they're a politician. Everybody has an opinion and everything like that, right? So the bottom line is this: a lot of Liberians in Liberia hate Liberians that live in America because they think Liberians in America control the country through the internet because they got access to data and everything in the West. And so Liberians say the only thing that's protecting us on the ground who have to live with the reality of Liberia is the fact that those who live in America don't have citizenship. They're U.S. citizens and everything like that. They can say what they want, but they can't vote. And you come about bringing African Americans into the mix, you're asking for trouble.
Again, you just come off as like an elitist that you just.
Well, I don't care what I come off.
You just want to keep Liberia to yourself.
No, that's what you think.
That's what it is. You want to keep it to yourself and say, I don't want nobody else to come. I'm gonna go there to myself.
I'm basically when you see me talk about this country and everything, and I know a lot of Liberians listen to me and like that, you're not going to get me to say all these stupid stuff and have me fall out with Liberians to appease a couple of Negroes in America, and that's not going to happen. I work too hard to build what I build with this country and these people, to throw it away.
Man, those people would chop your ass up, man.
No, please, no, they won't.
Stop with the BS, man.
No, they won't.
That's the reality.
I've been all through Liberia. All I got was love.
I see the arguments that you have,
and I got security on the ground. You know, I got security on the ground in Liberia.
That's what happens when you don't pay them.
I'm saying, security is loyal to me. So you never been there. You don't know anything. You know.
I know when
you don't know. You don't know shit. You know. You don't know jack. You sit here running your mouth and whatnot. You know.
When I see
bottom line, what you need to do is worry about driving to Connecticut and whatnot, and not getting shot by one of your stupid, goofy idiots and whatnot. You're more safer in Liberia than you are anywhere in America.
Look, man, you getting triggered, but it's okay.
It ain't triggered nothing. You sound like an idiot. I get triggered when I hear idiots talk.
No,
you don't know what you're talking about. Why would you basically say something about they'll hack you up and whatnot? You know,
bro.
The bottom line is, if you say that, right, and then you're gonna go to Liberia and say I want citizenship, they don't want you there.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't really give a shit if they.
So why are you even talking about why are you even bringing the discussion up
of our legacy? Because my
point is, you just want a legacy. You know what I'm saying? Something that these people, this country, these people are real and whatnot. You know. Damn the history and all that stuff like that. These people gotta make ends meet, and they gotta feed their families and everything. That you're dealing with real people. This ain't just some fun and games that people talk about online.
Yeah, I'm trying to tell you. That's why I said they'll hack you. They'll hack you up.
So the bottom line, you sound like a fool, Anthony. Look, I think you need to take this L. Man. I think you need to take this L. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Right, and have some coffee and go to sleep. You know.
You don't
take a lot of coffee and then try to go to sleep.
The point is, you
don't got a point. The only point you have on top of your head.
That country is a shithole. Let's just be completely honest.
Oh well, yeah, it's my shithole.
The hotels are charging like
look, if it's a shithole, it's a shithole. It's my shithole, right? But Black America don't have shit anymore. How about
West African country charging over $200 a night for a hotel is a shithole?
The bottom line is
this. They can't make money any other way. So
the bottom line is this. You know, it may be a shithole, but it's a shithole. I love it. I think
it is, but it could be fixed.
The bottom line, but it don't need you to fix it. You know,
it could be fixed.
It don't need you to fix it.
Who they need?
Well, Liberians got plenty of Liberians in America, right? And they got Black people in America, right? That actually love the country and whatnot and want to do what it takes to fix it. It don't need no self-entitled Negroes talking about, my ancestors built this country and whatnot. Nobody want to hear that shit.
No, what I'm saying is there got to be an incentive. If you're just going to want people to come help, and they don't even want people to help. That's the thing. So it's
the bottom line is there's plenty of Black people.
Kyle, I'm dead serious, brother. You have to let. We're trying to make sure we hear
himself, man. He can't help it, man.
And you have to let him complete what he's talking about, so we can respond to him.
Yeah. All right. Good. I appreciate that. What my point was with the John Cashin, I think his name is. I agreed with him because he's saying, look, we can go other places. You know what I'm saying? And it's true. You can go to Kenya, Tanzania, South Africa, so many other places. People are going to Ghana. They're loving it. Why are you going to go to my point is this: why would you go to Liberia when you're looking in West Africa? It's one of the poorest countries in Africa, top 10, top 13, whatever. You could Google this right now. I just did just to make sure. One of the poorest countries next to Somalia. Like, you know
The bottom line,
why?
those statistics are wrong.
Oh, I know they're wrong.
Those
right?
statistics
Okay.
are wrong. Those statistics are wrong. You
They're
go there
not
like
wrong.
Liberia, you go there on the ground
I
and
can see
whatnot,
it just
and
looking
you
at
see
the
you
videos.
see the country developing with your own eyes. When you're on the ground, you see the country developing with your own eyes. You see all the real estate going up every day and whatnot. You tell me it's poor. You know?
They just had what 2 civil wars in the last few
Well, that was
decades.
20 years ago.
Yeah, so you know what that means? Those people that were probably slaughtering people are still there walking the streets.
Yeah, the bottom line is you could walk down the street. I walk down the back alleys of Liberia, 12 o'clock at midnight, whatnot, you know, and say what's up to everybody. Nobody says a damn thing. You know, walk down the
because it's
back
not
alley
wartime.
streets and whatnot,
It's
and
not
nobody says a
wartime right
damn
now.
thing. I walk past the Zocos. I walk back to Zocos.
Well, go
and
back to
everything, and
Africa.
they're
Went
bigging
there.
me
He
up
had
and
a
whatnot.
different
What's up,
experience.
man? What's up, man?
Go
You know,
back
what's
to
up,
Africa.
bro?
Had
What's
a
up,
different
bro?
experience.
You know,
He
so the
went to Liberia.
bottom line is all that freaking nonsense. You never been there, so you don't know.
Okay, but Go
you know?
Black has been there. So and
What?
he went there and he was talking about the same thing. He said the tension is
Go
there.
Go Black is a clown. You know.
Oh, now he's a clown. All
Well,
right.
Go Black is a clown.
No,
Go Black. Go Black. Go Black has never gone to any place where he says, "Well, everything." He criticized Ghana. He criticized this country. Blah blah blah. In the bottom line, he was sticking a camera in people's face. Liberia is not a safari. You don't go sticking your camera in somebody's face about these people aren't friendly. They don't want to be on your camera. They don't want to be on your freaking video.
All right, so if they're not friendly, why the hell should anybody?
No, nobody.
Go over there?
You don't go. Would you if you're standing outside your house, right? If somebody came up to you with a camcorder and phone, what would you say to them?
Me? Okay.
Yeah, you heard me. What would you do?
I'll be like, what you recording me for?
That's exactly what the Liberians do.
You just
Stop
said they're
recording
not
me.
friendly, though. You just
That's
said
that. Yo, look, they say, look, don't record me. I don't want to be on your stuff. Leave me the hell alone. How's that not friendly? You don't see, bottom you have no respect. That's what it is.
He wasn't talking about that. He was talking about
He
how
said these people aren't friendly. They don't want to be interviewed by you. You know,
saw how people
they don't want
to
be interviewed by you and whatnot. If you went there and just been a normal person, not trying to be some big time dusty ass YouTuber or whatnot, he would have got along fine. But he ate at Evelyn's, didn't he? It was a good time at Evelyn's. Like, oh yeah, we have a good time at Evelyn's. Oh, it's beautiful, it's food and everything like that. But the bottom line, when you go around the country, you got to ask people, do you want to be recorded and stuff like that? You can't just throw out a camera and whatnot, expect people to interview people on the street. When people in Liberia don't want to hear that.
Look, my whole point is I've seen you talk about Liberia at length, whether it's on Bomani's channel, Dinah's channel, whatever. And you do try to kind of sell the idea,
I never. Look, I'm saying
Black Americans.
I'm saying the country
there,
right there.
Built the
country right there is
now,
historical connection.
But now, when I say why can't they run that citizenship for people who want to invest? Now you want to say, it's just like any other African country. You're not about to go there and get the citizenship.
Hold. The bottom line is this. The bottom line is this. You want citizenship in Liberia? Then you basically say you go there and you become a naturalized citizen of Liberia, pay taxes, and be a tax contributor, and basically like that, you know. But don't sit there about.
I get it, man.
I want to
keep Liberia to yourself.
I want to keep Liberia to myself because there's more people going over there. Most of the black people from America going over there are doing really well, buying properties left and right. You know. And the bottom line is they're not asking for no citizenship. They know with the U.S. if you're black, you don't need a damn citizenship in Liberia. The only country in Africa where black people in America can own property, own land, and nobody open a business, and nobody says anything, and that's it's the law. You start pushing for citizenship, you're getting into their politics and stuff like that, and that's a tricky situation. If you want to come, you come there as an investor. You come there as something to build something and connect with the people and everything like that. You know, when you start talking about citizenship, that's citizenship and everything like that is reserved for the Liberians living in Liberia because they ultimately have to bear the responsibility of their country. They have to live with the decisions of the political process in their country. You know, so hey, you want to play some more videos? You got me off my square.
Okay, I got you. But this is the pro woman J. You know, one of your famous arch nemesis.
I don't even know if I want to read a comment. Let's see.
Okay, no problem.
I'll ignore helping your cause by disrespect. Look, anytime I say something, I'm being disrespecting. So I'm not.
Yeah, but we have to just make sure our guests have all the time they need to talk and explain what they need to explain, so we can have a great dialogue.
Right.
And most of them gonna disagree with us, so we have to be able to deal with that.
Right. With that, you want to play the next video, brother?
Yes, absolutely. Let me find the next video.
Should be about the Civil War.
No, the last video was about the Civil War.
The draft riots. The next, the law. This one right here. The Civil War. The lost cause.
I gotcha. All right. Let me get this comment out of here. Yeah, I guess every time people talk about Africa, they always having political issues, right?
Yeah, but Liberia is a very peaceful country. That's political issues.
But America is this.
Yeah, all the riots in the streets right now, America.
Yeah,
that's another thing. Everything when you look at America, people are bum rushing stores, vandalizing stuff, fights breaking out, and people protesting. You forgot about the Summer of Love 2 years ago, 3 years ago, out of this country where they burned down cities all across America. But people always want to point the finger at some of poor developing countries like America. As I was saying, these black people that talk like Anthony or not, they're so American, right? They need to stay the hell out of Africa,
Yeah, but the main thing is whenever people are saying certain things, we honestly really need to hear where they're coming from, so we can just analyze it properly. Because people, I think the energy of people, they want to do more, and they're open to Africa. That's why they're part of conversations and things like that. But some things that is not clear to them, and yes, some of them may want more than what the content has to offer, but you can't blame them. So what that does is it should just encourage more of us to figure these things out. I'm not saying that we're responsible for getting all these investors to come to Africa and do certain things. That would be nice because we'll benefit and profit from it. But we're gonna have to just make some of these countries a lot better for people to move, live, do business, and look out for them. I know I've learned a lot.
I agree. I agree 100%, brother. And the whole thing is, black people from America could do a lot in Africa, but we choose not to. We choose not to.
Yeah, well, a lot of it is the entitled behavior, but I realize entitlement comes from, you want citizenships, you want certain comforts, you want certain things, and I honestly believe that all the things that they've requested, they're honorable, but it takes work and it also takes upfront sacrifice, and I think that's what people are not willing to do.
Exactly.
Yeah, I haven't struck goals for the last 19 years I've been traveling to Africa, or 17 years in business. It's a hard thing to work towards and build. You have almost little to no one interested in wanting to work with you to build anything, and since you're not a white person running anything, people tend to treat you different, and but nevertheless, someone has to hold the line, and that's what we're doing, and we're just telling people just let us breathe, stop beating down on us, let us breathe, give us some support. You have all these other people that have led you astray, but you support them. You give them everything that they need to disappoint you. Yeah, give us a chance. Yeah, work with us on Liberia.
We're gonna tell you the right thing. I'm gonna tell you the right thing. Find out what you're good at, and you could build and everything like that, and you can make it happen over there. But basically, when you start talking about I want citizenship or that's a done deal, they don't need you for that. You have
so that's a deal breaker. If you don't get citizenship in an African country, that's a deal breaker.
So
I want to find out what makes America a deal breaker for people, because obviously they still love America. So obviously all the things have gone wrong and things have been done.
You know how many people Bomani have lived in America, Italians and everything, lived here for 30 years and never became a citizen. Carlo Gambino, what's his name? Carlo Gambino. The mafia guys found the Gambino crime family, never became a citizen, refused to become a citizen. Born in Sicily, became a mafia kingpin, one of the richest men in America, never became a citizen. Lucky Luciano never became a citizen, but he benefited from America. He got the essence of what America's about, was prosperity. He loved America, They never became a citizen. You know, you don't have to have a citizenship. The people in Dubai, do they all got citizenship right now? No. The people in Singapore, the people that's in Singapore right now making millions of dollars in that economy and everything, are they citizens? No. When you see expats that live in Hong Kong and places like that, are they citizens? No. They're coming there with an A game, how they're going to make money and prosper and benefit the country and enjoy the country and build. And that's what we're not doing. We're not linking up and coming as groups, pulling our money together and whatnot. And then people look at you like, you know, and what happens is you end up blowing it. Once you blow it with people, right, they look at you like, oh, man, here comes these. Why do you think right now? Look, let me tell you something, right? I'm going to hurt a lot of people's feelings, right? I'm going to brace yourself. I'm going to hurt a lot of people's feelings, right? Countries like Nigeria and Ghana and places like this, right? They really didn't care about Black America and diaspora. We're the last resort. They really wanted to build those hotels and everything because they thought there was going to be all these white people and Asian people coming there, flocking there, doing businesses and everything. But there's too many options. They got the Caribbean, they got Asia, they got all these countries. Now you got the Middle East, Dubai, and every place to go to. Africa's last on the list. So when Africa looking at it, like in the place in the African continent that they went to mostly was Kenya and South Africa, sometimes Tanzania. But for the most part, West Africa was not a place where people want to go to. Say I got one overseas vacation every 3 years. I'm gonna go to West Africa. I'm gonna go to Nigeria. It's not gonna happen. Or Ghana. I'm not gonna happen. So the last resort is the Pan-African, the diaspora, the year of return, everything. You're the last resort. You're like the girl at the dance, or the boy at the dance, right? Who got picked last. That's what you are. And so therefore, let's say the girl picks the boy to dance and he turns out to be a good dancer and everything like that. That's what they're waiting for. They say, I make the right choice, even though I overlooked him and everything. We haven't done that in Ghana. We haven't done that in Ghana. We haven't showed that, okay, Ghana made the right choice, even though we were the last choice. We're going to show them a thing. We haven't done that. So I don't want that mistake to happen in Liberia. We come in there with all this, railing people up with this expectation. We're going to do this, and nothing happens. That'll ruin it for the next 100 years. So if you come over there with your American passport, we're still Americans, but we're participating in Liberia. We're linking with local people. That's how you get things done in Liberia. You partner with local people and everything. And people are going, or we have the BAIO, we have a chapter where we could put you with the people that we are reputable. And you start opening businesses and doing importing and exporting and everything. Next thing you know, like this, and then people say, yeah, man, I'm dealing with Black Americans and I'm selling my product across in America. He's distributing for me in America and everything like that. That's the stage. That's what they're looking for. Not you coming there with your entitled, I need a passport before I even consider. Stay your ass in America. We're in any African country currently, we have to basically go under the sovereignty of that particular country. Now, if we have territory or something like that, we can establish under the laws of that country, we're not under the jurisdiction of that country, security forces and everything. But it can't be an autonomous, independent security force and everything. We have to rely in partnership with the local government. That's why I said building communities is important, because we have people in one geographic area that we can provide security for under the laws and the supervision of the host country. That's showing respect and partnership. See, your words and everything you say, everything, how you come across, right, means a lot when you're dealing with people, particularly people in Africa. If you sound pompous, like you know everything, and you're going to tell them what to do and everything like that, you're going to blow it. That's why we're not getting as far as we can these countries. The Asians and the other people know that. They know how to talk to people with respect. Yeah, I believe in security forces, but the bottom line is we have to have territories that we control. And the security forces have to be under the thing. It can't be adverse to the host country. It has to work in concert with the host country. And then maybe the next generation can take it a step further.
Yes, brother. So on that note,
You play a video?
just read this real quick. I think Black Americans moving back to Africa is less about comfort, but more about security guarantees that we would not have as a citizen. Yeah, a lot of those things are concerns. And unfortunately, by the time people look at all the concerns in Africa, most people best bet is to stay in America. And so it's what it is. None of these things are just going to come easy or make this happen like that. So that's why we're building our Black Star Pan-African community, and that's why we've been in the trenches to just build this energy, because it has to happen. We all can't just take the comfort zone of just sitting back and questioning everything. We have to get in there and make things happen. So that's how you build this Black Nation family. You have to be willing to do the dirty work. You can't just sit around and just complain or wonder about why is the infrastructure this way, why is there no lights, why is this, why is there no that. And if you're gonna do that, the best bet to do is stay in America and
you gotta contribute to the tax base. What we
then,
should have is a diaspora tax fund. How about a diaspora tax fund? Which everybody
think that's not organized to get those things going. So part of the solution is people having to be open to making those things happen by putting it together. Other than that, focus on building a Black nation in America, and good luck on that one, and good luck on how you're gonna work that out. So just like people may say good luck with us on building what we build in Africa, but what choice do we have? So nevertheless, let's do this. Let me play this thing, Kala.
Okay.
Between 1860 and 1861, 11 Southern states withdrew from the United States and formed the Confederate States of America. They left or seceded in response to the growing movement for the nationwide abolition of slavery. Mississippi said, "Our position is thoroughly identified with the institution of slavery." South Carolina cited hostility on the part of the non-slaveholding states to the institution of slavery. In March 1861, the Vice President of the Confederacy, Alexander Stephens, proclaimed that the cornerstone of the new Confederate government was white supremacy, or as he put it, slavery and subordination to white people was the natural and normal condition of Black people in America and the immediate cause of the late rupture and present revolution. 3 weeks after the now infamous Cornerstone speech, the American Civil War began. The conflict lasted 4 years, had a death toll of about 750,000, and ended with the Confederacy's defeat. By 1866, barely a year after the war ended, Southern sources began claiming the conflict wasn't actually about slavery. Meanwhile, Frederick Douglass, a prominent abolitionist and formerly enslaved person, cautioned, "The spirit of secession is stronger today than ever." From the words of Confederate leaders, the reason for the war could not have been clearer. It was slavery. So how did this revisionist history come about? The answer lies in the lost cause, a cultural myth about the Confederacy. The term was coined by Edward Pollard, a pro-Confederate journalist. In 1866, he published The Lost Cause, a new Southern history of the War of the Confederates. Pollard pointed out that the U.S. Constitution gave states the right to govern themselves independently in all areas except those explicitly designated to the national government. According to him, the Confederacy wasn't defending slavery. It was defending each state's right to choose whether or not to allow slavery. This explanation effectively turned white Southerners' documented defense of slavery and white supremacy into a patriotic defense of the Constitution. The Civil War had devastated the country, leaving those who had supported the Confederacy grasping to justify their actions. Many pro-Confederate writers, political leaders, and others were quick to adopt and spread the narrative of the lost cause. One organization, the United Daughters of the Confederacy, played a key role in transmitting the ideas of the lost cause to future generations. Founded in Nashville, Tennessee in 1894, the UDC united thousands of middle and upper-class white Southern women. The UDC raised thousands of dollars to build monuments to Confederate soldiers. These were often unveiled with large public ceremonies and given prominent placements, especially on courthouse lawns. The daughters also placed Confederate portraits in public schools. They monitored textbooks to minimize the horrors of slavery and its significance in the Civil War, passing revisionist history and racist ideology down through generations. By 1918, the UDC claimed over 100,000 members. As their numbers grew, they increased their influence outside the South. Presidents William Howard Taft and Woodrow Wilson both met with UDC members and enabled them to memorialize the Confederacy in Arlington National Cemetery. The UDC still exists and defends Confederate symbols as part of a noble heritage of sacrifice by their ancestors. Despite the wealth of primary sources showing that slavery was the root cause of the Civil War, the myth about states' rights persists today. In the aftermath of the war, Frederick Douglass and his abolitionist contemporaries feared this erasure of slavery from the history of the Civil War could contribute to the government's failure to protect the rights of Black Americans, a fear that has repeatedly been proven valid. In an 1871 address at Arlington Cemetery, Douglass said, "We are sometimes asked in the name of patriotism to forget the merits of this fearful struggle and to remember with equal admiration those who struck at the nation's life and those who struck to save it, those who fought for slavery and those who fought for liberty and justice. If this war is to be forgotten, I ask in the name of all things sacred, what shall men remember?" History has a funny way of bolstering those with the power to write it. For example, what would the history of Christopher Columbus look like if it was written by a Native American? Put history
Now, I want to talk about that, right? And America has basically adopted the so-called lost cause, right? That the states were just fighting for states' rights and all stuff like this. But here's the thing. They conveniently leave out the Dred Scott decision, right? Which Supreme Court Chief Justice Taney wrote that we the people meant we the white people, and that Black people by design are not fit to be Americans and American citizens. So they're not basically citizens of the United States. After the Dred Scott decision, and then later the filibustering law that came into pass was the 3/5 compromise and everything, was the Fugitive Slave Act, right? The Fugitive Slave Act allowed Southerners to go into the North, right? And also just manhandle and kidnap any Black person will, saying that he was a runaway slave and everything. With that, right, the North started giving Black citizenship and rights and everything. And the North was the one the secession from the Union started in the North. People don't realize that. Because what happened was this. The Confederacy, when the Fugitive Slave Act and the Missouri Compromise happened, right? The South looked like it was winning. It wanted to expand slavery into the Western territories and beyond, right? So therefore, the North said, okay, if that's how it's going to be, right? Because the slave had so much slave institutions, and the planters had so much power, backed by Wall Street bankers in New York City. New York City was an epicenter of slavery too. People don't know that history. So New York City was a pro-slavery territory in the North. New York State was a pro-slavery territory in the North. States like Massachusetts started beginning the secession movement in the North, right? And then at the last minute, Abraham Lincoln won the nomination of the Republican Party, and the Know Nothing Party, the Whig Party died. Okay, the Know Nothing Party, and the Whig Party died. And then what happened was the South felt like it was being cornered, right? We have a new president that says that we're going to save the Union, right? But I don't care about slavery. We're going to save the Union. The North was like, okay, but if we win this war, we're going to end the institution of slavery, right? So the South began succeeding when the political tide turned against them. So the South, when they say we were just about states' rights, they didn't respect the states' rights of the North, right? They said Black people should not be voting in states like New Jersey and Massachusetts and everything because they're not citizens. And they said, well, okay, the northern states said, well, why don't you respect our rights and our states' rights? The states' rights movement began in the North. to protect the black residents and the black people in the North. So it was Confederate, what was about states' rights. Their states' rights was about keeping black people in slavery. The North was about, their states' rights was about giving black people freedom and just liberty and just leaving black people alone. So when these people lie and they revise history, and we got black people, all the scholars we had and everything, nobody has ever really came after this point. What we do is say Lincoln was a racist. We get off the mark. Yeah, Lincoln or whatever. They seem like they got more smoke for Abraham Lincoln and the North than they do against the Confederacy. I don't understand that sick mentality in a lot of black people. You know, you have an open enemy. Say you deserve to be slave and everything. You're not angry with them. You walk around in the South on courthouses with Confederate monuments and everything like that, but you say nothing. But you want to basically talk about the North. You want to talk about Lincoln and how the Union was really, the North was just as racist as the South. All this kind of stupid stuff because you don't want to have this conflict, right? That's inevitable, right? You don't want to see destiny. Destiny is the black people in America and the white America is going to clash. You know, it's going to happen in our lifetime. It's going to clash. And it's not going to be pretty, you know, because we have never resolved this issue of slavery in America, you know? So this is what we have right here in America. We have to basically pretend like, oh, everything's okay. Everything's good. Everything's forgiven. No, it's not. No, it's not. And the truth is now finally coming out. So this idea of white people are just noble people and everything, you know, they bought into the lost cause, right? Instead of owning up to the evil that their ancestors did, they want to hide behind, oh, this is about the Constitution. They didn't give a damn about the Constitution. 750,000 people died in the Civil War. And you're going to tell me it was about some Constitution? You know, no one really confronts white America. No one.
So that's the topic, family. The myths of white Americans being patriotic, law-abiding, and civilized. So yes, Kala, you ready for me to play the next one?
Yeah, you can play it.
As the Second World War raged on around the globe, US intelligence was also fighting a stream of enemy spies on its own soil. Foreign agents that posed a very real threat to the safety of the American people. The Duquesne spy ring was one such group. Uncovered in 1941, its 33 German agents were sentenced to a total of 300 years in prison.
Hitler wanted to know every American secret, but dug up only grief for his blundering agents. You'll get the same, Uncle Sam warns all potential spies.
The intelligence gathered from the Duquesne spies showed that the group was discussing ways to start debilitating industrial fires across America. But just a year later, in 1942, a mysterious fire destroyed the famous USS naval vessel, the newly named USS Lafayette. It sent shockwaves through New Yorkers as well as the intelligence community, with many speculating that this was the work of enemy agents and that American ports were at risk.
The smoke from the burning liner filled the air over Manhattan. Firemen poured tons of water onto the fire in a desperate effort to stop the inferno before it succeeded in completely destroying the luxury steamer.
So was this the work of enemy spies? And what did any of this have to do with the mafia? Hailing from Italy, the five families of New York were the kingpins of serious organized crime in the city. They had a powerful presence among trade unions and dock workers, many of whom were of Italian descent. The mafia's influence was so powerful in this area that US naval intelligence saw no other option than to ask for their help to protect the very city they had at times terrorized. This secret partnership became known as Operation Underworld. Amongst the gangsters they worked with was Joseph Sox Lanza, a captain in the Luciano family who was a labor racketeer. Lanza and his associate Meyer Lansky assisted naval intelligence to weed out pro-fascist sympathizers of Nazis' top ally, Italy. But Lanza's boss, Charles Lucky Luciano, was able to offer even more help. Widely regarded as being founder of New York's Five Families, he was serving a 30 to 50-year prison sentence in Sing Sing for operating a prostitution ring. Lucky Luciano was said to have been behind a string of violent crimes, from serious assaults to gruesome murder. It's said that he got his scar and drooping eye during a murderous attack in the 1920s. But up until his incarceration, he's said to have always been able to avoid justice, thus earning his Lucky nickname. With strong ties to the Sicilian mafia, Lucky was a valuable asset to the US government and its allies in Europe. He recommended prime landing zones for troops and linked the Sicilian mafia with dissident groups fighting on the side of the Allied forces against the fascist troops of Mussolini. But the mafia's protection came at a price. In 1946, after the war ended, Lucky Luciano had his sentence commuted and he was deported back to his native Italy in recognition of his help. When Lucky died in 1962, he was able to return to his beloved New York and was given a lavish funeral. The story of Operation Underworld was kept secret until 15 years after Lucky's death. During the mafia's time as unlikely guardians for American safety, there were no incidents similar to the sinking of the USS Lafayette, although there was also no conclusive evidence that the sinking was arson and not an accident. However, this remarkable deal certainly worked out well for Lucky Luciano and his mob.
There you go. Also, what the film didn't go into was the fact that all along the coast, even during World War II, do you know there were people that lived in New Jersey that were sending out signals and flagging in for submarines off the coast of New Jersey? You know, the white Americans, mainly of German descent, that were basically flagging down, using lights to signal.
Hey, nigger. Hey, you work at?
Yeah.
Continue. Adding one person in, and then they start with this crazy talk. So anybody come on here and you start using disrespectful words or anything, you're banned, you're blocked. You can't come back on here. We don't have no time to play games with you. Find something better to do. I can't stop people from subscribing or doing whatever or joining whatever, but what we can stop you from doing is coming on here with any level of disrespect, whether you're a racist white devil like this one, or whether you're one of these people who, we were here before and you guys are thinking too much about Africa. Any foolishness anyone come up here with, man, I'm done with it. You just get blocked and banned, and that's it. You're wasting your time. It's 1:14 in the morning. You're telling me the best thing you could do is troll my phone and our videos. You have nothing better to do. If you're supposed to be a young man, you should be right now. Me and Colin's a little older. We're actually retired. Well, I'm semi-retired.
I'm an old man.
You should be out on a beautiful date with a nice lady, getting her pregnant or something, or building a family, or doing what some of us like to do: study late at night and build a trade and build a future. Do something productive is my point. Something that's going to change the scope of society. But,
yeah, that's the average white man in America.
Comments and all the stuff that y'all say and text and email or whatever the hell y'all do. I don't take it personal. It's not gonna break my heart or anything. You know what I mean? I've dealt with racist white devil rednecks for a long time, and that's why I'm an independent person in business, because sometimes you have to move forward and put yourself in a better environment to do your work. So at least when at least I'm not working on a plantation with them. You know, you come into the caller, you do whatever you do, ban, block. Call me on your private numbers, let us block your private numbers. Whatever kind of foolishness. So Carl, let's get refocused back to the scheduled program. I didn't know. I thought unemployed was some broke. I thought unemployed was one of these pseudo guys calling in and saying that or you know, explaining to us that he doesn't need a job. I thought that was it, but I didn't know it was racist redneck devil.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, the bottom line is this: the white devils, they don't like hearing the truth about themselves. You know, it probably triggered, you know, what we're saying, but we're gonna keep saying it.
Oh yeah, they don't like your topic, brother. They don't like our topic. That's a topic right there. The myth of white Americans being patriot, law-abiding, and civilized.
This guy can't even come on and have a civilized conversation.
That's Greek mythology, huh?
They can't even come on and have a civilized conversation. It's proved my point.
Yeah, that's why I don't want any of them to think that you don't call us, don't call in. You and us, we have nothing to build. If you're gonna do anything, give us some donations, a super chat or something like that. Other than that, outside of anything financial donation, there's nothing that we need to talk about.
Yeah.
You know? What I always like to say, people like myself, my famous theory in life and science is I give you characters enough rope to hang yourself. That's it.
Yeah.
Now we have to move forward. Go ahead.
What I was saying was the fact that back to what I was saying, that this is all erased from history, right? How the German Americans and also the Japanese and the Germans were not rounded up. Now let's talk about the internment. I'm gonna send you a video about the internment of the Japanese, right? These are law-abiding people, hardworking people in California, Oregon, and everything like that. Didn't bother anything. Said that we're loyal to America. Said that we don't support the General Togo of Japan. We don't support this stuff, you know. So we basically the Proposition 9066, you know, said that all Japan, and this was by Roosevelt. People said Roosevelt was a racist. I'm starting to believe that, you know. This was supposed to be the president that black people love so much. Franklin Delano Roosevelt, right? Said that basically the Japanese, even though they became citizens, they were born in America, right? Were put in internment camps. You know, how many Germans and the Italians were actually working to undermine the war effort on the East Coast? Were they rounded up and put in internment camps? No. But the Japanese were, you know. No, the Italians were white. Italians were always white, you know. They were white Anglo-Saxon. When it was, if you grow up in New York, you understand what I'm talking about, right? An Italian is an Italian, right? You got Italians, what they call, there's two types of Italians. They call Goombas, right? Which the Italian guys, you know, Italian guys with the swag and everything like that. And then they call Mitigans, you know. Mitigans are these Italians that think they try to be white and professional and cultured and American-like, you know. They're called Mitigans, you know. And then you got the Goombas, you know. Most Italians were like Goombas, you know. Over the generations, why? Because they stuck to their culture. They're Italians for their Americans and everything. When they say white, they mean the white attitude. They're white in skin color is white. They were Caucasian, you know, they were Europeans. But the bottom line is when they say white, just like they said, the Irish weren't white. They were actually white, but they didn't have the white mentality. White is a mentality. White is a mindset that you see your color and race as your primary identifier. That's what it means by Italians become white. That it wasn't until the last 30, about 50 years where Italians became white Americans, you know, and especially during the days of the riots in Newark and everything, where a lot of Italian Americans were basically part of the white community now. And you got places like after Hell's Kitchen, a lot of Italians moved into the suburbs of New Jersey and everything. They became part of the greater white community. That's what that means. That don't mean they weren't white. You know, you can't say either you're white or you're not. You know, but when Italians, for the most part, when they talk about their culture and their history and stuff like this, and their foods and everything like that, I'm an Italian. You know, they don't say that they're white. You know, most Italians say I'm an Italian American. You know, of course I'm white, but I'm Italian American. Like Jews, they're white, but they consider themselves Jews. You know, so so the bottom line is this. You know, and the Irish weren't considered white either, you know, because the Irish They did a lot of things that the people saw was not white-like. You know, they danced, they drank, they partied and whatnot. They held around and everything like that. They weren't very clean. You know, they were unkept and everything. So whiteness always means perfect. You know, whiteness always means perfect. You know, whiteness means you agree with the FBI, you agree with the government, and everything like that. You don't have a secret society. You see yourself as an American and white people and everything like that. Whereas the immigrants basically were looking at America sideways. You know, like okay, and people don't realize there was a lot of Italians and whatnot and immigrants who came to America to work when they actually wanted to go back to Italy because they didn't like the culture of America. One of the things they didn't like was the racist culture of America. But once people adopt the racist culture of America, say this is the way America is, I'm American. Now they take on that white attitude. That's what it means to be white. White means to be racist. That's what it really means. You know. So they can miss me with that stuff. You know. So yeah, this is what we're talking about tonight, folks. You know, the topic, the myth of white America as being patriotic, law-abiding, and civilized. It's a lie. You know, it's a lie.
Most of you folks are sick in the head, you know.
You know?
How many nice, patriotic, law-abiding citizen, white from the white folks I've ever try to connect into any of our calls? Not one.
Not one.
This disrespectful piece of trash. And that's what we love to show you, family. That's just who these people are. You know, where's the great, nice, wonderful white people that are educated? You know, some of them try to fool us at the beginning like they were these people, and then they prove to us be another damn white devil trash.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Where's the intelligent, educated white people that's calling in and want to have a conversation? I'm not saying I'm looking for you to join the stream because I'm not. But it's like, at least so the numbers got to make sense, brother. The numbers, somewhere along the line, numbers got to make sense. If all the white people that you're running into, if majority of them are trash and they act a certain way, where's all the good, nice, wonderful white people?
It's a myth, you know, the myth about white people being perfect. Tay Brown, I said it's a myth. White means perfect. That's a myth. That's an ideology. White people being superior. Like they had this one clown that white supremacists called and said, the Jews are, well, if you're so perfect and so great, how did the
Jews get one up on you? That was funny, man.
One up on you, you know?
He was never able to answer it.
That's a good question. Maybe because you guys are a bunch of morons and dumbasses. That's why, you know, you ain't what you think you are, you know?
Without their treachery, where would they really be? I mean, you know, it's when you're this militarily evil and this wicked set of this pirates and wicked set of people, you can accomplish a whole lot. But the birth of their modern day civilization came through barbarism. What's Sheikh Anthony famous book, Civilization or Barbarism?
Yeah.
Yeah. So is this really civilization or is it this? So
yeah.
So
the bottom line is this: I'm gonna find about this Japanese internment. It's gonna shock me. I bet people don't even know. I'm gonna put a 1 in the comments if you never heard this story before. You know. How about this? Anybody in the comment section, right? Put a 1 in the comment section if you ever heard that the Japanese Americans were rounded up during World War II for no fault of their own. You know, put a 2 if you never heard of it. See if we get some responses. No, nobody's responding.
Yeah, good luck on that one.
Yeah, worldview say never heard of it. Of course, no one will tell you about that.
A lot of things we never heard of.
Let me get a short video.
When he sent me a video in China saying their quality of life is not as good as Africa.
Oh yeah, we're gonna play that one too. You know,
what is that about, man? That's some funny stuff, man.
Yeah. What do you call it? Friggin' people are mad in the comments. How you say about China? Africa's the worst place in the world. Yeah, play this one. You know,
yeah, definitely.
Read the comments. You know, the comment section is like lit. You know, people are mad about how Africa's supposed to be on the bottom. You know.
Chinese people say their quality of life is not as good as Africans. China's soccer league chief under investigation as corruption in soccer deepens. Taiwan adds new weapons to prepare for any attack by China. China rushes headlong into battery plants. Global market concerned.
The Chinese Communist Party CCP regime has invested heavily abroad, especially since the CCP launched the Belt and Road Initiative about 10 years ago. However, the Chinese people did not receive benefits from this investment. According to Vision Times, on August 22nd, a Chinese person shared his opinion online that the CCP launched one political campaign after another in the past and killed many people. Today, it invests money in Africa, making Chinese people unequal to Africans. On August 24th, Chinese media said that the CCP has implemented the International Love Package in 2018, intending to support 1 million poor elementary school students abroad. It has done this for 7 countries so far. However, an online video shows that school meals for students in Dashan Mountain are only rice and soup. One video shows a torn-down house and children around 5 to 6 years old cooking instant noodles, a very cheap dish, in a large wood-fired pot. Another video shows an older woman and a young boy. A woman came to visit, crying about the situation, and said that they were grandmothers and grandchildren. A 4-year-old boy has not yet spoken and has not had milk to drink or played with store-bought toys. Jihu said that from 2000 to 2014, the CCP provided capital support to 140 countries of $362 billion. Global Times reported that China's total foreign aid reached nearly $900 billion in the past 4 years. If this amount is divided equally among 3,000 domestic companies, each can receive $275 million. If the money was distributed among 10 million domestic small and micro enterprises, such enterprise could receive $82,500, thus solving the current difficulties. If the CCP gave the money to the people, it would immediately achieve the goal of eliminating poverty for 100 million farmers because each family would receive $8,000. The question is, who benefits from the vast investment activities under the leadership of the CCP? Netizens said it was CCP officials and their cronies exploiting their absolute power that has long been notorious for their brutality and corruption.
At Take 5, you stay in your car because we're faster than you think.
Oil change is done.
Chinese Super League chairman Liu Jun is under investigation by China's top anti-graft watchdog as the crackdown on corruption in soccer.
That was that one article. It was like different articles, but that was that one, you know. Yeah. So, but the comment section is I'm gonna read some of the comment section, right? And this one is: the Chinese are becoming the new white people. You know, how dare you say? Yeah, the reality is people could talk all that stuff they want, right? But the reality is, and there's white people suffering in this world with poverty and stuff like this, you know. And the bottom line is, not everything is perfect with non-black people, non-black people, you know. Let's see, I'm trying to find this video. Okay. I'm gonna read some of these comments, you know. Okay, someone says, there's no way in the world China in general is living worse than people in Africa. Wow. See, that's what they think about Africa, you know? And
there you go.
Oh, you got the comments on here? I'm reading. I said,
yeah, we're reading the same comment. Yeah, the same comment about the read. Yeah, that's right.
They're living pretty bad once they get outside the fancy first world cities like Beijing or Shanghai, where all the government people live and tourists go. The real Chinese, the Westerners, as far as don't see, extremely impoverished. The government goes to great lengths to hide this true living condition in China, you know. You know, somebody said, go to the worst parts of China and Africa and compare the two countries before you say that. We're not saying it. The Chinese are saying that, you know. I say that because I've learned never to underestimate the horror effects of government corrupt people. Somebody said, I said in general, not compared to the worst of the worst. Even I know I don't need to fly to China or African country to know that most Africans are worse off in almost every quality of life index, economic development, access to healthcare, education. The bottom line is this, man, they put this curse of poverty on the black race You know,
It's a lot of comments, man.
yeah. So I'm looking at these comments like, people like upset, that Africa's, somebody actually says somebody's doing worse than Africans, they're actually literally upset, mostly white Americans, right? The statement of China stuff, qualities of the not because Africa is total BS. Like Africa has some of the most undeveloped countries with severe poverty statistics. Whoever thought the Chinese poorer than Africa? Nobody said that. It's people saying that some people have conditions worse than China. What's it says have all those billions and billions of dollars, and the people are, you saw the kid eating soup, ashamed of how rethink their choices in life. Okay. Somebody said, I don't know, because Chinese government takes all its wealth and leaves people with little or nothing. Just like in Port Samaria, you have some cities, probably it's true about everywhere. But
Chinese American communities had been growing in the U.S. for over 50.
Of course, America was never ignored. Africans live good. They're not starving like American commercial ads. They have big houses, eating good. So somebody said that, obviously in Africa. But everything has to be compared to America. Is think about that. Somebody said, at least they aren't black. Ha 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 ha. And somebody said, what's wrong with being black?
Yeah, you're talking about a comment on the video. Gotcha.
Yeah, somebody said, well, what's wrong with being black? It's hard being black versus Asian, racist. Somebody said, call him a racist dog eater. So the bottom line is like, look, you're gonna have Africa is a huge continent of people living good, not starving. So now people are gonna start tensions between Africa and China. Africans better clear this up, man, because now China's like, whoa, man, we're compared to Africans now. Let's cut these motherfuckers off. That's coming down the pike next. Like, what the hell? We're saying we got Chinese people living worse than Africans. How did we get here? But the whole world expects you to be your continent, your race, your continent, my mother continent, to be on the bottom at all times. How did we get to this point? And people don't want us to understand what we're talking about, why we have to build a global black business pipeline. Instead of people coming here, say, Colin Bomani, you're absolutely right, man. Let me get to the library, let me get my books, let me study what we can do and everything like that. People want to come here and challenge us on everything we say. We have not said anything tonight that was not the truth. Nothing. And people get triggered, people get triggered. Oh, how dare y'all talk about this? How dare y'all talk about white Americans like this? Look, something has to be taught. White Americans have basically, let me tell you something, right? There's an old saying, right? Silence is golden, but sometimes silence is yellow. White America has yellow silence, right? So in other words, basically silence is golden when you basically go by the golden rule and you stay silent because you let good things prevail. But silence is yellow means when you know things are wrong and you choose not to say anything. That's a yellow silence. That's not golden silence. America know all the evil stuff is done and happened to black people, and they stood silent. Nothing to see here. You knew your neighbor's a Klansman, and he's going to do some evil stuff to black people. You said nothing. You knew a person basically, or your boss or your job told a black man that there's no positions open, but the next day he hires a white guy walking in the street, but you said nothing. That's what it means by yellow silence. And people do yellow silence because in America, we like to sweep things under the rug. We don't want to look at real problems and everything. And then when the black people say something, and we're looked at as troublemakers. And then they send people like Candace Owens, Jesse Lee Peterson, Larry Older, Thomas Scowl, and all these other people after us to silence us and put us in our place. So Anthony Ali's back. So what does he got to say?
It sounds like you complaining about the white man. You know what I mean? It just sounds kind of sad. I didn't get to see the whole stream, but it does sound like that. And people are just.
So how am I complaining about the white man?
Because you're talking about, oh, people, you know, they seen the neighbor was a KKK. They didn't say nothing. Do you expect them to say something? What?
Yes.
Would you say something against? Okay, so you talk about having Afrikstan or whatever. Are you like? Do you expect to say something? Are you expecting to be fair with people who obviously don't want to be fair with you?
Well,
Like,
what I'm saying is this, though. I'm saying that people will. You're going to see everybody from Barack Obama. And you listen to Anthony. You listen to this carefully. Do we need to play some of Barack Obama's speeches and all these other people's speeches? Talk about how great America is and how the American people are so virtuous and how we always like that, how we always rise to the occasion and all this kind of stupid like that, how there's hope and change and all this stuff like that. This foolishness, how Martin Luther King says that I would like this country to rise up and live out the true meaning of its creed. You know, what is the true meaning of America's creed, Anthony Ali? What is it?
What, freedom and justice for all? I don't know.
You really believe that?
No, you know, obviously.
All right. So what I'm saying is we're setting the record straight. This is important, right? Because we're making the case, right, that it's the future is Black people in America have to. It's not gonna happen overnight. Have to start thinking in terms of parting ways with America.
Yeah, so why don't you take on the mantle and go ahead and go to Liberia, man? What you waiting for?
Well, we're making a case. Did you hear what I just said? We're making the case. And before you make the case, you have to tie up loose ends. You have to say why we're saying this, right? The Constitution, the Constitution of Liberia and the Constitution, Hillary Teague wrote in the Constitution, the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution was one and the same in Liberia, which Hillary Teague wrote a whole thing stating why they came to Liberia, why this republic is so important, not just to Black people in America, but to Africa, the future of Africa and the Black race and everything. But they condemned America, as many writings and everything about the betrayal of Black people and everything like that. So you have to put that on record. You know,
but why don't you put that from record from Liberia? What is stopping you? I'm seeing people.
Well, the bottom line, we're doing it right now on this show.
But you're in America, though.
Oh well, yeah, we're making the case. You know,
why don't you make the case in Liberia?
Well, we're making the case right here in America. You know,
come on, man.
We go into I'm right in the beast's belly, right, making the case, right.
It just sounds like you don't want to leave America, man. Like
no. So it doesn't even matter about that. It's about I've already left America mentally.
Now I could understand if you have like kids here. I get it. I can't, you can't just leave. But if you are in a position where you could leave, you don't got no kids.
Well, I'm not in a position where I leave. I have a business I run.
I can't just get up and leave just like that. There are people who leave. I seen an interview with this guy. You probably know him, Bomani. He's been interviewing a lot of people in Ghana. I forgot his name, but he interviewed a guy from I think Maryland. He had a business. He got rid of the business, went to Africa.
Well, I'm not gonna get rid of my business and whatnot, and just basically just go to Africa on my emotions. If I think of the guy I'm thinking you talk about, that guy in Ghana was really living nickel and dime. He's living off somebody. He's really struggling. He talked about he's sending money back to his 14-year-old daughter. That's the same guy. That guy is basically living hand to mouth.
I don't know about that sending money.
No, man, I saw the guy's video. That's what not to do when you leave. You want to leave, but you're not ready to live in comfort and live where you're going to prosper. When you build something, you leave something. You got to be
about that guy. I'm talking about the guy who he is African. He's not. He wasn't a Black American. He was an African man.
Of course, if he's an African, he could basically do that.
He was saying that, Africa's the only place where your subconscious can rest.
I'm saying the bottom line is this: the future, like the Jews, right? Jews, they live in America, they live all over the world, but their mind is in Israel. You see?
And could they get citizenship without?
Well, the bottom line is a lot of Jews choose not to have citizenship. They choose to live in America, but they can go to Israel anytime they want to. they made Jews support and develop the Jewish stock exchange. Had we built a stock exchange in Africa where we could basically invest and build and stuff like that, that's stuff that you could do before you have citizenship, you know? The Jews that basically make sure Jews have a big lobby in America. The most powerful lobby in America is the Jewish lobby. And
Look,
they get a lot of stuff for the state of Israel. So we organize in America to make sure that when we go to places like Jews go to Israel, they got billions of dollars in the pipeline waiting for them to help them settle up. We don't have that. So it's unfair to you say just go to Africa and we have nothing set up. We're trying to make the case that
you gotta
we need to do that.
You gotta build it.
I'm saying so the bottom line, this is what we're talking about tonight.
You can't just keep talking. When I was
that's what we're talking about tonight. If people don't want to say, you know, some
all right, well, you gotta talk from
you're absolutely right. We need to organize our political vote around this Pan-African movement and stuff like this, you know. If you want our vote and we're not, you know, how can we not helping Black America invest in Africa and build stuff like that? The Ukrainian people Ukraine got what, $100 billion from the U.S. taxpayer money. How much money have the Black nationalist movement ever got as far as like building in Africa? Nothing.
When I was in Africa, the person that was giving me a tour was telling me how the Chinese men, they own a lot of businesses over there in Ethiopia.
The
right?
Chinese people got China back in them.
Well, that's not what I'm even going with. I'm going with it. They say that they try to marry. They have wives back home, but they try to get married to the Ethiopian women for the purpose of obtaining
the Chinese people.
Because
the Chinese people are there. The Chinese people are there to loot and do business and everything. You know, they're not there to settle and build anything for the Ethiopian people.
My point is they understand the importance of citizenship. And you're trying
they're
to
not
like,
citizens. No Chinese is a citizen of any country in Africa. What are you talking about?
I just told you if they get married, they're able.
No, that still doesn't mean you're a citizen. No, it doesn't mean you're a citizen.
I said they try to get citizenship
because you can try all you want, but you're not going to get citizenship by coming. They're not going to give no Asian citizenship in an African country. It's not going to happen.
So the people in Kenya, the East Indians that became a tribe in Kenya, they
were born. They were born there.
Now you're changing it up. You just said
the Kenyans, the Indians. If you don't understand history, the Indians came there in the 1930s to build the railways.
Okay, so you're okay. Look, let me tell you this. There's a lot of mixed people in Ethiopia. People who got Lebanese, they might have an Ethiopian mother. Lebanese,
and the bottom line is,
they are citizens.
Hold up. They're not giving up. They're not giving up that Lebanese passport.
Yeah, but those children are citizens.
Hold up, they're not giving up that Lebanese passport, and their citizens or their children are still citizens of Lebanon.
Yeah, but you just said they're not giving them citizenship. I'm telling you, no, they can get citizenship through. When I was there, they literally told me if I wanted to, I can buy citizenship. So if you're telling me,
you
can't get citizenship, I was there.
Hold on. If you can go to Ethiopia and buy citizenship, whatever, you go to Sierra Leone and buy citizenship, go right ahead. I'm saying this country of Liberia, which I'm protective of, it's not for sale.
Yes, it is. Everything's for sale.
No, it's not.
Okay, we'll see about that. Everything's for sale, man.
You go to Liberia and try to go to Liberia and buy citizenship. And we're trying. Enough about the citizenship stuff like that, because I want to talk about it. The topic is this right here. We played 3 videos. Do you have a response on these videos that we played?
Okay, so I only saw one of the conversation with the whole race riots in New York. But I don't even get the point. Okay, so it says the myth of white Americans being patriotic. So you're saying that they're not civilized. Like, I don't understand what you mean by that. Like, clearly they are civilized if they.
Are you kidding me? Are you joking?
How is that not civilized?
Okay, so what is being civilized to you? Civilized means the ability to be civil and get along with other people. Are you saying that white people have gotten along with black people in America all these years?
Honestly, for the most part, yeah, they actually have.
Anthony, are you smoking crack right now?
I think for the most part, they actually have.
You're only revealing yourself, Anthony.
No, but look. They
Keep
only,
talking,
for
Anthony.
the
Go
most
ahead,
part,
keep
they
talking.
actually have, and I feel like you highlight. You're only obviously, I get it. It's Pan-African channel.
No,
You're
it's
gonna
not
highlight the
Pan-African. It's
racism.
the
I get it.
truth, though. You
But you
know,
highlight
the
these
bottom line is white
like
people
that.
are nice on the surface, right? Like I said, they don't care. Like, I remember watching this one video, right? This was years ago where this cop, this sister, bigger sister, the cop dragged her off the bus and whatnot, and she was like, "This was a big fat cop," but dragged her off the bus, had her down on the ground and whatnot. Just said, "Well, you don't have to do that to me and whatnot." Oh, friggin' white lady, looked like a white liberal lady, stepped right over her and just walked right past. Like, looked at back like, "Good job, officer." A black woman, and also the cop got fired. But you had white people walking right by, didn't say anything, no, not one thing.
I mean, this is I'm just tired of the blame the white man thing. Like at the end of
Yeah,
the day,
I know you're protecting the white man.
No, it's because you get to a point where you're just like, bro.
Yeah, I know you want to blame.
Are you a man or not?
You'll tell you something, Anthony, right?
Are you a man or not?
Anthony, who's responsible for all this stuff that's going on in Black America? Is it us or the white
men are responsible for
No, it's not no black men.
It is black
Most
men.
black men I know are doing well. They're working hard. They're doing what they have to do and whatnot, you know? Do we put the racist culture out there and everything? Do we doing that?
Yeah, a little bit.
How are we doing that? We control the media.
Listen, if you
do
don't,
we put out the myth that black men are not good dads? And the fact of the matter is, black men are more involved in their kids' life than any other demographic group or whatnot. Who puts those negative images of black men out there?
I'm not gonna disagree and say that white people don't.
Okay,
do that.
white people
they're doing that.
The white man is behind everything because the white man is the devil.
Oh my God, no! The devil is the person that's stopping you from being a man.
No, the white man, the collective white man is a devil in America. In America, I don't know about other countries and whatnot, but the white American man, right? The white American man, all the stuff he's done to us and everything like that, the laws he wrote to discriminate against us, the black cities and towns. So what about all the black cities? What about Wilmington? White men came from all over and just sending up
what they're supposed to do.
I was like, well, how? So they're supposed to do that?
In their mind,
is that being civilized? Is that being civilized? You just said how they're not civilized. Now you're saying that's what they're supposed to do.
They're trying to protect their civilization.
No. How are they trying to?
So they're gonna do whatever they got to do to do that.
You're sitting there
trying to do that. That's on you.
You're trying to defend them or not. They had no reason to go into Wilmington. They came from hundreds of miles and so robbing black people's homes, looting their homes, and burning them and killing them in the streets.
Fight back.
Was that civilized? Was that right?
It's to protect their.
See, the bottom line is you've been so brainwashed with America. You're so brainwashed with America that you even defend. You got Stockholm syndrome. You defend the very people that's oppressing you.
It's not even that I'm defending them. I'm just saying
you just defend them. You said that's what they're supposed to do.
Yeah, because
civilized people don't do that. Civilized have. Hold on. Let me ask you a question. Has black people ever went to a whole town and burned out white people? Now, when the Indians did that to them, right? You know what the white people said? Indians are savages and everything. They raided out camps and everything like that. They say the Indians are savage, but when it comes to white people like you want to defend them.
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is I look around the world and all groups that want to protect their version of civilization.
The bottom line, that's unacceptable. That's unacceptable.
Except for the African
man. That's unacceptable. That's unacceptable.
I
don't buy the fact that
they don't want to fight.
People, you have no right. You have no right to just to massacre people and kill people and whatnot because you don't like them. That's a savage.
You could call it what you want, but at the end of the day, they're doing it. And
the bottom line is this: they're not going to do it now because just like that incident that happened in Alabama, them brothers had formation and beat those white crackers down.
Yeah, and then right.
I guess you upset. Were you upset about that, Anthony?
What happened with Jackson in Jackson?
Were you upset about that when them brothers, the one brother came in, swam across the thing, and they came in and they had that security guards back. And they knocked them crackers upside the head and whatnot and made them submit. Well, were you upset about that, Anthony?
What I gotta be upset about?
You seem like you're upset about that, man. You should have talked it out. You know, you mind me of Marlon Wayne's. Oh, well, I don't like all this. We're like this, you know. We shouldn't do like this or not. We should try to get along. Get the fuck out of here.
I didn't say we should get along. I'm saying if you got such an issue with this person, these people, you talking about this is my enemy. All right, then don't cry and say, oh, they're burning.
No, we're not crying. We're not crying. We're just stating the fact that the reason why we believe that in Afrikstan is the ultimate goal is because we can never spend the next 100 years with these people. We would rather try to build on the ancestral continent. However that's going to be, is we're going to have to move mountains to make it happen. So be it. But this idea, what you want to do is do absolutely nothing. And Black America is falling apart right now.
That's not true. I'm just saying you're gonna have to defend yourself, whether you in Afrikstan, mythical.
Well, the bottom line is we can defend ourselves and whatnot. Black America has been doing it for 400 years. We did it in Liberia. We did it in America or not. We basically would not take care of ourselves. You know, all we need to do is be less dependent on these white people and these white folks and everything, because ultimately they're up to no good.
Like I said, it just sounds like a whole bunch of complaining, man. Like
it's not complaining, bro. It's not complaining.
I mean, look what's going on in this year right now. Like the French won't even leave the country. Like it's like nobody respects West Africa, Central Africa. They don't respect them. You know what I mean? And they're not gonna respect somebody just on the internet talking about Afrikstan. That's never gonna happen. You know it's not gonna happen. You don't even want to go to Liberia. Like, come on, man. And you can't even find 10 people that got the same mindset as you that's willing to even go create an Afrikstan, because you're gonna have to fight the Africans. I guess if you tell me that you're willing to fight the Africans,
hey, Bomani, are you fighting Bomani in your community? Bomani, your community and the Black Star community, are you guys fighting with the local people?
Not directly.
Are you trying to take sovereignty? Are you putting up a flag and saying we're sovereign? Get out of here.
What's about autonomy?
But the goal is to build with whoever is there. It's a densely populated town, but the goal is to build with from the children to the people there and build something to where we can work it together. But we're not.
But that's not trying to be.
And that's what we're trying to do too. And the people that's going to be part of the Afrikstan is going to be local Africans too, that's tied to their own governments and want to be part of us. So,
and I mean, what Kala talking about is a lot more serious. What I'm talking about is a lot more simpler and things.
Yeah, but I agree with what you're talking about. I agree with that.
And then we're actually doing that right now. We have outreach program where you're trying to do your best to give support and work with people. And whenever you have builders come from different cities, you talk with them and tell them to hire some local talent. You do all those things that we should be doing as a people together. Now, as far as the level as Kala's talking about, that is another level. But the goal is to work with the government there in the country and to work with the government there in the city, in the town, and to try to get investors to bring in industries. And those are the things that the government always talking about, trying to get more energy in the country to employ or to open up opportunities for their young children, especially in the rural area. If you're somewhere in like a country like Ghana and you're outside of like Accra, Kumasi, and maybe Cape Coast, you're at the mercy to literally having little to no opportunity because it's just that competitive. And it goes from you've seen all these fancy public schools, fancy private schools in Accra, to where you go to a rural area to where it's like little to nothing. You're going for it's like a 50-year gap, and things like that. So they're always trying to encourage those things, but those are the best areas to work with. But the issue is you have to be serious about putting the work in, because it's going to cost you a whole lot of time, energy to build something in these areas. But it's the greatest opportunity because, like what Kala talked about, building Black African infrastructure, you can put in the infrastructure that you want in those rural areas to where you have that level of comfort, and you can put in your own systems to where you don't have to deal with the shortage of water or power or whatever situation goes on popular. But then that takes you having to really just have an organized energy of people who put their money together, and so it's never that simple, whichever way you look at it. But we're getting there little by little, and that's what we plan on doing. Show people what we can do by putting this energy together, and it's been very difficult and very painful because you're talking about trying to get people who are individuals who are selfish or not used to working together and building anything together. And it shows when you're trying to get it working. And then that's when you have to deal with all those difficulties. So, but as far as Kala's talking about, that's what you have to work with whatever country, and for them to give you access to that autonomy, right, Kala? Is that the word? Autonomous region, autonomous zone, kind of like a free zone, right?
Yeah, free zone, autonomous zone. Autonomous zone. A municipality. Where you could basically control the licensing, the permits. You have a tax. You could collect taxes and stuff like that. And you could basically be self-sufficient. That's an autonomous zone.
That's delusional, man. You're delusional with that. Even if
how is that delusional? It happens all the time.
Even if you had Elon Musk money, that would be difficult to achieve.
Now you're talking stupid.
No, it's a fact. No one's giving up.
All you need is to run anything. You need a tax base, right? You need a tax base. You tax everything from
who's your tax
from
base?
meals to mortgage to property tax, all stuff like that, gas, all stuff like that. That's in your town and everything like that. You tax, and the tax revenue was hedged. Or you can float your own municipal bonds. You don't even know how governments work, do you?
Okay, yeah, I know how government works, but who's your tax
so
base?
tell me what a municipal bond is.
Got money.
Tell me, Anthony. All right, you know what's like that. Tell me what a municipal bond is.
I don't know what a municipal bond
because
is.
you don't know what it is because you never studied.
I know
you
what
get up there telling me
is.
that it can't work, and you don't even know. You don't know. I've been studying this for 20-something years and whatnot. I know what I'm talking about.
Just said taxes, and then
a municipal bond is how you a municipal bond when you got enough people settled in an area, right? And you could show tax revenue and stuff like that, and then you got growth and everything. You could float what they call a municipal bond. You could hedge that to somebody else's sovereign wealth fund and everything to float a municipal bond and whatnot. People buy the bond up when you get the initial capital to build the initial infrastructure of the area, and then the tax revenues from tolls to everything from airline tickets, everything like that goes into the revenue department. That's what a municipal bond does.
I know what it is. I just didn't know.
So it's not rocket science. It's not rocket science.
You don't have the.
It's that people, and now that the local country will benefit because you're bringing tax revenue to the country.
Okay, you don't have the bonds or the investors.
Well, you get enough people buying land and building and everything like that. That will come. Do you understand how Missouri and all these other states got started? Why not? Same exact way. People settled on the land, and once they had farms and everything like that, they could justify and say, "Look, we want a bond." They floated on Wall Street. Why not? Next thing you know, they got railways and they got everything. Do you study history?
Listen, I'm a realist, man. All that stuff you talk.
No, realist because you don't realist
I
because
study history.
You don't educate, not educate. You haven't studied history. You don't know how to work.
I've studied history.
Yeah, but so you didn't know what a municipal bond is,
no,
right?
I know what it is. I just
didn't know municipal bond by insurance companies and all stuff like that, hedge funds, everything like that. It happens all over the world. How do you think cities get built?
Listen, you could throw out terms out there, and if someone doesn't know the name of a term, and then say, "Well, see, you don't know anything." You don't know what I know. I just know your stuff won't work.
No, yeah, you just know that you just disagree with me and whatnot.
Africa does not have a middle class.
You ask like this.
They don't have a middle class, so you're not going to have a tax base.
That's what we're. That's what we're trying to prevent. Deadbeats from coming over with a friggin' with a passport. I only want people in this movement, right, that could come there, right? People were retired, people got money and everything like that. You get enough of those black people from the West, not just in America, right? I'm not even looking just for America, right? I got people that want to come and whatnot is interested in these countries and all these countries in Africa that's coming from all other parts of Africa, in the Caribbean, in Europe. So it's not just America. I know you deadbeat American Negroes are going to be the last to come, right? And then you're going to say, we found this country. And you're going to be at the back of the line, which you should be.
I don't have no interest in Liberia. Honestly, it's a weak country and it has weak infrastructure. Honestly, if anybody's serious about
I asked you like 3 times. We put up 3 videos and you're still talking about Liberia.
We're talking about investing in Africa.
We're talking. Look, The three videos we played, right? This what
I had to leave. I had to
hold,
do some stuff.
hold. The 3 videos we played, right? 3 videos we played. I'll name it to you, right? We talked about the Whiskey Rebellion, right? You know, and my point is the fact that Americans were not all this patriotic people that they were. They rebelled against their own government at the founding of this country. You know, you have no opinion on that.
The thing, yes, I agree. There are some people who pretend to be patriotic, but you have to understand there's different kinds of white people in America. You have the white immigrant, like recent immigrant, who does, you know, they still kind of got ties.
When they come to America, they're white people are white people in this culture.
White people are not white people.
White people are white people in this culture.
Are not black people.
Yes,
That's
they are.
not how it works. See, you
know,
the
thing is, the reason why black people are divided because you have no power. White people understand that whiteness means power, so they go with team white people.
Okay, if white people is white people, then what's going on in Russia and Ukraine? Like,
I'm talking about in America.
No, it's not like that.
In America, white people are white people.
That's
not true. When they step out of America, you're German, you're this, that, the other thing. In America, in the context of America, right? When America, stuff like that, you are white. Most Ukrainians come to America, and they're the most racist people you're gonna meet in your life. They
but nobody
completely
calls them white.
They completely go. And I had some beef with some Ukrainians years ago. You know, about 15 years ago. You know, they come over here talking to stuff. And I had a white boy about to get into a fight with this Ukrainian guy. The white boy was like, "Who the fuck are you? You're a foreigner. Get the fuck out of our country." Had to check. A white boy had to check this motherfucker.
I'm just saying there's a difference between more recent immigrant white people and white people who are from the South and they bleed red, white, and blue. That's completely
different. The bottom line, and also you talk about the South, right? The South still flies the Confederate flag. That was a friggin' rebel flag against the Republic. They cost 750,000 lives, and they never paid anything for it. All those people found the Civil War was sent out the party. Nobody was ever hanged, but you know who was hanged? Right during the Civil War, Abraham Lincoln, the Sioux had rebellion Sioux in North Dakota area, and 55 Sioux people were hanged. You know what they were hanged for? They were complaining about the rotten meat and the bad conditions of the U.S.
You want to know why nobody paid for that Civil War? You know, like you just said, nobody paid. You want to know why? You're gonna say, "Oh, it's because they're white." No, you know the reason why they didn't have to pay for it is because the Union understood that they would fight for what they believed in to the death.
Oh, no, they didn't. They were beaten. They were beaten.
And the African
not only hold on.
Okay.
If that was the case, then why were they compensated, right? For all the slaves they lost, everything. They were compensated too.
For business.
See, like I say, you're doing the white splaining, bro.
It's business. That's business.
Anthony, man, you gotta get your white splaining down packed a little bit better, bro.
First of all, we all know that not every white person in the South had slaves. In fact, you had to be wealthy. You had to be wealthy to own slaves. That's a fact. You can't just own slaves.
Anthony, stop. Slavery
a lot of these white people in the South
was an institution that benefited all white people psychologically.
It benefited everybody. It benefited people.
You know, it benefited all white people. All white people were part of a slave-owning class, whether they owned slaves or not. The slaves, the white people who didn't own slaves. The white people didn't own slaves. The white people didn't own slaves were your slave catchers, your slave drivers, your slave whippers, and the people who ran the plantations and everything like that, and their overseers. So yes, they were part of it. So you want to defend white people? Keep going, Anthony.
It's not that. It's just being a realist. Not every white person owns slaves.
So you got here you go. Here you go, white splaining again. You know, go ahead, Anthony. Go ahead, do your white splaining.
A lot of them were broke, right? And the thing is, though, they will fight. They had this idea of freedom, and they got a lot of that from, like, you know, England and stuff. This idea of being free.
Yeah, right. Oh, so I got my boy Akon Fire on. Oh man, Akon, man. Take it over. Take it away, brother.
Yo, let me finish my point, actually. So then, anyways, they got this idea of freedom, and they're not going to just let people, you know, they're not going to lay down and just get killed. So they fought back. They fought a bloody war, and they lost. But, I mean, when you look on the other side of it, okay, when did Africa do this? Like, you know, when did they fight against, you know, for a cause? Like, they just don't. Like, let's be honest. They don't. Like, and that's why they're not free to this day, because they're unwilling to fight, just like in Niger right now. They're unwilling to fight the French. They look soft as hell.
No, the Niger army is no joke. I don't know what you're talking about.
All right,
The
so
American military call them beasts. They're monsters.
But they can't get out.
Nigeria military are ready to fight. You got the women sending their sons out there to sign up for the war effort. You know.
Yeah, but they're not.
Something you would never
the French
do.
Are still the French are still
the
there.
French are going to get their asses handed to them. You watch.
Man, Niger, you know,
the French are going to get their asses stomped.
Somalia,
they're going to get their asses
wasn't
stomped.
playing.
They're going to be bogged down over there. They're going
to
get their asses stomped. You know, and you know it.
Oh, by who? Because when Nigeria is going to go put.
Nigeria's not going to do jack.
They're gonna fight their own. This is the thing. That's
the bottom line is, if Nigeria makes it say, you know what's gonna happen? Nigeria is gonna annex Nigeria one night and make Abuja second capital. You know, it's gonna march right into thing. All Nigerian troops are gonna run like cowards, like they ran from Boko Haram, and Nigeria is gonna march right into Abuja and down to Lagos.
Yeah, all right, fellas. Appreciate the back and forth energy. Icon Fire, welcome to the chat. And if you're not Icon Fire, I'm removing you. So Icon Fire, you spelled your name wrong. That's where you messed up at. So Icon Fire, you turn on your camera so I can verify it's you, and then you can come in the chat. You see how this white devil is so slick?
Mm-hmm.
So family, any of you coming on, I know this Ant.
Unfortunately.
You know, so family, if we don't know you, you need to turn on your camera, or you need to show a photo or something. And if you can't do that, then, you know, we don't need to communicate because we have too many agents.
Okay,
and too many
That Tanika is my that's my sister.
That's not Tanika joining the call. Your sister's not calling in to join the call on a private line. I mean, this is how sick this white person is. He's creating characters from your website. Soon he's gonna be doing it on mine, and then saying this is this person. You know what I mean? Yeah, I seen the agent. He put a link in there, so that's why I looked it up and I saw that was one of your agents, one of the people you're working with. But that's the problem with this guy. Just like this idiot, this white devil trash, spell Icon Fire, IKON Fire. That's how stupid he is. I mean, and that's why I like this title, Kala. A beautiful title. It's just like at one point I thought like most white people are smart, but I realized that most of them are stupid and they have degenerate mind, and they're not very intelligent. What they're good at doing is trying to pull the same scam. But if you have been passed down for generations on how to dominate a nation and a race of nations and races of people, then you maybe just be good at trickery. But the level of this guy intelligence is like, we don't want you on here. We have nothing to say to you. We gave you a chance or two, just like other white devils, to say certain things. You guys are not intelligent. And then it's like if you as a white person with some substance and have some level of education, we can have a dialogue as two human beings and two men or two people, then you know that's fine. But when you're coming on there with every first word you say is end this and things like that, it's just not happening. And we've put up with enough of you already to where none of you impress us. So you basically was a representation of your race and your people. So if this is what you represent, if this is your best, that means there's no need for us to link. So fake ass Icon Fire. Try again. But anyway, Collar Guide, man, this guy is really crazy. He's like a stalker for real.
Yeah, ban him, block him, and
you know they come up with all kind of fake accounts.
You know, block him.
I mean, Icon Fire usually send a message in the group chat anyway before he gets on.
Block these motherfuckers. You know, person using my sister's name and everything like that. I don't know where these people coming from. You know, you want to come on a show.
You explained about a company you work for, so you went to the website. Just like at first he went to my website and he looked up all kind of stuff. And the idiot been calling my line all night long. But if you want to be stupid and you want to call here from a blocked number, you won't get me because your phone number it's automatically blocked. And if you come on here, you don't show your face and we don't know who you are, there's no need for you to conversate with us. So this guy has I mean, I want to say, I wish I could say certain dirty words on this video recording, but it's 2:10 in the morning. Go get you a prostitute or something. Go do something for yourself. Go get you a bottle of lotion and go watch a blue movie. Anyway, moving forward. And you're still there?
Yeah, man. I wasn't trying to like defend nobody. I'm just trying to say like you
No,
can't
speak it
keep
too,
making
brother.
these excuses, huh?
No, I'm saying speak your view. I mean, we don't
Okay,
ever.
yeah. I'm
One
just
thing about
saying
me,
like,
I don't feel like we ever have to disagree on, even if we don't agree on much of anything. I just, we just all need to share our perspective, and we just need to
yeah,
talk
like
and analyze it.
I agree. I'm just saying I'm more in the action crowd. Like, I'm more like, okay, are you there? What are you doing? Are you just talking? Like, or are you actually on the ground? Like, I know there's people I follow that are on the ground in Africa. So when they say something, it's like it carries a lot more weight. And again, I understand people have like, things, they got businesses and stuff in America. I get you can't just get up and leave. I get that. But at some point, you're not, you're going to have to do that. You're going to have to make that move. And it can't just be when you're 60, 70, 80 years old. You're going to have to start doing it when you're young. You're going to have to start building families, intermarrying. Intermarriage is probably the best way to get into like, get back to the roots. You know what I mean? Because at that point, your kids are going to really have
My
that.
wife is Liberian. So what are you talking about?
Yeah, but you don't have children.
You know what I'm saying? So what does it matter?
Because I was getting to why it matters.
Well, I have a
You cut me
stepson.
off like you keep cutting me off.
I have a stepson and whatnot. So you're gonna talk about personal stuff about me now?
It definitely
No, that has nothing to do with it. So when you can't,
it does have something
you
to do
can't
with
make an argument about what we're doing. You're not answering my question. I'm talking about business. I'm talking about infrastructure development. You're talking about who I'm married with and my children, my personal life.
You said you're married to a. I didn't ask.
Yeah, no, I'm saying you talk about sometimes you got to marry and stuff like that. What does that got to do with the nation
You
building?
brought up you were married to a Liberian.
Yeah, no, you said you made the comment about me not having. You got to marry into the culture and everything. I know that.
I didn't say you though. I'm just saying in general.
Yeah, if you're talking about me, you're generally talking about me. Sometimes
I know you're with
you
Liberian.
get up and
I didn't even have
go
to say
to the
that.
continent, and the people on the ground carry less more weight and whatnot. If you're that stupid, right, and think that just because somebody lives in Africa, struggling, living nickel and dime, and struggling when that on YouTube, living off of begging for super chats and everything is making an impact, and you got to be stupid.
Look, at the end of the day, you're gonna have to be on the ground. You're gonna have them families, have them children, and you can put your mindset in the children. So when they grow up,
No,
they have
I say, Anthony, man, you're just all over the place, man.
How is that all over the place?
You're
People
over
do it
the
all
place,
the time.
bro. You're over the place.
No, that's how it works. That's what Africans do when they come here. They have kids here, so
Well,
they
and I also say all the time, I say, look, you don't need a passport, right? Africans live here in America, right? Almost all Liberians have U.S. citizenship, right? They pay visas when they go there, but they're making a big impact because they send almost a $500 million a year worth of remittances back every year to the country. They basically invest their money in the country. They're going back and forth and everything like that, developing properties and everything like that. And they're doing this without citizenship. I say that's a model to follow. How is that hard to understand?
Look, everybody got their own way. I'm just saying how I feel that people should do.
Well, how you feel. Crack makes you feel a certain way.
How we feel. It's all how we feel on the stream, right? We're talking about how we feel. So I'm saying that the best way to probably do it is to go there, get married, have children, and raise your children with that Pan-Africanist mindset.
You got some racist troll Google me and got our website and whatnot, Oh, well, so I'm talking about sister.
But yeah, like I said, that's the best way I think to do it, because then your child is gonna really have that connection that a lot of people try to act like doesn't matter. Like they think, oh well, if you're just black, you're just black. But anyone who's been to Africa understand that it's deeper than that. They want to know that you're from there, like really, really. And if you have, let's say for example, a Ghanaian wife, she got ties to the land, ties to her tribe. Your child is gonna have that too. They might know the language, might be fluent in the language, you know what I mean? So they can, grow up with the Pan-Africanist mindset, and that's how you could really change things. It's not gonna be overnight, but just being on the internet talking, it's just like it can make a difference, but it's make way more of a difference if you're actually on the ground.
Hey, Bomani, now this guy is calling my sister and my family when I do racist comments.
I can't. If you call me from a private number, I can't.
Yo, Kale still there?
Yeah, I'm trying to deal with this situation, man. Whoever that troll was, whatnot, is basically calling people in my family,
Yeah, that's how crazy it gets with these things. These people are, yeah. This person been calling me all night. The only thing is, the only number and only contact information for anybody in my network organization is just this number. No one else has access to anyone's number. It's not in a public.
Well, I think he Googled my name.
And that gives them access to things. So as far as mine, it's just my information, and because all the other stuff is private. But because I don't want people doing what they're doing here, to reach out to people. So family. Since we wouldn't let this white devil come on and just call us ends and all kind of and use all kind of foul, disrespectful language, this what he's a resolve to. So some of these people don't have anything better to do. Every time we put a subject up here, brother, that said anything about white, I mean, they just get defensive and just go crazy. I mean, so this one probably even hurt them more. It's like, do you have that much white devil pride to where little thing somebody say hurts your feelings? No one else can have a conversation about, we all live in America. No one else can have a conversation and have anything judgmental to say about white folks. But anyway, man, I don't know how you would block this guy, do anything to, because once people can.
My sister says he's calling for a private number, so she can't block him.
Yeah, so what you do is you just download one of the call blockers that allows you to block. I have a few of them on here, so anybody who call you from a block number, it just automatically just don't come through. So that's one.
How come he hasn't called my number?
You don't have your number.
My number's on the website. He was the guy from the website.
We was Kangs, Tanika. It's cyber naming, and he's just sending this stuff in the private chat.
He's still in the private chat.
So let me do something. Yeah, because in order for me to block him, I got to get him to come back up. Yes, you have to sign in.
Oh, here's the person now. Here he is now.
Which one right here?
Yeah, he's calling me now. Hey, you coward.
Hey, you fucking nigger.
Yeah, you coward. You coward.
You're consistent ugly as fuck. You have a stepson that's not even yours.
You say you're a cat.
Yo, that's like starting a Pokemon game.
Yo, you're a coward. You're a coward. You're a coward. You're a coward. You're.
Yo, this white devil is insane, yo. He just keep on calling people number. Even he probably called me about 30 times earlier. 15. When people hear us talk about these wicked, crazy white devils,
he won't even.
Not everybody is a corporate.
Let's see what he has to say.
White professional.
We invented oxygen shit, and we invented internet, and we invented.
Why don't you come on and talk with us, you coward? Come on and talk.
Well, why don't you come on? Well,
we'll add you back on. Come on and talk. Come on and talk like a man.
He'll say, the bottom line is, why don't you come on? Why don't you go show?
Yo, brother. Yo, I'm it's like you tell these people, it's like not everybody is like your corporate white team leader, in the corporate world. That's not always trying to make sure everybody's good. This is what you have right here: the myth of white America being patriotic, law-abiding, and civilized. That's not law-abiding. That's not civilized. Who spends their time 2:20 in the morning making racist phone calls and disrespectful phone calls? And I'll be lying to you to say that this started happening this year. these things go way back from even 15 years ago. You know, literally, this college students call my number and just joke because we had a business called Africa for the Africans, and we're working throughout the night and things like that. And they call and just and the fact that someone didn't even do that is really sick, because I can't think in my mind right now to call any white person or any Asian person, any whatever nation or race of people, and just make some racist, disrespectful comment to them just because I can just do it. Nevertheless, that's the white devils that we're dealing with. That's why we're looking to build our future in Africa, and that's why we're looking to
What
build
we
our
might have to do is
empire.
take the show down.
Why to take it
it off the
down?
line, because you guys are going to try to spread this around and stuff like that. We probably have to discontinue the show. We'll put it up in a couple of weeks, like another week or so, till we can clear this out.
I don't know what you mean, man. I can edit the show if you need me to edit certain parts of it off, especially the part with you and him on. That is fine. As far as anything else, there's nothing else. That's whatever he's sending in the text is in the private text, and that. And as far as the title subject, one white devil is not going to stop us from doing what we're doing and we're talking about. It just some people decide to take things to another level and call people business and things like that. Yeah, but I don't know, brother. That's the nature of the operation that we're dealing with, and the title's right on point, man.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, family. So a lot of these white folks, a lot of them are trailer trash, white devil trash, and
Here he is calling again.
Yeah, like I mentioned to you, he called me 15 times. One night he called me about 30 times. So get the best call blocking feature, and then once it comes up private, it blocks him. You don't waste his time calling me anymore. I don't answer.
I can hang up on him. He calls again. You know.
Yes, family. Click on the link and join us. So, Colin, the best thing I could recommend anyone to do, because no one should be calling any of us private anyway, is to get, to use one of these call blocking features and literally block it. Ola Kidola. This is the coward right here. This is the coward right here. You just clicked on and click off. Coward, why don't you come back on? I know you can hear me. Come on and tell us what's your problem. Do you have an issue with the title of the subject? Is the myth of white Americans being patriotic, law-abiding citizen really a myth? Or are you going to prove some truth to it? Or are you going to blame it on the white European Jews like you always do? White people like yourself is just very sad. It's like white devils like you, the world is given to you. You're guaranteed all these opportunities. And the fact that you failed it just shows you how, if most of you didn't have certain opportunities lined up for you, you people will be the poorest and the highest level of people that's on the bottom of the barrel. So that's why they got to rig the system, because they're just that stupid. Yeah. And to get your call blocker in, and let me play this video, and we'll come back and analyze it. But yes, family, that's what we're dealing with. We have a white devil troll going rogue. There's certain lines that you don't cross. You don't call people phone number. You don't call their business. Everybody have business. Well, people who do business have their business stuff online. And picture somebody calling your business number and calling your associates and your business people, which most of the people that almost everyone I have in business that I deal with, all the information is private. Mine is only one that's public. And in most places, it's not that way, but that's how I have it set up, because That's the kind of hate that you get from people out there that have nothing better to do.
You guys called me 10 times.
Yeah, this guy is a failure in life. I mean, and the thing of it, when they come on and they start talking about their life, they just make up lies. You know, like usually us as a people, we're not gonna start making up making up stuff about our lives. But this guy clearly have a serious issue. It is 2:25 in the morning. Yeah. As a matter of fact, I'll play this video and we'll get back to that.
On December 7th, 1941, 16-year-old Aki Kurose shared in the horror of millions of Americans when Japanese planes attacked Pearl Harbor. What she did not know was how that shared experience would soon leave her family and over 120,000 Japanese Americans alienated from their country, both socially and physically. As of 1941, Japanese American communities had been growing in the U.S. for over 50 years. About 1/3 of them were immigrants, many of whom settled on the West Coast and had lived there for decades. The rest were born as American citizens, like Aki. Born Akiko Kato in Seattle, Aki grew up in a diverse neighborhood where she never thought of herself as anything but American until the day after the attack, when a teacher told her, "You people bombed Pearl Harbor." Amid racism, paranoia, and fears of sabotage, people labeled Japanese Americans as potential traitors. FBI agents began to search homes, confiscate belongings, and detain community leaders without trial. Aki's family was not immediately subjected to these extreme measures, but on February 19, 1942, President Roosevelt issued Executive Order 9066. The order authorized the removal of any suspected enemies, including anyone of even partial Japanese heritage, from designated military areas. At first, Japanese Americans were pushed to leave restricted areas and migrate inland. But as the government froze their bank accounts and imposed local restrictions such as curfews, many were unable to leave, Aki's family among them. In March, a proclamation forbid Japanese Americans from changing their residency, trapping them in military zones. In May, the Army moved Aki and her family, along with over 7,000 Japanese Americans living in Seattle, to Camp Harmony in Puyallup, Washington. This was one of several makeshift detention centers at former fairgrounds and racetracks, where entire families were packed into poorly converted stables and barracks. Over the ensuing months, the Army moved Japanese Americans into long-term camps in desolate areas of the West and South, moving Aki and her family to Minidoka in southern Idaho. Guarded by armed soldiers, many of these camps were still being constructed when incarcerees moved in. These hastily built prisons were overcrowded and unsanitary. People frequently fell ill and were unable to receive proper medical care. The War Relocation Authority relied on incarcerees to keep the camps running. Many worked in camp facilities or taught in poorly equipped classrooms, while others raised crops and animals. Some Japanese Americans rebelled, organizing labor strikes and even rioting, but many more, like Aki's parents, endured. They constantly sought to recreate some semblance of life outside the camps, but the reality of their situation was unavoidable. Like many younger incarcerees, Aki was determined to leave her camp. She finished her final year of high school at Minidoka, and with the aid of an anti-racist Quaker organization, she was able to enroll at Friends University in Kansas. For Aki's family, however, things wouldn't begin to change until late 1944. A landmark Supreme Court case ruled that continued detention of American citizens without charges was unconstitutional. In the fall of 1945, the war ended, and the camps closed down. Remaining incarcerees were given a mere $25 and a train ticket to their pre-war address, but many no longer had a home or job to return to. Aki's family had been able to keep their apartment, and Aki eventually returned to Seattle after college. However, post-war prejudice made finding work difficult. Incarcerees faced discrimination and resentment from workers and tenants who replaced them. Fortunately, Japanese Americans weren't alone in the fight against racial discrimination. Aki found work with one of Seattle's first interracial labor unions and joined the Congress of Racial Equality. She became a teacher, and over the next several decades, her advocacy for multicultural, socially conscious education would impact thousands of students. However, many ex-incarcerees, particularly members of older generations, were unable to rebuild their lives after the war. Children of incarcerees began a movement calling for the United States to atone for this historic injustice. In 1988, the US government officially apologized for the wartime incarceration, admitting it was the catastrophic result of racism, hysteria, and failed political leadership. 3 years after this apology, Aki Kudose was awarded the Human Rights Award from the Seattle chapter of the United Nations, celebrating her vision of peace and respect for people of all backgrounds. For a heart-wrenching look at how internment affected one family in particular, check out this video on the Akune brothers, united by blood, divided by war.
It's crazy because I look down everywhere I walk.
I think I got them blocked.
So we are back.
I think I got them blocked now. Yeah, I got them blocked now. You know,
It's all good, brother. That's the kind of situations that we deal with. You know, we're trying to build this movement, and then we got trolls, haters, and the sick white devil folks. All because they don't agree with what we're talking about, and like we're supposed to just, you know, like we need them to agree with us. So nevertheless, brother, that's the show energy, and now I don't think we have anyone else that want to join us. I'll put the link up last, but if you have some words to share before we
I just want
close
to
out,
say, you know,
videos to play.
This show, we do this show not to attack white people and like that. We're saying like this. We're saying a myth, you know, and white people are hurt by this myth more than just as much as we are. You know, this idea that every person, because they have to live up to a standard that they can't uphold themselves. Look at what happened when the people basically legitimately protested the election of 2020. You know, and they were called, these people that obviously are patriotic to the country were called everything under the bus and everything like that. We could debate that back and forth, but people basically are this myth that everybody is patriot, everybody's law-abiding, everybody's civilized, you know, and everything like that. When the people do, what happens is this: when people do have a complaint against the government, you have basically a right to protest. You know, you have a right to protest. And so therefore, when people basically come at you like, oh, you're not this or you're not this and everything, you know, America, you sound spooked. And I'm not spooked at all. You know, I don't care about me, you know, but when you start calling my family and stuff like that, you know, and my business and everything, that's another thing, you know. And so it's a call.
Yeah, and you think we're gonna let you in and have a conversation with us? That's what shook Negro crazy.
Yeah, so the bottom line is this: we're having a conversation. If you really want to debate what we have, you can come on here and be civilized, and we can have a civilized debate. But they can't do that.
And turn on your camera.
Yeah, come turn on your camera and have a conversation with me. You know, be a man, stand up and be a man. You know, and face what I'm saying. You know, yeah, I'm in Virginia. I don't hide where I'm at. I put my face on this camera. I believe in everything I say. And I have no malice towards any race or anything like that. But these are the discussions we're talking about, you know? If people take it a certain way, grow the hell up. These are the conversations that I'm willing to have. You know, I don't give a damn what it costs me either. You know, I don't give a damn what it freaking costs me. So you can do whatever you want with me.
Can you imagine
Let him talk for a second. Put him back on. Let him talk for a second.
Yeah, can you imagine a fucking nigger telling a white man to be civilized? Do you not see the irony in your nigger?
Yo, check us out. Hey, yo, look. Yo, look, calm down.
Listen here, calm your punk ass down.
Calm your little punk ass
You're
down.
in your
Realize I
emotions.
can unmute myself.
Calm your
Calm yourself
virgin
down.
ass.
If you have something to say, you're gonna calm yourself down.
Calm
and
your
shut the
virgin
hell up.
ass down. You
When
know?
we let you
Shut
talk,
up, you
then you talk, okay?
You know what I'm
That's
saying?
simple.
You
That's the way it
speak when
works.
spoken
If
to,
you can't
boy.
follow directions, little white boy, then you can't be on here talking to grown men. You hear that, boy?
You feel better?
Yeah, boy.
Do you feel
Yeah,
better?
Yeah, boy. Son.
You're the typical white trash
Boy.
coward.
What power, nigga?
You know what I'm saying? Okay, yeah, white power. He ain't got no power in the world.
That's what we talk about, the myth of white Americans being patriotic and
go to
law-abiding
hell.
and
Go
civilized.
to
It's
freaking
the myth.
hell. And he's so triggered because he got real men telling him
Think
how they
about
are. You know?
all the white people who could have called in here. This is the trash that calls in. So white folks out there, you got to check your race, man. This is who represents you, really.
Yeah. He can't come in here and have a the bottom line is this. I said the myth of white people and patriotic and civilized. And the bottom line is this: they have so much shit. Where's Charles Manson? Was he civilized? You know? What was Ted Bundy? You know? What was Hell's Angels?
Are these people civilized? Exactly.
You know, they get away with that crap and whatnot. Like they walk around, all they do is trash black people all the time. Like we're all the freaking problem and whatnot, you know? And he gets mad that we're not sitting there with our head hung down. I'm not one of those Pan-Africans that have my head hang down on myself and down on my own people all the time. You know, I happen to love my community, love my people and everything like that. And you can go to hell if you think I'm going to change my ways. Talk about, oh, yeah, the white. Shut the hell up, you know? You're white trash. I know there's decent white people. I work with them, you know? But white trash, white devils like yourself and whatnot, you can go to hell. The good white people out there, hey, look, you know, hey, we're cool.
Well, some of y'all call in and then just say this is white trash. Don't represent.
Say
don't represent us. Denounce them. Denounce this white supremacist devil.
And the bottom line is, I don't want to hear nothing about no damn Jews from anybody. You know, I don't see Jews going out there acting like this to us and black people and everything like that. You know, that racist demon. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna stomp the hell out. We got unfinished business in America. Before we part ways with America, we're gonna go out with a bang. We're gonna stomp these motherfuckers into the abyss.
Well, we keep you posted on these things, people.
She started saying, he asked me to do a show, ask me anything show one day. Yeah. I might do a hate college show, you know? You hate the college answers, call in and whatnot, you know, ask me anything. But you gotta come on the show. I'm sick and tired of people.
Show your face, you know? Show your face, you cowards.
Yeah, show your face. Come in here and talk to me, you know? Say, please do not call him a Zungo boy a devil. Look, when people act like that, what are we supposed to call them? You know?
No, that's the terminology. I mean, what do you call an immature person that's supposed to be an adult? A boy or a girl? In this case, I guess he sounds like a male, so he's a boy. What do you call somebody that's wicked in ideology and everything? A white devil.
Yeah, so they can't help themselves, you know? 2:30 in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning, he's on here talking shit about us.
Yeah,
what is your problem? What is your problem? Can't you have a civilized conversation? What is your problem with the subject? Go ahead, tell us the problem with the subject. And no profanity or disrespectful word are we dropping you.
Related to Kala, how he just said about being civilized. Well, let me just scroll up in your chat. Worldviews in your chat says these capital YT racist people too. So don't tell me to be civilized when you niggers can't even fucking maintain a job. Don't tell.
Your mind, you muted.
Listen to you, white cracker devil. You're not allowed to call anybody any Negroes or nigger or anything like
that. So you guys are triggered, man. You know.
Yeah. I mean, it's like he can't say anything decent out of his mouth. He's really hurt about the things that you're saying. You know, based on a little explanation that he can give out. It is really hurt. They're talking. Well, you were given the world, and then you turn out to be a failure. That got to be the worst thing, brother. To
And
hear
then,
about
and then they want to talk about Jews.
To hear about all of your people in history, whether it's Hitler, whether it's a Napoleon, whether it's this person, this prince, this person, as being great, and then you end up as being a white, failed, trailer trash, white devil with nothing better to do at 2 o'clock in the morning other than troll a Pan-African Black empowerment channel.
And people want to talk about the Jews. I don't see Jews doing this, you know?
Yeah, I don't see no Jews calling us and being disrespectful. Only Jews I ever call here is the fake ones that's not really Jews. They're really white redneck devils that hate to see Black people trying to plan a future for themselves because they know that America is a sinking ship and they're going to go down with it because they have nowhere to go. And
we're
they see us bailing.
giving people education tonight. We're giving people education tonight. People never heard of the Japanese internment. They never heard of the Whiskey Rebellion. They never heard of all stuff like this, you know? We're analyzing American history. There's this myth that people come over here. Somebody said early in the night, notice how white successful immigrants never compare themselves to unsuccessful whites in America. Because the unsuccessful whites have got a free ride. Like this guy that keeps calling in, he's an unsuccessful white, you know, and so he got a free ride on everything, you know.
He's back again. What do you want?
Let's see what he has to say.
Yo, I find it hilarious how Black people they always hang on to that whole shtick of yeah, you never say that shit in person, bro.
Yeah, you
never
won't.
say that to my face. Oh my god.
You won't.
Let me tell you something, Kala. Bullets don't discriminate. You
now you're threatening
yeah,
me.
you a worthless fucking nigger. You ain't scared, nigger.
I'm
you ain't
scared.
scared. No
You white devil. You ain't the only person that's
You're an animal.
I'm not. You know, I got guns too.
You're
I got
an
guns
animal
too.
that needs to be put down. You're a monkey.
What makes him
You're
an animal? White devil. What makes him an animal? Hey, white devil, you got to answer the question. What makes him an animal? What makes him an animal? Get to the.
What makes him an animal? Well, so the fact that I can control him with a word.
No, you don't control me. You see me upset?
I control you, nigger.
You know what I'm saying? You don't see me upset. You mean the bottom line is this: I'm a nigga. You know, I'm proud. I'm a proud.
It's not the point of any word. We're doing a show here, and that's not the word you're gonna keep on using. You're not gonna keep on using disrespectful words. It's that simple.
Who does this at 2:30 in the morning?
I'm telling you, man. It shows what we're telling people, man, brother. That these are the people that's gonna be running the country in the future, and these are the people that you want to live around.
Mm-hmm.
And it's more to him. It's more just like him.
Mm-hmm.
You know? And some of them may be a little more civilized, but they all think the same. Every single last one of them, 100% of these white devils think the same. They may not all act the same like him, but that's their ideology. That's how they look at us as a people.
Yep. And the bottom line, I don't want to hear nothing about no Jews.
The goal is not to give them the benefit of the doubt.
No, I don't want to hear like Anthony Ali. I wish Anthony Ali was around when he knows how he broke camp. You know, he got out of here and whatnot. You know, because he can't stand. This is a reality.
And this is a real white person that you're dealing with.
This is a reality. This is the person Anthony Ali's defending. You know, but they're not like that. You know, yeah, okay, whatever. So these guys, man, they talk this up. You know, talk all this nonsense and everything like that. Oh, bullets don't discriminate, dude. You got my address to my job, my business and everything like that. Come see me. You know. You think you're a tough guy and whatnot, you never notice. I know he never talks about you dealing with these hands. You know, I'm good with these. You know, I'm real nice with these hands. You know, you're gonna gun me down and you're gonna be go off in your Aryan nation, whatever like that. Man, stop it, man. You guys are a joke, a freaking clown show. You know. You guys are a freaking clown show, you know? And white supremacy. I have no respect for these motherfuckers whatsoever. I'm not one of these so-called black nationals sit here and engage you and talk to you. We could come to some agreement. We ain't coming to no agreement or shit. You white supremacists and you idiots one day, I want to stomp the hell out of you motherfuckers, you know? I'm gonna do everything I can,
White devils, your kingdom is falling. I mean, you guys are in a sinking ship in America. And America will probably always stand, but the sinking ship part of it is that's where y'all going down.
Well, you guys, the fact that you think you're gonna have all the
able to
power,
maintain your same wicked white supremacist system, your white hatred, because you're dealing with a world full of different people of colored nationalities, and you're not the only game in town. You're not the only people that can run and do anything. So as America become more diverse and those of us as people become more competitive, how long you think that's gonna last? And then all your children, literally all of your children are weirdos. They don't know what sex they want to be. They don't know what they want to do.
this guy right here wants to transition into a girl. That's all it is, He a year from now we call here. I transitioned into a girl now, and whatnot. He cut his dick off if he still has one. Transition to a female and shit. That's what he did. All these fucking weirdos and shit.
That's and so they're losing their grip on the world, and they see black people talking about empowerment, Africa rising, black empowerment, black people doing this, black people taking things to another level, black people doing black cooperative economics, and they're shook, they're scared, they have lost their grip on any kind of power that they think they used to have, and then the rest of the world is kicking their ass in warfare. Look at the
BRIC nations
military have stepped up. Yeah, BRICS coming to compete with them. So their reign as this power that controlled the entire globe is over.
You remember that Biggie Small song? Your reign was short like
Your reign was short.
What was that song? There you go. I reign was short like as I crush and rapper Dons and whatnot, as I crush Bully Bass and rapper Dons and whatnot, Your reign was short like leprechauns, and that unbelievable. The Biggie Smalls is the illest, remember that? Your reign was short like leprechauns,
That is it.
So
Lisa, let's see what G Star had to say.
I'll read it. Not only is he a white failure, his ancestors didn't even build his country. He's a bottom shelf white boy, probably from Eastern Europe. Got here in the 1900s, not Anglo-Saxon. He's probably a Jew. He's probably a self-hating Jew, his parents are probably Jewish and whatnot. He's probably mad. I'm Jewish. I'm Jewish.
Probably the only failure in his family that never amounted to anything. Probably just strung out on meth and meth and all other drugs.
Imagine what his house smells like right now.
Probably like
crack and ass and fucking acid or stale beer, cigarette ashes all over the place and whatnot. Living in absolute filth and shit.
Probably just living in this raggedy ass trailer.
Probably looks like fucking filth.
Yeah, and they're out there, family. So when you see all these nice, organized white people in movies, that doesn't represent the white people that's out there. All of them, anyway. You know what I mean? You have people like this degenerate that calls in, and and others out there, making all the. Now you're on YouTube. Look at all the nasty stuff that these people are making on videos. I mean, confusion to the world. G-Star. Just College Genesis. This is Baruti. What is Baruti talking about?
He said College Genesis are copying the elder behavior as a fad or copy. I gotta finish reading this because this comment really pisses me off. He says, are the African Americans copying the LGBT behavior as a fad or something? Reason that cases segment seems to be participating. No, explain the social coverage. Look, black people are not copying LGBT. Just because you see something on social media does not mean it's real life. Yeah, that's it. Your reign on top was short like leprechauns. I haven't heard that song in years. I gotta play that. As I crush so-called willies, thugs, and rapper dons. Yes, that's it. Your You rain on the top with short like leprechauns. You know, no, about this kick in the door, you know. But the bottom line, oh, that was kicking the door. I thought that was unbelievable. I can't. It's been so many years, man. You know, it's been so many years. I heard that shit, man. I gotta start playing that shit again. You know, I'm old school stuff. But the bottom line is, black people are not copying. This is another thing I'm getting sick and tired of. Right? Just because you see Bill Porter and Nas X and everything, and black people act like they're too scared to talk about the LGBTQ and so like that.
I got an FDA gov here.
A what?
Got FDA gov there. FDA gov.
Did he cam up?
Yeah, turn your camera on, buddy. Nope, camera's on. Turn on your camera, buddy. Turn on your camera. It's simple English. Even a stupid, typical white dumb devil should be able to understand that direction.
He can't show his face. He's gonna face somebody like me. He can't show his face.
Did somebody tell us not to say certain terminology to them? I mean, I don't know how he describe a sick, demented person. Like, do you call him do you call him a nice person? Do you call him nice names?
It's just like when people say, "Oh, well, you gotta understand something." Racism is insane, but yeah. But if those same people can kill you and they got power, you got to deal with that shit, you know? You got to fight fire with fire. You can't be like sitting there like, well, that's bad. We got to come to, I'm sick of this virtual signaling. We got to come to a higher level. Get the fuck out of here, you know? Your racists can go to hell for all I care, you know? You know? Bottom line is these guys, these white supremacists and all these other people like that. And I detest black people who friggin' sit there and get with these type of people, think they're going to have some sort of racist call. I'm against the black racists out there who think that they're going to have some sort of alliance with these stupid white crackers and these racist people that do all this stupid stuff.
Oh, yeah. You can't have no alliance with these people. Literally. I mean, one of the biggest issues, brother, is literally the situation where you have, there's white folks out there and they may know some black folks that know some white folks out there and they may think that they're cool. But it's like, the reason why they like you and they can deal with you is because you making them rich, you make them money, and you're a good Negro and things like that. But don't necessarily mean they're gonna go up and above and beyond and try to solve the black people crisis of dealing with racism or white supremacy or this sick racist system.
Or the fact of the matter is, I see a lot of people, even like Malik Zulu Shabazz, who sat down, talked to the Aryan nations. What the fuck, Farrakhan? What the hell y'all doing? You know, there's nothing to talk about. You know, I never could get that. You know, why are you sitting there talking to the Ku Klux Klan? There's nothing to freaking talk about. You know, there's nothing to freaking talk about with these people, these racist people. Nothing. You know, we're not like them. You know, they don't have to be racist, right? They choose. They eat the white supremacist tree of strange fruit. You know, and they get intoxicated on white supremacy. A white man can walk past that tree and basically not do that and live a normal life and be civilized, right? But the white racists basically eat the tree of white supremacy like this clown does, right? And he basically believes in this all freaking nonsense and everything. And so therefore he's gone. There's no saving people like this. There's no reason, those rations. There's nothing we need to talk about. Nothing. You know, there's nothing we need to talk about. Absolutely nothing. You know, can't get on a show without the N-word and up like this, and talk about I got guns when I got guns too. You know, Raekwon said, got guns, I got guns too. You want to see those cashew sons through and incarcerated Scarface, got guns, I got guns too, Tay Brown said they keep calling you guys because they want you to cuckold with them. Why just with BBC? Well, whatever. They're not gonna get no BBC from me, you know, so like that. So I don't know what this is. These white people are so obsessed with us. He's gonna go watch his favorite interracial porn right now, which he's gonna beat his meat off with and do all kinds of weird shit right now. These guys are weirdos. You know, weirdos, you know. Creeps and weirdos. That's what we have in this movement, you know, in this world. Not in our movement, but this the people that troll us. Weirdos.
Nature's wonders.
Weirdos. You know? Yeah, yeah, that's it. You want to battle for cash and see who's Sun Tzu? Mufasa knows his shit, man. I like this, man. Mufasa knows his shit. Wonderful, that's my era, man. He knows his shit. You know, want to battle for cash and see who's Sun Tzu. You know, what got guns? I got guns too. Want to battle for cash and see who's Sun Tzu. You know, that's what I'm talking about. I like Mufasa, man. You know. Yep, you got weirdos out there, you know, weirdos. People out there that just don't have no life, no nothing, whatever, you know. But he's blocked. You can't call me no more. You know. He can go to hell. You know, he can go to hell with his whole family and they can all go to hell for all I care.
Yeah, I hope his trailer get caught on fire. You know what I mean? Yeah. And you just get roasted. I mean, that'd be funny, man. End up being a racist white devil and then you end up dying black. Burned to the crisp.
Yeah, say, oh,
yes, my yacht.
You know? Yeah, who's this nigga burnt up? Oh, he was a white man at one time, you know? He was a white man.
Talking about Garvey met the Klan. I'm like, and
I think that was a mistake. You know? I think that was a blunder in history, you know? Because Garvey's enemies used that against him, you know? That was a big mistake. Just because somebody did something in the past, as much as we praise the Honorable Messiah Garvey, whatnot, there's things that people did that I don't agree with. He should have never met with the Klan. I don't think he understood what that really meant. You know, when you're giving the Klan legitimacy. The Klan was about oppressing black people, right? It wasn't that's about separatism. When white people didn't want no damn separatism from black people, right? White people wanted to oppress black people back then. The Klan wanted to oppress black people back then. The Klan wanted to burn our city. They burned our cities. They lynched us and everything. So there was no talking about that. And they wanted America all to themselves. You can't have a people that's been in the country for 300 years and talk about all the country belongs to white people. Yeah, you can talk about building Africa and also like this. But you can't basically go with the open enemies of black people and sit down and have a conversation. I understand where Garvey was coming from, but the thing is that was not a good look. You know, so there's mistakes our ancestors made in the past and whatnot. We got to learn from that. I learned from that. You know, you don't talk to the Ku Klux Klan. You don't talk to Aryan nations. There's nothing we need to talk about at all. I don't want to hear their opinion. You know. Okay, Kala, if you believe the LGBT activity in African America is minimal, but projected as increasing on social media, how do Africa control that? We can't. You know. All we can do, right?
I got him again right here. His name is Flames 2.0. He just keep changing his names like we don't know who he is. Get your flames on. Flames, what's up?
He's a flamer.
Flames, what's happening?
What's good, brother Bomani? What's good, brother Kala? How y'all feeling today? I hope my mic is okay.
What's on your mind, brother? Welcome to Pan-Africanism towards nationhood.
Nothing much.
We've just been wondering why some people can't have their photo up and things like that, because most of the trolls, they don't have a picture and they come up with these crazy names. So we thought that was you.
Heck yeah, no, I get it. Shoot. Hey, you can never. Hey, precautions is always good. You can never be too careful. Shoot. I definitely get it. Shoot. But hey, I ain't even gonna lie. I didn't really have much to say about the topic of the discussion today. I'll probably leave my thoughts and stuff in the comments. But what I wanted to talk about today was was about FBA ADOS Pan-Africanism and the connection to Liberia. I know you all are Pan-Africanists, right?
Well,
And you
perfect,
all
brother.
don't, and you
Yes,
all
we are.
don't like, and which is awesome. You all are the y'all definitely are the Pan Africanists, like some other Pan Africanists that just like
Appreciate
shit
that.
on African Americans, you know.
No, we don't do that. We don't do that. We don't shit on African Americans. We don't do that.
Yo,
No.
hold on for a second. Who's this clown right here? All right, and then we have some. Then we have this other person on here, frying pan African. What the hell?
Fuck you, nigga.
There you go.
Bruh,
He feels good about it.
man, listen.
He's beating off. He's beating off. He probably had ejaculated at the same time.
Yeah, so we can't tell who is really the trolls because we have some that they did this yesterday. It was it was these fake Aboriginal Indians or Native Americans that they call themselves, and now we have the white devils doing it. So it's like these are the situations. And so I'm telling people, I was like, this is what it is. So, but nevertheless, brother, we want to hear from you. So let's continue. We're gonna just have to start making sure people turn on their camera.
I watched. Shoot, I was just gonna say real quick. I watched that show yesterday. It was it was definitely something interesting. But what I came up here to say is that a lot more of these foundational Black Americans or American descendants of slavery types do have a more interest in Liberia that are more interested in Liberia than y'all would like to give them credit for. You know. So I will say, if it may help the cause, it may even help tourism. If y'all probably dialed back on dissing them a bit, because at the same time y'all might be pushing away people who would support Liberia. And to be honest, a lot of Pan Africanists don't support Liberia. They support the same white supremacist narrative that everybody else supports. Oh, the African Americans went over there and enslaved the natives. Now I'm not saying all of ADOS. I'm not saying like Tariq Nasheed finna go over there finna get all of his FBA followers to go to Liberia. But I will say that a lot of foundational Black Americans are proud Black Americans, right? And Liberia is a connection that Black Americans have African nation that Black Americans have a connection to. And when you diss them, you may you may be pushing some potential tourism customers away, and you may be pushing some people away who do have the education and the wealth to actually make some moves in Liberia.
Let me say this. Let me answer that. That's a good point, right? But the whole thing is, though, the ADOS FBA movement came at first as an anti-African movement. It came about, like we discovered last night, on the heels of the movie Black Panther and all the stuff like this. And people talk about delineation. We need to separate ourselves. We're foundational. We're America. And then they basically use a trope of the straw man of reparations, that we deserve reparation. The Black people in America, immigrants, don't deserve reparations. They started using that to legitimize their movement, right? I don't think the ADOS FBA movement has any interest in Africa. Some people basically have a false narrative that the ADOS FBA people built Liberia, but Liberia was also built by indigenous Liberians. It was also built by people from the Caribbean, people from other parts of Africa, and everything like that. It was a first really cosmopolitan modern African society. Of course, the majority of people who founded the country and influenced the country were from the United States, but they didn't go over there as Americans. There's no such people as Americo-Liberians. When they came over to Liberia, they saw themselves by their region that they came from. They called themselves Virginians. They called themselves Louisianans. They called themselves Crescents from Pennsylvania. They called themselves New Yorkers. They called just like in America at the time. America at the time, people didn't call themselves by America. They called themselves a Texan. I'm a Mississippian, you know, and stuff like this. So there was no America or Liberia, something that was put a label, they were labeled as, right? And also many Liberians identified by their religious denomination. They're Presbyterian, they're Methodist, you know, they're a Baptist and stuff like this, you know. And so therefore, and also a lot of Liberians just call themselves colored, Negro, Africans, you know, and Congo people and everything. So there was no real separation between the black. When you're around a bunch of black people and they pretty much have the same phenotype, people mix together and they blend together. The culture is a jambalaya of different, a Creole culture of different black cultures mixed together. So so a lot of these so-called ADOS FBA are trying to redefine Liberians. Oh, we built this country and everything like that. But the thing is, though, like I said earlier, man, a lot of people basically abandoned Liberia. You want to be American and everything like that, right? And you thought America was superior. You thought America was going to give you integration and peace and everything. And now people are like, oh, yeah, I want to go to Liberia. Okay, you want to go back, but you got to start from scratch, right? You had the chance in the 1950s when Tubman invited us over there to help build and everything like that. We chose to build Detroit. We chose to build Pittsburgh. We chose to build Gary, Indiana. We chose it like that. We didn't basically participate in the miracle that was Liberia in the 1970s when the highest had the highest growth rate of any country in the world, you know, and so we didn't do that. So we can't come lately talk about y'all owe us a passport and everything because our ancestors found it. Don't work like that, you know. It's just like an English person coming from England saying our ancestors that founded this country were English, you know. Or some Italians will say, Christopher Columbus discovered America, so we are entitled to America, whatever like that. Don't work like that, you know. You discovered America, but you didn't do nothing with it, you know. The English, the Spanish, the Dutch, and all these other people came before and really built this country. You know, so it don't matter what you founded, you know. You only keep what you can hold, you know. And we were not keepers when it came to Liberia. We abandoned the country. Most black people in America didn't even know the country existed, you know. I heard about Liberia when I was a kid because my father said he had distant relatives distant relatives, not relatives or just people they knew that were from Africa, right? But they spoke English. They looked like people from the States and whatnot. And I said, well, how in Elizabeth City, North Carolina? I said to myself, well, how do black people, you go to school? He said, these guys would come sometimes in the summertime and they were like us. They had names like Johnson and stuff like that. And I was like, how is that possible? Somebody named Johnson from Africa. My father didn't know, you know, how do you have a name like Johnson, you know, and you're from Africa, you know? And so that's what piqued my curiosity about how do you basically have a name like Johnson or Baker and names like that, and you basically have the same culture as black people in the Carolinas, and you're from Africa, you know? He was like, yeah, then they basically ate the same foods and they dressed like us and everything. Then it dawned on me, but I discovered about what country he was talking about. It had to have been Liberia or Sierra Leone, one of those, and it was people who were basically originally from America. From Africa, but from America to Africa, you know. So
absolutely, Carl. Appreciate the breakdown. Flames. Let me know if you have any response to that. Then we let Ola jump in before we start closing things out.
I do not have a quick response. I do not have a response to that, but I do want to make a contribution that's related to the topic of the show. I could go on and on about Liberia. And the next time y'all host a show about Liberia, I definitely join in on call like I'm doing right now. But my contribution to the topic of the show is just quickly, you know, the myth of white Americans being patriotic, law-abiding, and civilized. I want to say that most white Americans are not Mayflower whites. And by Mayflower whites, I'm saying that people like the guy, that white supremacist that just hopped on the stage, his ancestors statistically likely had nothing to do with the founding of this nation. These are European immigrants that showed up here post Civil War, after the Civil War. Most white Americans are descendants of post Civil War immigrants, and the reason why I'm bringing that up is because that is why they are not patriotic to this country, because they don't really give a fuck about this country. They can always go back to Europe, you know. They can always go back to their home countries, you know. That I mean, there's still a few pockets of white Americans that I would call like pre-Civil War Mayflower whites, but the majority of these white people just got here yesterday, and we shouldn't let them piggyback off the legacy of white Americans that actually founded this country, because they don't have any relations to them. You know, they weren't here post Civil War. If you look up many of their last names in the Civil War registry, none of they wouldn't have an ancestor that fought in the Civil War whatsoever. They don't have the same last names as those people. So that's my contribution on why they aren't patriotic, because they really don't have any connection to this country. They didn't found this country. Their ancestors their ancestors got here yesterday, and if shit hits the fan, they'll just go back to Europe. They don't give a fuck about this country, and I'll land right there.
Bomani.
Yeah.
Flynn. Why do you?
Yes, Ola. Welcome to the call, Ola. I want you to respond to what Kala was saying about Liberia.
Let me respond to this guy first. He said,
"Okay, got you."
The majority of white Americans you see now, they're not the white people you see now. They've been there for years. They're not the newcomers. Only what the white people did, they welcome other white people to be, so that they have more majority than any other ethnic groups. So the white Americans, you see that they've been there for, I think, for 600 years or whatever they had there. Look, to feel comfortable being attached to that land, they've been there for years. The problem we're seeing now is the blacks, the black Americans, they're not the one in power, so they can't really invite other black people over there to be majority. Because for you to enter United States for any part of the world, you need a visa. Apart from the Mexicans and the Latinos who are very close to United States, who can just walk in behind the door or from the borderland and get into those places. So what the white people are far more balanced than the blacks there. Because the white people will tell you they're from Europe, and most of them know where their great grandfathers are coming from. You understand? Even when they've been mixed with other race, sometimes they claim their father's side and say, "Oh, I'm an Italian." Oh, they'll be very proud that they just say, "Oh, I'm an Italian," or "I'm Scottish," or "I'm Norwegian," or "I'm this." Understand? The history of the black man over there is very bad. So the black people can't really hit their chest and say, "Oh, I'm an African," "Oh, I'm this, I'm that, and this." It can't really happen, because once you be defeated, you be defeated. So you can't really, a defeated human being can never really be proud of anything apart, because he still have some trauma around him. So let's go to Liberia. The Liberia aspect of what actually transpired or what actually happened in Liberia is kind of like funny, because the problem of Liberia also lead to Liberia civil war. Only that some people came in, they turn in the flame on the gas, put the matches on that flame, then everywhere start burning. That started, I think, there was already hidden problem going on in Liberia before the Liberia was even burnt. Till now, they now realize they don't have no other people apart from themselves. That they have to cooperate among themselves. That allow a shadow person to start using them against the other ones. Yes, the foreigners that came to Liberia, I call for the foreigners because they were not there at the beginning. They were more Americans.
No, that's a myth.
That
was a myth, Kidola.
Hold on.
Hey, Kidola, you guys be nice, man. I'm letting out Meezy and taking some stuff also.
You don't have to be gas. You don't have to be problem. You don't have to be. We should fight about it. I live in Africa. I know I've never heard of Liberia, even me that live in Nigeria. But I started seeing Liberia people as missionaries who were coming to Nigeria to preach about secular school. Because in Nigeria, Christians, if you're in a Christian school, some of these missionaries are coming. They will, we stay in I think Jamaica, so have the city. We'll be in a line in assembly outside. Then once in a while, is a preacher who comes in from other places, can be inside Nigeria, be outside Nigeria. That's the first time I heard about the accent of Liberia. Whoa, who is this woman? Is she African? The accents sound different. That's what. That's when I heard about. Sorry.
But wait, after Colin responds, can I make a response? Ola, I know you're closing out.
Hold on.
Hold on, don't try to. We don't want to hear your long, continuous conversation.
Understand.
Try to get everybody, please, family. Let's try to get right to the point with your response.
So what I'm trying to say is this: yes, you can come to Liberia. Yes, Americans already have foot. Black Americans already have foothold in Liberia. But most of those in Liberia, they're their cousins. The Jamaicans also have foothold there. Also, some African slaves who didn't make it to the United States who also end up there. You understand? So coming to Liberia, yeah, you can integrate into the society as part of the people who coming to build the society. I just saw Liberia is a peaceful place, if not for shadow hands and everything that it caused a very nasty civil war. That happened in Liberia. They are lively people. I like Liberia's people. They don't have.
That was an uncivil war. It wasn't a civil war, as my boy Ross always says. It was an uncivil war. There was no real defining side or whatever like that. It was just a complete breakdown of society and chaos. It wasn't a civil war. It was just anarchy and chaos for a decade.
But you have to know, Carla. Let me just be honest to you. Actually, at the beginning,
what year?
What year? I'm talking about 1990 when this thing started spreading up.
Okay. 1990. Let me break it down for you, right? Okay. One, you had the coup of 1980, right? Liberia, because they executed, they were entrusted with protecting the president, right? Their treachery, right? The soldiers and everything, Keapa, Taylor, Doe, and all them, and they basically presidential guard murdered the president in cold blood. Then they executed the cabinet and everything like that. What happened was Liberia basically had the biggest diplomatic channels throughout the world and throughout Africa. If you want to do anything on the African continent and whatnot, you went to Liberia first. Nigeria's presidents and all that said that Liberia is the country that we go to because they had the diplomatic channel. It brokered the Lancaster Agreement. Liberia was the head of the OAU. It was the head of all these institutions. It had the Pan-African Plaza and forming like this. When the coup of 1980 happened, all those diplomatic channels were gone. Everything, right? And so, therefore, Liberia was basically became just something that the United States was funding and everything during the end of the Cold War. Once the Cold War was winding down in '89 and everything like that, the United States withdrew its support from Liberia and everything like that. And that's when Charles Taylor came in, right? Charles Taylor came into power and everything came into power and ran the country for the next 15 years, So that's what happened, right? And then while he was running the country, right, several factions were all competing for power in different regions and everything. So it was an uncivil war. There was no one side. There were just people doing all kinds of stuff like looting factories, looting this and everything. A civil war means one group of people trying to overthrow power to gain power because these two groups of people civilly don't agree with each other, right? There was no two groups of people fight each other. It was all different types of bandits, thieves, and everything like that, and everybody's uncle. There was also Nigerian troops from Ecomog that was participating in the plunder. There was illegal logging, illegal diamond mining. There was all kinds of stuff. The society was broke down in chaos. Now, that was all fine, right, until 2003 when the international community decided they wanted to get rid, under George W. Bush, decided they wanted to get rid of Charles Taylor, right? And so they said, Charles Taylor said to stop all the bloodshed and everything like that, I agree to step down, right? So he agreed to step down, right? And he said he was giving safe passage to Nigeria, right? But instead of the Nigerians handing him giving safe passage, they handed him over to some to U.S. officials, right? Some U.S. officials who handed him over to The Hague. You know, that was completely illegally done. And then 2 years later, they had an election with Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. Now, I'm not trying to be long-winded. Ellen Sirleaf, the whole time, if you understand Liberian politics, African politics, right? No matter who's in power, right? There's always going to be people, right, who are sitting in America trying to say, exaggerating atrocities and everything and blaming on the person they want to get rid of out of power. For example, when Sirleaf was in power, right, there was this one chick that was on Facebook every day posting stuff about Sirleaf was neglecting the people. Just Sirleaf. I said, so what's your point? She has a country. She inherited all this debt and everything. Give her a chance. She was every day Sirleaf this. She was every time something goes wrong, it was Sirleaf, Sirleaf. So you got to understand how Liberian politics work. You know, whoever's in power, right? No matter who's in power, there's always going to be an opposition that says, "No, this person ain't doing this and that," right? But now, since we got social media, right, we could preempt that a little bit. But before social media, people bought the lies about Charles Taylor. You know, I met his son when I was over there. You know, and people just went with it. Okay, so it wasn't a civil war, just a bunch of people vying for power. That's all it was. You know, it had nothing to do with the Congo people, American Liberians. Had nothing to do with that. Absolutely nothing to do with that. People use that as a scapegoat. Say, "Oh, because we have you have conflict in Liberia right now. You know, conflict right now. You know, are the Congo people in power? Congo people have been in power since 1980, right? You know, you still got people talking about, oh yeah, we got this. You know, so it's always like that in Africa because Africa has not developed to the point where you can create a middle class and you can create opportunity and everything where people look at economics and social development as opposed to politics.
I appreciate your color. So let's keep it moving. I do have a short clip to play for you. It's a different Randy Short video. He's a popular guy now. But let me bring in our good brother, Not Meezy. Not Meezy was agreeing with what you're saying, Kala. So he says he's not. I don't think he's here to troll you tonight.
No, absolutely. Kala was dropping facts. When it comes to Liberia, I always defer to him as an authority. So I'm glad he mentioned the ECOMOG troops from Nigeria who actually introduced tabe, which is arm binding behind the back. It's a form of torture that they use in Nigeria. So when Ola comes here trying to preach from his Nigerian high chair, I'm glad Kala just chopped him down aside.
Oh, no. You don't know. No, look, Nigeria, that how bad you're talking about is when they started killing Nigerians. Chastillo. When Chastillo started killing Nigerians. Hold on, man. Look, I have a friend, Franklin, who I played basketball with, who went to Liberia war. When they came back, that guy was not even normal anymore. I'm talking about a guy that's about almost 6'9" guy. So it was when they started killing Nigerians, Liberia started using children to spot Nigerian soldiers. They just still started attacking them. That's when Nigeria go rogue on Liberia also. So
Charles Taylor had the government. Charles Taylor had the federal national the police. So why would he need Charles Taylor? Those are rebels.
No. It was where that war was going on at the beginning when Nigeria came in. It was a very tough war. It was a war that the capital, Nigeria, came to protect Monrovia at the beginning. Then the whole thing started becoming...
No, not necessarily, because Prince Johnson and between Prince Johnson and Charles Taylor forces, they had that. What happened was a situation melted down over the years because there were people out there doing their own deals and everything. And then you had the ECOMOG forces that were in Sierra Leone, which was a lot of stuff that was going on in Liberia was spilling over from Sierra Leone, where people were doing illicit diamond trading and everything like that. So it was out of Charles Taylor was given a bag of diamonds, right? And they tried to link him to the diamond stuff like that. And he was like, no, I mean, somebody, I got diamonds and everything like that.
Carla, what Charles Taylor did to Nigeria troops, that's what Nigeria never really forgive Charles Taylor. Let's just be honest. Charles Taylor was ruthless.
Oh, well, what did he do to Nigerian troops? Nigerian troops and Ecomog, and they were basically part of the looting. They were looting and raiding villages and whatnot. You know, what are you supposed to do?
All right, I can't talk at the same time too, so somebody have to start over.
Okay, Carla. When we talk about ruthlessness, Chancellor was very, very ruthless than President Johnson. Chancellor was having a very big, so only God knows where his assistants were coming from. When Nigerian people came there, look, Liberia is not a hostage, aggressive country towards Nigeria. Liberia is a friendly country. We love Liberia a lot. But what happened in Liberia is a taste of what actually is going on there at that time. Chancellor was dominating, was having the arms, he was having the ruthless soldiers. Some of his soldiers break off. The later part, Chancellor turned that battle to be war between indigenous.
Oh, well, let me ask you a question. Then. Why in 1997, right, he won the election by like 90% of the vote?
He didn't win no election, he just ring it to himself.
No. He was, Sirleaf was there, she was, and she got like 10% of the vote. He got 90% of the vote.
Okay, Carla, who chased Liberia out? Who chased Chancellor out of?
No, he wasn't chased out. He basically, hold on, he trusted you Nigerians, right? To basically say, Nigerians said, look, you know, we'll give you safe passage. And like Nigeria stabbed him in the back like they're doing right now with Nigeria.
Obasanjo threw him under the bus, right?
Yeah, they threw him under the bus. You know,
That was the president then, right?
No, I think it was Charles Goodluck. I think it was Charles Goodluck.
Okay, no, it's not like that.
And so the bottom line, you guys handed him. Hold on. Liberia was not a signatory to the Hague, right? Neither was the United States. So Nigeria was not legally authorized to give Charles Taylor over to the United States to hand him over to the Hague. You know?
See, what happened is there were rebel groups. The indigenous rebel groups were very, very powerful. Some of them get their funds from Ghana. We only got no fund those guys. Those guys never really forgive Charles Taylor.
Yo, look, who cares about rebel groups? The rebel groups were all about looting.
Because what I'm saying, these rebel groups were indigenous. Some of them are Muslims, and these guys were said enough with Chancellor coming
enough of what?
Coming to cut down their trees, taking advantage of their resources in their territories. That's where these women.
Hold up, that wasn't their territory. Liberia's not a freaking kingdom.
Hold on. Come a time, Chancellor was already.
There's no such thing as rebel groups.
Chancellor was already confirmed in Monrovia. For even in that Monrovia, it was only controlling some few streets. And what happened? The American Liberian women they get panicked because those guys said, we will give you the taste of what Chancellor did to us. That's why those women went to Ghana and protest that Chancellor.
Bottom line is this. All the hate mongers and everything like that, and you guys keep fueling all this stuff. You wonder why Africa is not stable.
It's not a hate monger. It's not. We just have to say the reality. It's not. The women in Liberia said, if we need peace, we don't, because these guys are ruthless. Some of these.
Well, guess what? Before that 1980 coup, women in Liberia basically had a high quality of life and they were safe and whatnot, you know? So what does that tell you?
Carla, what happened in Liberia? Nobody wants it to happen in anywhere anymore because that war was brutal.
Well, wait, man, hold on. Why is Liberia the only place that's faulted for having a civil war? Let's talk about the Biafra Civil War, man. What you mean civil wars? Civil wars happen all over Africa. Why did you try to act like Liberia? Especially when Liberia had its civil war, it wasn't even the first one on the continent to kick off a civil war. Man, this sounds like it sounds like the typical Nigerian being envious of African Americans. But this is a Pan-African channel, so I calm all that down. But this is what it sounds like.
All is not a Pan-Africanist. You know?
Look. Nigeria Civil War. I was not born, but what I had are the men that fought those war said, we hope that, look, Nigeria never sugarcoat their civil war. Civil war in Nigeria at that time was bad, was deadly. France was involved in that civil war because they wanted to divide the oil zone, the Biafra and everything. The Obasanjos and the other ones, they allowed that to happen. That war actually happened there. Up to today, the Igbos are still paying the price for that civil war because they lost. So if you lost a war, there's a trauma that will follow you. The other groups will be seeing you as the weak one. That was still going on.
Let me ask
today.
you a question, Kiddo. Let me ask you.
Yeah. Also, Ola, your mic is crappy, brother. Get your mic together, man. Use some of that big Nigerian money to buy a better phone and a better
It's not
device.
cracky. I think I've
It keep on scratching and everything.
or
But nevertheless, man,
maybe the charger I put in I
get it
put my
together
chest.
and get it together and shine back in.
Yeah,
Let me give
let
Magnesium a quick
go.
shout.
Let Magnesium go.
Appreciate the super chat, brother. Will the Dusty Negroes ever support the show? That's the issue that we have, and things like that. You know what I mean? We're trying to build an energy, but where's the love? So not me. Appreciate you leading by example, brother.
No problem. We can have like difference in opinion, but like for y'all to sit up here constantly giving knowledge about Africa, and then you get a whole bunch of people that just like to chime in. If you contribute, that's one thing. But if you just, constantly here but never think, all right, well, let's support the show. Time is money. It's not a lot. So like, where's the Pan-Africanism and just eating free meals? Come on now. Put your money where your mouth is.
That's what I say. 99% of them aren't Pan-African. There's some.
Hey, Nak, what do you?
That's just talk nothing but stuff, because when it comes down to the work, they don't show the work. And I mean, I'm not here to try to beg people for donation thing. Anybody want to support energy? Support energy. People who know me, what I do is support Black-owned business. When we're here in America, we're there in Africa, and when I'm trying to put people on, it's usually young brothers, whether they're here in America or they're in Africa, and we just keep ourselves flexible and spread the love. So appreciate the energy, family.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Nak Meezy about the discussion I had with you.
Appreciate Tabor. I'm gonna do this one real quick. Appreciate the energy and support, and Kala and Kala meant to tell you that you got nothing but love for you. He knows you only give him a hard time.
Hey, don't believe that.
Appreciate it,
anyway, I wanted to ask Nak Meezy the question that's been everybody coming at me about. I'm against people just collecting passports in West Africa, particularly Liberia, right? John Cashin said the other night, well, we need passports. We need passports. And I said, no, you don't get a passport just because our ancestors built Liberia. You deserve a passport. I say, look, you can go to Liberia and do what you got to do, invest, whatever like that. If you want to settle there, whatever, permanently get a passport, whatever like that. But the people who don't have passports are Liberians who in America that were stranded during the war and everything like that. They don't have any voting rights in their own country, right? How are you as an African-American, Black American, going to jump in before them and get a so-called passport just so you can have a dual citizenship thing? And I'm against this idea of Black people in America just collecting passports and not really contributing to the country. I think you should contribute to the country, and then you should earn your passport if you want to become a productive citizen of that country. What say you?
I agree with you 100%. Now, here's my question really quickly. Does Liberia, if you get a Liberian passport, is it an ECOWAS passport?
Here's the thing. That's a good question. Now, all these people like Dinus sent me this thing, and people sent me this thing talk about Front Page Africa article, right, from like a year ago. Oh, we just passed an ECOWAS passport and everything. That's not true, right? First of all, Front Page Africa, that's like your nieces and nephew write that blog. They write anything. Yes, they're not a credible source of anything, right? And then if you read the article, right, it says this is done to make sure that Liberians that were stranded in America have access to Liberia to go back and forth. They'll have to pay the visa every time they come to Liberia. They can stay a long extended time, but they don't have to give up their U.S. citizenship, whatever like that. That was for them, right? And then very few Liberians are even interested in that because they're like, it's not really necessary. Now, the visa part, not paying the visa fees is good and everything. But most Liberians that live in America, right, know that although they're going back and forth, investing in everything like that, Liberia is not ready to handle an influx of Liberians from the West, right? Because they don't have the jobs and everything like that. So most Liberians go back to Liberia, they got a plan, right? They got a plan, and they're very clever at opening businesses and succeeding, you know, whether it's manufacturing. I mean, they get the game plan in America, right? And they go back and forth like twice a year, stuff like that. And I'm saying if Black people in America want to be involved with Liberia, they should follow that model, right? Don't give them your U.S. citizenship. You can't settle in Liberia just like that. You might be get to the point where if you're retired, you might spend 6-7 months out of the year with it, but you probably have to come back to America to get your health care and your affairs back in order. That's a workable thing. At least you're participating in the country. We're not there yet where you could just say, oh, I'm going to Liberia, I'm going to Africa, and like that, because these countries are not there developed at that stage where they can
But brother, is it an ECOWAS passport or not?
But the thing is, here's the thing though, right? People got ECOWAS passport. That just means that you can go and visit the country. That don't mean you can set up shop or stay in.
No, but that's not my question, brother. Is a Liberian passport an ECOWAS passport?
I think they have two passports. They have an ECOWAS passport and a regular passport.
Okay.
You know?
All right. And the reason why I ask is because my concern would be for these people who don't speak the language, don't really understand the culture, you know, haven't done any, you know, real work in Liberia, getting a ECOWAS passport will just use it to bounce around the countries that they really want to go to. You see what I'm saying?
That's happening. You know, that's happening. You know, and
that's my point. So I agree with you 100% that you can't just be passing out passports like candy. You know, I think that honestly there should be some criteria before any diasporan gets a passport, because really I don't think Africa needs, you know, these fake Pan-Africans or these Pan-Africans that they look like Pan-Africans, but what they really want to do is travel, right? Make them do a civil integration course, right? Let them be able to cook on the history of Liberia or any African country. They should culturally and linguistically integrate. And I think that if you're serious about it, you could probably do that in 3 to 4 years. Right? If you want the passport, show that you really want it. But just to go there and say, give me a passport because I'm Black, I'm totally against that.
Yeah, I wish you would have wanted to show with John Casher. He was just really grilling me on that. And I said, look, man, that's not how it works, bro. And I know a lot of Liberians listen to me and whatnot. That's not going to ever be my position. Because I know how volatile Liberian political politics is, you know? Marie Shai, can you put up her comment, Bomani? Well, in Sierra Leone, they gave generation of Sierra Leone's along with African citizen also. I've contributed. So the bottom line is this, okay, about the citizenship, right? How much do you contribute if you're living in America, right? Just to say I got a Sierra Leone passport. Are you basically taking $10,000 a year and send it to the Sierra Leone government saying this is my tax obligation to the country? You know, that's what I'm talking about. You know, people got passports, but they're not contributing to the country. You know, where you and if people want to be part of these countries and everything like that, but you could be part of a country without basically, like, when you say that I have a citizenship, this is what I think the Black race needs to understand: the seriousness of that word, citizenship, right? Allegiance, a citizenship. And what we're seeing now is a meltdown globally of this idea of the Republic and the nation state. It's going to cause chaos around the world. What you see right now with people flooding across the border, coming in America and everything like that. Oh, yes, come here for the American dream. No, it don't work like that. You can't just tell people come here because you want the American dream and they just come here and suck off the taxpayers and everything. Sooner or later, right, if you keep doing that, right, if people flooding, people coming in, and you're already from America, you got an advantage, you're going to have a backlash, you know? And you don't want to be in that position when there's a backlash, when you start hearing talk about, oh, yeah, these African Americans are taking jobs, or they take, like, you don't want to be in that situation. So I'm saying like this, to protect yourself, right? You know what I'm saying? I'm in Liberia. I'm a U.S. citizen, right? I'm here to do this. I'm here to do that and everything. I talked to my Liberian guys today and whatnot. They can't wait till we do this tour and everything. They can't wait to do security for us and everything like that on the ground and everything. You know, the bottom line is that they're like, you're Black. You don't need a citizen. You know, like, we just come over here and work. And so therefore they know they got an election coming up, right? I stay out of Liberian politics, right? I have my opinion about who I think should be president and everything, but it doesn't matter, right? I'm not going to use my voice to say, you know, I don't like George Weah, I don't like this, or that. I'll let the Liberians decide that. That's their country. That's what they're going to for. They were born there. That's what but I respect that. I respect also the fact that my ancestors had a hand in building the country, and I'm grateful that Liberians still recognize that, and they want to see Black people in America become part of that. But just to say, I want a passport, but you want me to come over there, give me a citizenship, give me a passport and whatnot, you know, and I'm against that. You know, I'm a dead set against.
Did George Weah call Black Americans cockroaches, or was that cap?
I never heard that, you know. I never heard that. You know, that's something new. If he did, I wouldn't think that, because the bottom line is George Weah, when he comes to America, who's he hang around? Black America. You know, and
I'll call it fake news for now then.
Yeah, so it could be. I mean, the bottom line is this: Black people from America, right? You know, we're not basically showing our best side in Africa. You got to admit that. You know, we're not showing our best side. You know, people look at some of the antics that go on around the continent with some of the expats and the YouTubers and everything like that. You know. And so when people look at some of the stuff, you know, the comments maybe like this, or they watch videos of Black people acting the fool in America and whatnot, and they may make a comment and everything like that. But for the most part, George Weah has nothing against Black America, you know. And the bottom line is he knows they basically commenced the 200-year commemoration of African Americans going to Liberia last year. It was a year-long celebration that brought so many millions of dollars into Liberia. It was a year-long festivities, year-long celebrating the first settlers that came in 1822. So he knows basically like now. He met with John Amos and stuff like that. They talk about a lot of stuff. So the bottom line is, so the bottom line is this: I don't take it personal. Like this, like Phil Scott put a video today of some Caribbean lady talking about, we want Black Americans to stop going to what's it called, Carnival Fest, Caribbean Carnival Fest. You know, I've never been to one, you know, but you know, a couple of years ago that would.
Hey, you don't know what you're missing, man. Yes, especially if you're young and single.
Yeah, but she was like, well, we don't want Black Americans coming in because they take. I'm like, one time that used to bother me when that, but I realize now, Black America, we're so we're like on top of everybody, you know, everybody. We're just like on top. So you had to, with that comes where you just got to look at people going to say something. We're on the topic of conversation on everybody's mind. Black America, Black America, Black America. And I used to get triggered by that and whatnot, but I don't anymore. I understand a lot of his envy, a lot of his jealousy, a lot of his basically like that. So I take it with a grain of salt, because with the same people, when you get them, oh, hey, brother, my brother, whatnot, people are going to talk about us and like that. You just got to know how to have a thick skin. You know, I don't really like that, but I'm not going to sit there and say the same thing back, because I say something to somebody or not, and they're devastated. I don't get involved with that, you know, stuff like that, because they're devastated, you know. And like I said, with us and whatnot, you know, Black America and whatnot, you know, right now, and I want Nack Meads' opinion on this, you know, I said earlier in the show that when all these countries, Nigeria, Ghana, and everything like that, were building hotels and was trying to get into tourism investment, everything, they thought that they were going to attract all these people from the West to settle in Nigeria and building. That's what Echo Atlantic was all about. Well, we're going to get these Germans. It never happened, right? I think Black America was like the last resort. That's what the year return. Oh, year return, you know, and it's working. Now you got Ghanaian officials, right, going to cities like Houston. And they got the friggin' mayor of Houston going there talking about, oh, he's about to give away his city pension funds to Ghana and everything like that. You know, Ghana's going to all these Black cities in America, trying to do this. And also, when you talk about Ghana, and I'm not bashing Ghana, don't come at me, when you start talking about, hey, you know, also Holloman says something about Ghana. Oh, how dare you and that. It's like they almost seem like they're entitled to our money, you know, and stuff like this. And we can't say anything, or we want this, whatever like that. So I'm saying, like, you know, we weren't their first choice to begin with, you know. They really thought they were going to get people from the Netherlands and all these other people to come to Ghana and everything. These white people just don't feel Africa like that. You know, it just don't, you know. And you got to, you know, you just don't, you know, just not on that level. So they say, well, Black America, let's see what we can do with these Black people from America. And, where we got the slave castle, slave dungeon, and everything like that. Black people coming over to Ghana in large numbers and everything, spending money and everything, And so, so I'm saying, like, we were not their first choice as far as like tourism and everything. We're like the last resort. South
Can I
Africa.
respond, brother?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. I respectfully disagree. I think we were the first choice. There was one of the chiefs who slipped up and he was like, Black Americans, and then he included people from the Caribbean as an afterthought. You see Ghana, given their longest, or at least the Ashanti, and what is now known as Ghana, their long history with the Netherlands, they know that Dutch people are historically cheap. They know that their colonies or their former colonies are essentially like third world countries, so they're not going to get a bang for the buck from, a small Caribbean island. The Dutch people, right? So wherever the Dutch colonized, that's where they sent their enslaved Africans to. So Black Americans don't typically come from Ghana, but we were the first ones that they mentioned because we, like you said, have the most money. So I think it's just like this Black Holocaust hustling that I refused to take part in, which is disrespectful. So you mentioned Houston, right? They go to where the money is. And then they run this whole, look, come back home, brother, come back home and bring us the money. But the moment you speak about something that they don't like, they give you the Abroni G check. You see what I'm saying? So that's why I love Ghanaian people on a personal level. But when we talk about on like a business level, returning in droves to there, we're not from there, man. We're not from there. The English were the last ones there after they beat the Ashanti to take over Ghana. The slave trade was going on prior to that. They were sending Blacks to Suriname and Indonesia even. So that's not where we come from. So for them to just say this, and if you go to Ghana, bro, like if you walk around that place, you'll really know that typically you don't even fit in. They're nice people, but that's not where we normally come from. So I think it's a shameless hustle, and I don't support it at all. And I have to respect Nigeria in a way that they're not trying to hustle. Like a Nigerian is gonna tell you whether you want to hear it or not. He's like, yeah, our forefathers, soldier forefathers. You know what I'm saying? We ain't apologizing for that shit. Get over it. It stings, but I could at least respect that than the Black Holocaust hustle, aka Year of the Return from Ghana.
And we got
that means I appreciate that. And Carla, let me just introduce Navigate freely on the call. Navigate, do you have anything you'd like to respond to as far as what Natnezia said?
Good morning.
Good morning, brother.
Well, I disagree with Nat Neasley, and
are you sure you want to take that stance?
Well, yes, it's not. It's just a subtle.
You talk about not Measy. You can't be disagreeing with not Measy.
No, he can disagree.
I also disagree with Kala as well. Right now, Nana Akufo-Addo.
Do you just come on here to disagree with everyone?
No, I don't disagree with everything. No.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me just say it, and then you will understand. Nana Akufo-Addo, the president of Ghana, initially, ran, because he believed and was closely, aligned, with the West, the United States. And then, he's been in term for almost 2 terms now. Now he just recently went to the UN and gave a speech excoriating, the West, because they fed him a bunch of crap and lied to him. Now the people in Ghana, they are protesting, they're upset, but they don't protest and upset, as strong as they do in the USA. So now they are protesting. They don't like the way they've been treated. Ghana has been borrowing lots of money, and then they haven't been, according to the protesters, they haven't been spending it on the stuff that they want them to spend it on, like infrastructure. But since I've been here, Nana Akufo-Addo has spent plenty on infrastructure, especially roads, going through the capital city of Accra. When I first came here, and they're using the Chinese, like 70, almost 80% of Ghana's debt, it comes from the West. Another 10 to 13% comes from China, and another 9 to 10% comes from elsewhere. And I don't see Europeans here in Ghana doing anything, but since I've been here, I've seen Chinese here building. The first as soon as I got here, I said, "There go Chinese." He's supervising, a big road construction right here with Ghanaian workers, doing it. So it's kind of subtle. And then Nana Akufo-Addo he was sort of like Kala, if you ain't doing it like they do it in the West, you ain't doing it right. And I don't know what's really going on in Texas. I have to check that out. But basically, I think the president of Ghana, fell for the okie doke, and the people of Ghana expected more. They didn't get it, for the debt that they're in. And this is an opportune time, for African countries to throw the yoke of invadism. I don't like to call it colonialism. That's how the Western define their actions. I'd rather be a real African man and define it, in my own terms. And I call it invaders, not colonists. So it's time, they're trying to throw the economic invaders off their back. And I recommend that, most of us, try to read this old book. It's called, The Confessions of an Economic Hitman, where this here, white, CIA agent, tells how they do it.
Well, what's your opinion on Nana Addo, right? Basically, right now, Liberia is making its own chocolate right now. You know that? It's processing cocoa.
Nana Akufo-Addo, he said 2019 was the year of return, which is wise, because Black Americans in the USA, they have $1 trillion a spending budget, which they don't even spend on themselves. So,
we're like an income stream.
Well, is there anything wrong with that? We've been an income stream for the Europeans,
I'm not
for
saying if
centuries.
anything is wrong with it or not. I'm just trying to say, is that what we're going back?
Well, not only,
well,
you can kill two birds with one stone. We're income stream. We also, we're a resource for knowledge, and a resource, for an access to the USA. We're a pipeline. We're brothers and sisters.
Are you saying we as in Black Americans? All of those
Black
things?
Americans.
Whoa, why should we be all of those things if it doesn't benefit us? Shouldn't Pan-Africanism be a two-way street? It should be a two-way street. This is why so many people are revolting against Pan-Africanism right now. Well, okay, so what the hell are we getting from being all of these things that you mentioned Black Americans to be? It sounds like we're being martyrs. We're falling on our own swords to our detriment for the benefit of other peoples, which is a very noble thing. But nobility
it sounds like we're being
is honorable and all, but it doesn't sound like we benefit.
We being martyrs and falling on our swords in the USA.
So just you're basically making an argument that just because we hit our own children, we should allow Africans to come in our house and Caribbeans to come in our house and beat our children as well because we did it. That's what you implied. I didn't say you said that. It's called implications. It's called connotations. I'm telling you, you implied that. You implied that. You didn't say it. I'm telling you, you implied that.
I'll tell you what I implied.
No, I'll tell you what you implied, or you can reword your sentence.
I know what my mind.
No, you reword your sentence. Reword your sentence, or I'm going to tell you what you implied.
If you will allow me. I didn't. When I said falling on our sword, I meant freedom. There's a level of freedom. You know, some Black Americans come to Ghana or Africa, you know, for a certain amount of freedom, which they may have to sacrifice, you know, some income, you know, to get that amount of freedom. You know, there's some freedom, you know, freedom, you
Freedom
know,
is supposed to be for free, bro. We don't have to pay for freedom, bro.
Well, yes, you do. You ain't free now.
I'm saying
You
I'm
know,
free.
you in the
You know,
USA,
I mean,
you know, and you said, and
nobody
Black
telling me.
Americans are spending
Nobody telling me what to do.
$1 trillion
I'll
a
listen,
year,
everything like
and
that.
they don't have their own hospitals, they don't have their own banks, they don't have their own infrastructure, you know, that's going to benefit Black Americans because the Europeans won't let them.
The Europeans
At
won't
least
let
in African countries.
The white man is Thanos.
the white man Thanos, you know.
Well, they ain't Thanos. You trying to, you know
why? Because we live
why are
in
you trying to make a joke out of what I'm saying?
we
It's not,
live
they
in
not Thanos. Thanos is a
navigate.
fictional character.
Navigate.
I'm trying to be serious.
Navigate.
You're trying to joke.
Navigate, right?
Well,
When
so
you talk
can
about,
I,
let me say this,
can I,
let me say this,
okay.
Flames, right? When people start talking about we don't have our own hospital, do you know hospitals go by region, not race? You know, if you have a hospital in a
I
region,
know that. We're the Black region.
so
With
why
the
would
Black
necessary
regional
for Black
hospital.
people? You know that these major hospital corporations, billion-dollar companies that have been bought up Black struggling
I know
hospitals
that
like
too.
Martin Luther King and everything like that. So it's not even necessary. I work with
So
hospital
there's an
networks and
excuse for
whatnot.
Black
You know?
Americans, but there's no excuse for what Africans do. So Black Americans got a good excuse for why they're not developing.
Because we're integrated into American society. That's why.
Yeah, Negro pins. We Negro pins.
No,
I
we're not
agree
Negro
with.
pins. We're just people who
Yes,
live
you
in the United
integrated in
States.
American society.
You know what I'm saying?
That's what
No,
you
we're
just
basically
said.
the
Now
bottom
you're
line
trying
is
to change.
we live here.
You talk out of
we pay
both sides of
taxes,
your
we
mouth.
like here, you know.
All right,
out of both sides of your mouth
gentlemen,
again.
let's take a video break. Let's take a video break while y'all gather your thoughts together, because right now, and Navigate, you're gonna love this one right there. We're gonna get into some conversations, and this is just at this point he's about to talk about Marcus Garvey, so we can analyze what he's saying about Marcus Garvey. And again, it's not a situation where we have to agree on everything people say or disagree on everything they say. The goal is to
Just
analyze.
because I disagree with you don't mean I hate you, Colin.
Well, the goal is to analyze the conversation and the presentation and put it in the perspective of what we talk about Pan-Africanism towards nationhood, or put it in perspective towards us being a progressive people. So that's all we're doing. So this is no shot or no negative thing to say about anyone, whatever this guy is talking about. As a matter of fact, you know, we need presentation like this so we can just really just talk amongst ourselves. So this has been one of Kala's favorite person right here that we've been able to talk with. Sometimes he says some good stuff about Pan-Africanism or Black people. Sometimes he says some off-the-wall stuff. But you know, everyone will get a chance to share their opinion.
I'm just saying. So a lot of Garveyism has no Black roots at all. It has roots in racist white Satanists. The only Pan-African population in the world is us. Everybody else is exceedingly tribalistic and so toxically nationalistic until they don't work. The only place where folks would take you on face value when you're not white is here. And so he was able to come here and get a large movement. And by the way, even Garvey, although he practiced some occultic shit, and that's the beginning of this occultic stuff really getting big in our community, because there's a thing called New Thought. New Thought is a cultic strain that comes from white Luciferians and Satanists. It's also in the church now, Word of Faith, Name It, Claim It, all the bullshit you see, Joel Osteen and other phonies, including TD fakes. Yeah, I meant it. These people aren't really teaching like the real Bible, because the Bible doesn't say, oh, I just asked for shit and I'm going to get it, like God, some big punk ass Santa Claus that wants to get with me so I get whatever I want, because, you know, they've got like some pedophile lust for me, right? That's not the relationship that exists if people are going by the book. So Garvey used A lot of people think all his stuff is black. A lot of what you think is Garveyism is Garvey spray painting white Luciferian New Thought people who were anti-black. He went to white racists and refashioned it as his philosophy. I'm just saying. So a lot of Garveyism has no black roots at all. It has roots in racist white Satanists.
His close relationship with the KKK.
Look, we deal with the KKK every day because we're in America. So I'm not mad at Garvey for that. I'm not trying to zero Garvey out.
Yeah.
I have my grandfather, my family lives in D.C. I exist because my great grandfather was a Garveyite, and their asses had to get out of Georgia and they came to D.C. because the shit that they were on. Garvey, for the true people that follow Garvey and for the really good things that Garvey was for, there's goodness in the idea of being proud about being black. But if he thought that they were going to let him set up an empire in Africa right after they had fought a war and killed 20 million of each other over Africa, that's fucking insane.
So let me ask you, Dr.
So
Short.
hold on, let me finish. So Garvey had some good things, but you didn't even vet your ships. And that's the Caribbean. And just think, I mean, I could just buy a boat and white folks won't fight me, right? I mean, these people who come to beautiful, wonderful America, you say how racist it is, and you didn't have somebody check out the boats. You didn't have any security system in place. And the people who did Garvey in, they'll talk about the light-skinned, high yellow boule people, yeah, Du Bois, but the people who really fucked Garvey up were Caribbean sellouts. They were the worst ones that took him down. And part of what hurt the Garveyite movement was that a lot of folks couldn't see past the little teeny tiny rinky-dink island that they come from that they don't want to go back to. So I hate where I'm from, and I hate you for being here. And I can't work for you because I hate from where I came from, but I had to come to where you are. In fact, that's why you can't get black people in Great Britain and in other places to work together better, because folks are talking about they have a little flag somewhere and I eat a different sort of fish from you. Well, we use more pepper sauce than you do. I mean, small pissing contest divisions and shit, which is very real. If I decide to not like you because you eat the small Julie mangoes versus the big ones, or you got calypso, I'm reggae, or I do soca or whatever, or you've got obia, I've got shango, whatever. It's basically variations of the same shit. They came over here with this schismatic shit, and proof of the schismatic shit is how you've got millions of them here in this country, and they work against us, even if you accept them. And they'll tell you when their hand is out, they black like you, and when they get it, I'm a Jamaican, or I'm from Barbuda, or I'm from St. Kitts. I'm not what you are, right? Yeah. I'm not saying that people have to be exactly what I am, but bastard, you're getting shit based on who I am. So there were some things, there's a conversation, I don't fully understand it, but some of the FBA people, someone that was FBA was murdered by the Garvey people, because there were struggles within this larger Garvey movement. There's always one. And I guess the Caribbeans off a Black American, the same way that the Caribbeans in the Nation of Islam helped kill Malcolm. I'm just saying, it really did happen.
No, that was a dream. That didn't happen.
It's the same way a Caribbean helped get rid of Adam Clayton Powell. Rangel is Puerto Rican. He's not a Black American. At the same way, Kamala Harris may be brown, but she's not a Black American. These people have come here and gotten over. It's our fault. We don't like who we are, so we're hoping everybody will like us. You'll find that the Black identity of a Black person that hates their own guts is very similar to a sodomite or homosexual or gay. Gays want everybody to be gay so they'll be okay. Black folks want everybody to be black. They want the fucking comet flying into space to be black. So if everybody's black, I won't be black and ugly alone. If everybody were black, if damn, if the White House were painted black, I would.
All right, I can't take it anymore. All right, Color Genesis.
Speaking facts.
Well, before somebody starts saying speaking facts, I'll let Color Genesis break down Afrikstan analysis. And
here's the thing. He was saying half facts. You know, I mean, basically, when the philosophy of Garvey was rooted in, and here's the thing: when people come in the 20th century, right, and we set for 3 centuries, and we built nothing and everything. We're just coming out of slavery. The end of slavery was this 1920s, so the 1865, right? So you're totally talking the 35 years to the 20th century. So you're talking about 50 years out of slavery, right? Out of slavery. And you still got the British plantations all over the Caribbean and everything like that. So a whole economic global system is already in place, highly developed and everything like that, right? But the spirit of, and also black people knew that they were shut out. It ain't like today where we had jobs and we could be policemen, firemen, and senators and everything, like wherever we want to be in America and everything like that. So therefore, the black race, the culmination of all this was the black race systematically was on the bottom. That's what Marcus Garvey was responding to, the world he saw it. Now, Marcus Garvey would not make sense in this day and time, right? Now, some things in the UNIA we can talk about, but we cannot be full-fledged Garveyites because we don't live in the same world that he saw when he came to in 1919. Let's all agree on that, right? So therefore, his philosophy was about African redemption, right? We understand now that although our thing in the West was the white man controls everything and everything like that, right? So we basically got to fight to change America, change the West, and change like that. In Africa, all they had to do was basically get in power, right? Gain power and be the majority, because they're the majority and everything. So things for the African elite is going to work differently. They don't see the world we do. You know, they may see the white man as a benefactor or a partner. You know, they can pick and choose what white man they want to deal with. They could talk about the Chinese or Russians, whatever they want to do. We black people in America were stuck in the white man's system right here in America, you know, and we still are, but we basically still succeeded, you know. And so when people start saying Garvey was only reacting. You talk about 50 years, less than 50 years outside of at the end of the Civil War, right? And you have the black race around the world. What Garvey saw, he said he toured the Caribbean, everywhere he saw it. But the one group of people he saw that he gave him hope was when he came to America. He saw Black America. He said, somewhere along the Negridom, I see people that are doing things for themselves and opening businesses. And you got scientists. He wanted to meet with Booker T. Washington, but I think Booker T. Washington passed before he was arrived. He was basically inspired by Tuskegee. Randy Short didn't mention that. He was a very big student of Booker T. Washington. He read Up from Slavery. Did he mention that? No. But he wanted to slander Garvey in his posthumous slander of this man by making him like this. Garvey read a lot of people, you know, a lot of people. But his main thing was the black man has to rise up beyond what he did. And nobody could talk about it. Garvey influenced Kwame Nkrumah, Kenneth Kaunda, Nelson Mandela, you know. Of course, he didn't make it to the continent and everything like that, but he inspired a whole generation of nationalists to say we can govern our own country in Africa, you know? That's what I'm going to say about that.
Yes, my good brother, not Measy.
So, Garvey failed. It was a failure. He never went to Africa, and black people never went to Africa to have their own nation. So it's a failed ideology, like I've been saying. You know, that's pretty much the meat and potatoes. It sounds good and it maybe make you feel good, but Kala himself talked about how, like, look, if you don't move in Africa the right way, people going to start looking at you like Americans look at the Mexicans. They're taking the jobs, they're taking the women, they're taking everything. So once you live in a reality that we're all not the same, we've been separated for such a long time. So this pie in the sky ideology where you're going to go back and have your separate nation within an already existing nation. If you think that's going to happen, then I got a bridge in Brooklyn to sell.
Let me ask you a question.
Hold on, brother. I'm almost finished. I'm going to land my plane because I know you like to cut me off. The biggest, you know, some of the, I ain't going to say some, well, College Genesis, he pushes it hard body. But Anthony, shout out to my mulatto brother, Anthony. He said, yo, why don't you go? You're like, oh, I have a business. Bro, is it blackness over business or is it business over blackness? Sell your business and show us by doing it. But you're not doing it because you understand that it's a failed ideology and you're too smart to set yourself up for failure. Therefore, you're going to stay in America and do what you got to do in America. Just come on to the FBA train, brother. Choo choo. Come on, brother.
That's not what happened.
Hey, don't give up, man. We're going to make this work.
Yeah, that's about the bottom line is we're just doing this baby step. And not only that, you got to understand something, right? What I'm doing right here is not for me. It's for the next generation, you know, to build on, you know. So I'm not doing this for myself, you know. So that's the other thing people don't understand. You got to do this. Look, bottom line is this. They always say you want the character. You control a character of a man, right? When he plants a tree, knowing that he's not going to benefit from its shade.
And that's exactly what Garvey did.
No, that's an idiot. That's an idiot. If I plant a tree, I want the shade, the fruit.
No, it don't work like that.
I want everything.
Yes, that's what Garvey did. He laid the foundation for those of us to come. But so can you respond?
So why you guys ain't follow his foundation yet? Y'all in America, brother, and I love that y'all in America. I can see y'all there.
We're basically like this. We're always saying is we're doing the vanguards, and we're making sure this movement does not die. We're giving support to people that want to do this movement, right? Those who basically can go to the continent and live and everything. We do it right. We don't tell people anybody. Matter of fact, I talk more people out of going to the continent because I know they're not ready. You know, I say you're not ready for that. Now, if you want to go to a country like South Africa, you got a software. I know a guy that's software business and everything like that. Maybe you can go over there and get a contract, whatever like that. Hey, go right ahead. I'm all for you, you know. And they go there and put their bid in for a software job, whatever like that. One thing Africa needs, right? And like I said, it's the point that's missing is Africa has to basically develop to the point where there's a brain gain. You know, right now there's a brain drain. People leave the continent more than people come. There's a brain drain.
Brother, you're all over the place, brother. You start a point and then you pivot to another and you forget to go back to your original.
No, let me finish.
But I want to know what the point is so that I can look for the finish line, brother. You always do this.
Let me finish what I was saying.
Thank you, brother.
No, finish what I'm saying. My point I'm trying to make is, right, we understand that the systems and all that stuff like that are not set up for any sort of large mass exodus of black people is going on. But there's a lot of black. Look, O'Shea Jackson. My brother O'Shea Jackson is living in Uganda, doing very well. He has several businesses and everything like that. You know, he took advantage of the opportunity. He's doing really well. Him and I communicate all the time. My brother Mark Blanton, him and his wife in South Africa, in the real estate business in South Africa, doing very, very well. Look at Mark Meets Africa in Tanzania, doing very, very well. You know, so it's not like for everybody. It's like, you know, if you can go, if you feel that's in your heart desire. If it's not, then don't go. No one's telling anybody to go or not to go or not. If you feel like you can do it or not, and I caution people all the time, do you have your ducks in a row and everything? Because I don't want people coming back like, oh man, you told me to go here and never. No, I didn't tell you that, right? Just like I tell people all the time, don't be pushing this issue about a passport if you talk about Liberia. You know, just if you want to go to the Liberia, you want a U.S. passport, get your visa and everything like that. You can go there, enjoy the country or not, come back or not, spend money and everything like that, and do what you got to do. Enjoy the fact that you was in an African country, you're making a connection and everything. That's what really all it is. Because 10 years ago, nobody was even talking about this at all. The number of black people from America going to Africa is exploding, you know? And so and that's not going to slow down anytime soon, you know? So the bottom line is I'm just saying excess caution, right? We know, I said earlier, we know that Marcus Garvey was reacting to the post-slavery era and whatnot with black. You understand something from Garvey's time? There was no real black voice for black people. Most white people thought that black people.
Brother, you stay pivoting, man. I like to have a back and forth with you, brother.
Okay.
And we started with the whole thing about Marcus Garvey and me saying that it was a failed movement. I'm on a panel with two brothers that are trying to do what? Revive the real Pan-Africanism.
Okay,
you guys are cleaning house. You and why my Jamaican brother, I'm sorry, brother, I forgot your name. Bomani, yeah, Bomani Tyehimba. You guys are cleaning house. You guys are really just trying to say, all right, this is what it should be. And the reason that you have to do that is because the Pan-African movement has been hijacked. It's been infected. It's been sick. And it's dead. That's why you guys are here trying to revive it. So if it wasn't dead, it wouldn't need to be revived.
Oh, yeah.
So now, hold on, brother. Hold on. You see, I'm very concise with my points. So if you're going to revive it and make it what it should be, the no nonsense, this is what we need to do, then you have to answer the hard questions to yourself about xenophobia, about integrating or the lack of integration in that a nation within a nation, the real logistical way to do business and have connections. What is the end goal? Is the end goal to establish a base in Africa and live in America? Is the end goal to get people to Africa so that we can get together and then start working from a power standpoint globally? It has to be defined, because at this point in time, people who've been in these spaces and know the history, some of us know better than others, right, are not going to fall for the okie doke anymore. Marcus Garvey's movement was a failure. So you guys, I'm tasking both of you to remix it and make it better. After a while, the vaccine stops working because what? Whatever the vaccine is fighting starts to change and it adapts, right? This system that we live in, it changes and adapts. So if you're still using the technology of the Flintstones and we way past the Jetsons already, y'all gonna fail again, brother.
No, we
let me jump on this one. I'll call it. Now, Nizi, I appreciate your energy on this one. It's one of those things where I hear you. I want to say I hear you loud and clear. As far as, and I do feel like you care about us to, and it's not something that you're just trying to just say. You want to see us succeed. I really feel that in my heart that you really do. So we have also analyzed the situation, and we appreciate people like Marcus Garvey and all the others that came before us and laid a foundation. Now, based on what they had to work with and what they was able to get accomplished, we appreciate that contribution, because sometimes it's like that. I don't know what it feels like to be around in those days where you have to worry about certain things. So the fact that they was able to create mass movements have taught us many things, that we can really truly organize our people, do cooperative economics. Some of the investments, which some of us modern day have made mistakes to, didn't go through as it should. And you have people cheat you, just like I talked to people about some of the people that we're trying to do things with in Africa that end up cheating you and things like that. And these are people part of its organization. So I do agree with you in some sense that some of us are making some of those similar mistakes. So that's our goal. Our goal is to try to to steer away from some of those mistakes by creating something. I don't know if it's unique, but trying to do a different approach. So Kala has his approach, I have my approach, and we're trying to create something that will more so work for everyone. And that's why we talk about Liberia. That's why we feel like Liberia would be a great foundation for that movement, to where we can add a level of success and make our ancestors proud.
Brother, and that's why I never have smoke for you, brother. What I understood what you to say is that, yes, there were issues with certain things that Marcus Garvey did, and you didn't live back then, so you can't really, you know what I'm saying? You can just get inspired by him and then apply his overall ideology to today's reality, right? I can respect that. You're acknowledging the opportunities for improvement, and you're working to make that happen. You got stuff on the continent. You have you already have this successful business model. That's why I never have smoke for you. But the thing is, a lot of times the problem with our movements is that the most the person with the least accomplishment, the person with the least vision, the person with the least action is always the one with the most words. And I'm talking about College, and Kala. He gets on these panels and he talks and talks and talks and pivots and he stutters and he goes from here to there and he doesn't answer the questions and he doesn't want to but he wants to hear himself speak, which is why everyone has to be like, yo, can we just wait patiently so we can say something? You will never learn anything if you're constantly reacting, waiting to respond instead of listening. I listen to Bomani. That's why I can hear the truth, and that's why I can get behind somebody like him, because he's already doing it. But he has the lowest voice on this panel, and it's his show. Khaled, you got a problem with black people is that everybody wants to be the chief. Sometimes you got to step back and say, yo, Bomani can cook on this. I'm getting a lot of pushback. Bomani don't get the same pushback. Why? Because Bomani is doing it. And I'm not doing no divide and conquer bullshit here. What I'm saying is this: you got a big mouth. You're never going to the continent because you got a business in America, right? And you know you don't have the flow, brother. So just put the mic down and let brother Bomani run this movement, bro. And Bomani, if you're already running it, well, you ever see the Israelites when they on the streets talking whatever they talk? The people, what they call the baby brews, don't speak. All they do is read the passages that the brother who has more knowledge says. That's what's going on here. You cook on Liberia, but as far as Pan-Africanism and all of that stuff, you don't have the flow, brother.
Well,
you can't formulate a cohesive thought. You can't do it, brother. That's the problem here. You got the biggest mouth and the smallest vision.
Here, check this out. You gonna let me finish? You let me finish? Okay.
Brethren.
Okay, right now.
Jumping out the pan, may I cook you? May I cook you slowly?
Okay, you cook me. Okay. You happy? You know.
Do you have to defend yourself?
The bottom line is this. That was a great filibuster and everything like that. But here's the thing, right?
Thank you, brother. I learned from you, brother.
Bomani and I are working on a mission, a project in a country called Liberia, right? We're having success so far, right? I'm an integral part of that thing to make that happen. You know, it's my contacts and my stuff like that that's making this work. You know, so when you say Bomani, and I give Bomani all the praise for all the work he's done, right? And the reason why I've come to Bomani because I partnered with so many other people that let me down and didn't like this. And I came to Bomani 2 years ago. And I said, look, you know, this is what I need to do. Now, as far as like the overall Pan-African,
but listen to that. Who did Bomani partner with to get his shit done, or did he just do it? You jumping around from this hotel to that hotel. Help me, please.
Why is that?
Do it yourself, brother.
Why is that? Why
is self-sufficient?
Isn't the world, Matt? Now you let me finish. Isn't the world about partnerships?
Yes, it is about partnerships, but now you know the Berlin Conference was a meeting of bosses.
I did not send
the Berlin Conference was a meeting of bosses.
I did not send Bomani to Liberia. And when I went there and did my fact finding and tested the waters.
Now, brother, look. When white people sit at the war room at the table, you know what I'm saying? You be the dude bringing refreshments while they're talking business.
Okay,
let me chime in on this one. Let me just because y'all both talking about me, so I need to just tell my own story. And so the whole Liberia was Color Genesis idea 100%. From the tour, all the whole stuff is idea. We started connecting on something else, and we put our energy together because everything that Kala talks about, I can get it done. And he has a connection and he has certain experience in Liberia. So it makes it's a simple thing, and that's what we encourage. If people can work together to make it work, and like as for me, you know, I've made my way around different countries, so I'm always trying to get a country that someone can recommend, but at the same time too, don't just recommend it. Help me and connect me with some people and share your experience and do certain things, and that's what Kala did, and that's why I chose to work with him on Liberia versus other people who want me to go to some of these crazy countries in Africa. And I'm like, I'm not going there. I was like, I feel in some countries, I tell them I don't feel safe going there. And just being honest with people. And Kala made his presentation and that worked out good. You know, I wouldn't naturally just jump on something like this for no reason. Every country that I go to is just calculated. So, you know, so that's my side of the whole story, because you guys have your own side.
And that's not somebody bringing refreshments.
It's basically a partnership.
That's a partnership, bro.
On this show.
That's not somebody bringing refreshments, bro. That's a part.
Brother, but listen, man, you got to work on your flow, man. You got to work on being an active listener. If you're going to be a part of any movement that's going to speak to the greater good and action for Black people, you got to speak less and listen more at this point in your journey, because you don't have it, brother. You pivot all over the place. You're stuttering, and when you stutter, it's not because you don't know, but it's because you're looking for something else to say.
My turn.
And you're trying to say stuff because you're trying to fill up air because you like to hear yourself speak. Sometimes you don't have to just speak all the time, brother.
Saturday night to be on a platform like this. You know, I choose to be here because I put in the work. You know,
you ain't got nothing going on, brother. You ain't got.
Okay, so bottom. I could be doing a lot of stuff on Saturday. I was at a freaking party earlier, but I cut the party short because I reminded myself at 11 o'clock we got to be here and whatnot to do a show. You know, and I never miss a show.
I know what's going on. I'm sorry. Bomani is your mentor. I should have picked it up.
Bomani's not my mentor.
He should be your mentor then. He should be your mentor. Let him mentor you.
Bomani, when we talk about history and stuff like that, right? Who's the person that brings up
my turn?
You know, let
the other brother speak. Please.
No. I gotta finish this, right? Who's the one that basically talks about geopolitics and history and whatnot? You know,
you, Kala. You're the best, Kala. Now let's hear the other brother.
Bottom line, I never said that. You know, but the bottom line, people are just envious and jealous. If you got something more to add, then you should get on the show with Bomani and show us what you can talk about.
Nah, but see, brother, you already know I got busy on the continent. Now I'm focusing on my people.
You know, the bottom line is we're talking about this topic right here on the thing like that. If you say that there's another better idea than what we're doing, that's our end game. Is to build in Africa. And the bottom line, I'm seeing people doing it all the time. Everybody's saying, hey, look, I'm going to the continent, I'm building this and everything like that. We're saying this is what we're planning on doing and everything like that. You want to connect with us. Once we're there, we start building, and everybody's looking at the future. 10 years from now, we're going to be in a better position. Now, if you have another idea, you say that we should stay in America, forget about Africa, then you should come on the show, right? And we're more than welcome to have you and say, look, we had no.
I'm gonna not respond to you so the brother can speak.
No. Let me say this, right? Now
you're proving my point, brother. You never let other people speak, so we gotta cut the mic.
I'm gonna finish 1 minute, right? 1 minute. I'm gonna say this. We had a show the other night, right? We were talking about building in America, right? Building in Africa. We opened up both ideas. Now you should have been on that show, right? Giving us your input, Nakmeezy, and telling us how we should build in America. We want to hear it, but instead we got clowns that called in or talk about their Native American and all kind of stuff like that, and it went left, you know? And so I'm saying, where's Nakmeezy telling us how we could build in America and to give up his plan and everything like that? All I'm doing is say, hey, look, this is my idea. And I said like this, when people talk about Liberia, well, I would say, no, I'm dead set against that. You know, you want to come to Liberia, you want to come to Africa, I think you should be able to join our tour first. You know, join our tour, join a tour with us. And when I get to know the country, get to know the culture, get to know the people and everything like that, the like local dialects and everything like that, get to know the feel and the vibe of the country. You know, that's not so hard to do. You know, that's just one-on-one, you know.
One-on-one. My turn.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Thank you. Now,
yeah, navigate. Please respond to the video, mainly the video.
Well, the video, the
and
video.
Then you can respond to other things.
Okay, the guy on the video, he sounded like a collar clone to me. You know, they speak in the same generalities. You know, they go all over the place. You know, from one tangent to the other. You know, with vague, you know, ambiguous things. You know, and you know, throw a fact here and fact there, then some ambiguous right there. You know, it's like deception. Deception is a careful blend of lies and truth. You know, but they're not. I don't think they're necessarily lying. You know, they're just giving their own psychoanalysis of everything. You know, mixed with a little bit of truth and a little bit of historical facts. You know, and some of everything. It's a mix of crap. And I agree with Nakneezy. You know, as far as, you know, Kala is concerned. But Bomani, you've been doing this here, coming to Africa, you know, for a long time now. And you have connections in several countries on the continent. You know, say thank you to Kala, you know, for you didn't go to Liberia, but he had a connection there too, and that opened the door where you can do a tour there. Cool. You know, everything else that Kala says about his contribution is ambiguous at best. There's no facts of what he's doing. You know, but he wants relevance. He's looking for personal relevance. You know, and so Nakneezy is correct, but I disagree with Nakneezy on the thing that, you know, I agree with him, but, you know, he said that Marcus Garvey, you know, movement was a failure. Yeah, it did fail. But every black leader, you know, in our lifetime and beyond our lifetime, you know, was a failure. And it was a failure for a reason. You know, Martin Luther King's movement was a failure. You know, Malcolm X's movement was a failure. Marcus Garvey's movement was a failure. You know, and they didn't fail because of something that they did. They failed because, you know, I would say that you know, the Black Americans in the USA are failures. You know, even though they have $1 trillion worth of spending that they can do, you know, every year, because the system don't care how much money you get. Only thing that the system cares about is how you spend the money. They're not going to let Black Americans, you know, develop, you know, and make the Black community strong economically, just like they won't let countries in Africa develop and make themselves strong economically. And if you start doing it, they're going to destroy you like they did Libya.
Brother, the white man ain't that powerful, man.
Well, they destroyed Libya. They are that powerful. You know, there are no superpowers in Africa. None.
Well, I get that. You know, I don't want you to misquote me, brother. I want you to understand.
And the West, other European superpowers from bombing, you know, Niger and other countries is world public opinion. Right now, if they do it, you know, everybody around the world, even in France, will see it, you know, in first time. They will see it. And you know, everybody in France is not rotten, evil imperialists. The governments are in the USA too, you know, and you know, right now, you know, Nana Akufo-Addo, you know, African countries, their primary job before the communication age was just keeping their people alive, you know, because when the West wants something, they just take it, or they put a leader in position, you know, to give them what they want. It's all propaganda, you know, BS. You know, they psychoanalyze us better than we can psychoanalyze themselves or ourselves. You know, the number one thing is security. You know, sometimes security, you know, security always comes before, you know, economic, you know, independence. You ain't gonna get it if you don't have no security. Because if you can't protect what is yours, it ain't yours.
Facts. Let me just respond to one of your points, brother, about Marcus Garvey's movement being a failure, right? What I ended with is that it needs to be remixed, and I do believe that Kala and Bomani have the energy to remix it. I said they're cleaning house, so that needs to happen. But in order for it, because I don't really see nobody else in these YouTube streets or on a speaking circuits that has the passion that these brothers have.
It all depends on how you define the Marcus Garvey movement.
Well, brother, I don't want to go into that. I want you to not misunderstand me.
Well, we got to define our words.
Hold on, brother. Please let me finish. Please let me finish, brother. Please let me finish. Please let me finish. All right, thank you. I appreciate that. Well, you understand if you let me finish, brother, right?
Okay.
All right, thank you, brother. So now, what I was saying, which I don't want you to misquote me, and Bomani acknowledge it because he knows that I want them to win. I want them to win. I don't want them to make the same mistakes that happened in the past with many of our leaders, right? So that's why I'm gonna stay being, I guess, knowledgeable opposition to keep their sword sharp. You see what I'm saying? So if I see it, I'm gonna call out, but I want them to win.
Reminding them is nowhere near, Marcus Garvey. Nowhere near.
Well, now check this out, and that's a good thing because they won't make the same mistakes. You see what I'm saying?
They got to get close first. Of course they ain't gonna make the mistakes. They are not gonna make the same. They haven't made the same achievements yet either. Marcus Garvey and the Bomani movement, of taking people tours in Africa, is two totally different things.
Wait, hey, did W.B. Du Bois have something to do with Garvey's demise or the failure of his movement?
All I know is, the Europeans, one of the first black FBI agents, was part of the Marcus Garvey demise. They infiltrated like they do everything. They infiltrated the movement and sabotaged it. Simple as that.
All right, well, that's what I'm saying. There's always a black hand or a black face that has the hand in the pot that's stirring it up. And this is why we have these conversations. This is why we have these conversations, brother. And again, like when you speak, I listen and I wait for a chance to respond. I'd like the same respect. Because I wanted to ask you a question. Do you have a citizenship in Ghana, brother?
What does that matter? There's plenty of us getting citizenships over here. Brother, we just can't walk across the border like they do in the USA right now.
Brother, I'm not trying to dox you or anything. I'm saying
I don't have a governmental citizenship, but Ghana has a law. It's called the right to abode. That means you can come here as an African and they will not kick you out. Right. So you have a right of a vote. And just recently, my neighbor got his citizenship just recently. I have not applied for Ghanaian citizenship yet.
Okay.
But it's no instant citizenship.
Brother, why are you so defensive, brother?
I'm just answering the question.
No, but you're answering it from a place where you're assuming that I'm being negative,
why you asked the question. Why did you ask that question?
Because you won't let me finish the question. Because you see nefarious. You see me asking the question from a nefarious standpoint instead of giving me
why you asked the question. I answered the question though.
Hold on. Instead of giving me the benefit of the doubt and at least hearing me out, you start.
But that's what you needed. That's what you needed. I answered the question.
Start fighting the points that I didn't even make.
Move on. Stop psychoanalyzing.
It ain't about moving on. I asked the question and then you started defending points that I didn't
answered the question.
Man, you got the answer. Take the 10-pound pussy ass nigga.
Do you have the answer to the question? Yes.
Bro, I'd rather argue with a female. I ain't gonna argue with you, man.
Well, I ain't arguing with you either. You got the answer to the question, but you don't want to move on. You want to just lambaste me. Marcus Garvey movement was a failure.
And this is why
what black movement do you think was a success?
Too many kooks
Tell me which black movement that you think was a success. Now I'm asking a question.
There's too many kooks in the movement. There's too many kooks in the movement. And you're one of them, bro.
What do that mean? Too many
kooks. A kook is someone that's crazy.
That don't mean nothing.
A weirdo. You're a weirdo, bro.
Weirdo. Define weirdo.
Someone whose actions are outside of the norm relative to this movement. You're a weirdo.
Relative to what movement? You be
the
precise.
Conversation that we're having. You're a weirdo.
No, you're the weirdo. You're the one.
No. I asked you 70 times to allow me to finish my point.
Was a failure, and you don't even give up. You don't even acknowledge the successes that he had, and then you want to compare the Bomani, tour group with the Marcus Garvey movement.
You're not going to talk me over. You're not going to talk over me, brother. I can't be bullied in this.
Navigate. This is what we can do, brother. Let Not Measy finish, and then you go ahead and respond, and then y'all can start it all over again, so we're clear, because y'all was talking at the same time for a while.
All right. So what I was saying is that he didn't even give me a chance to build on the question because I was going somewhere, but he thought I was going somewhere where actually I wasn't. And then he starts defending it
You
from a
made
point
that
of,
point already.
well,
Move
see,
on.
but then I'm speaking. And then you keep cutting me off because you don't have any emotional control.
Navigate. Navigate. The thing of it is, we don't have to. The thing of it is, I'll try to just explain to all of us what we're talking about. This serious movement of Pan-Africanism towards nationhood. Almost none of us are going to agree on a bunch of things, but that's not the point. The point is for us to present our information and for us to talk. And while we're at it, I'm not sure who is Jones. Let me add Jones in, and hopefully, Jones, you're a real person, because I've been having trolls attack me all for the last few shows. Greetings, Jones. Welcome to Pan-Africanism towards nationhood.
Hello.
Greetings, greetings, brother. What's on your mind?
Hey man, I just can't stand brother Spider, man.
Oh my goodness.
This is the troll. This is the troll.
I ain't no troll.
What are brothers fighting about?
I'm just hearing brothers arguing, man. I don't like it. You know, we gotta unite. You know, we gotta just, you know, bring back, make a black America, make a black Israel, bring back everybody together. You know, we gotta get rid of, you know, it's. I wouldn't say it's gay people, but it's a whole lot of faggotry.
And yeah, no racist or discrimination comments on here, especially since we don't know you, because you could be setting us up.
My name is Jones. You know, I've been in prison and shit, you know, but
so Jones, where you from?
Oh, I'm from New York, man. I'm from
From New York. Are
Yeah,
you a
man.
white redneck or you're a white cracker devil?
I'm a black man. I was born in Africa. I'm born in Nigeria.
Holmes, I've been black all my life, and I've been around the black world many times. There's no way you're black. I mean, your picture may look black, but there's no way you're black. What do you think on Navigate Freely and Not Measy before we get back into what we're talking
And he's
about?
black, but he's a troll. He's definitely black, but he's a troll.
He's not a troll. He's not a troll. He just, you know, he just has his own level of consciousness, his own level of sophistication. He don't like seeing black people argue and fight, you know, but steel sharpens steel, and we got to think and talk for a much better understanding. And men contend with men, you know, and brothers contend with brothers. Brothers fight, but they still remain brothers. Just because I disagree with you, Neknemizi or Kala, don't mean that I hate you and I don't want you to succeed.
Why are you so aggressive towards Kala Genesis and Not Measy? What did
Because
they
I
ever do
don't
to
agree.
you?
Because I'm forced to be aggressive because, you know, your Neknemizi called me a weirdo. I didn't call him one single name. All I did was disagree.
Oh, you were acting weird.
Well, see, there you go. Call me a weirdo. You know, and
No,
then
see,
you
you
know,
were
I have
acting
to
weird.
I
I called
responded.
you, or are you ignoring the fact that I called you brother at least 10 times? I called you that too.
Well, don't call me brother, because you know that you know you don't
Yeah,
you
you
can
see
tickle
that?
my
Yeah,
ears.
you're
My
a
name
weirdo.
is Navigate. Call me by my name.
Well,
That's
why
what I
don't you
call you by
navigate
your
your
name.
ass back up to Kumasi?
Stop
Navigate your ass to
interrupting me.
Kumasi.
See, there you go. He's being nasty.
Yeah, I'm gonna troll you if you bring the conversation down to
You the
troll.
troll. You know, I'm trying to
Yeah,
have an
all right,
intelligent
brother.
conversation,
No,
and you
because an
trying to be
intelligent
funky.
conversation involves us having a back and forth. You don't have a back and forth. You cut me off
you
several
the one that's
times.
interrupting me. We're trying to have a
You cut
back
me
and
off
forth. Let me
several
speak.
times, and which is why I'm interrupting
I'll
you
let you
now.
say the same
Which
thing
is why
over and
I'm
over again.
interrupting you
And
now.
you kept saying the same thing over again,
And this is why
ridiculing me.
everybody
And
go
now you
back
want
to
to talk
Africa.
over me when I get a
Because they
chance
got
to
these
speak.
low
You
intelligent
trying to
avid
sabotage
Negroes
what I got to
going
say.
back to
So
Africa
why don't you?
and they ain't got
But
nothing to do.
Bumani will shut off my
His
mic.
name
Why
is
don't you shut off
Bomani.
his?
Well, I'll
Shut off
shut
his
my
mic so I can speak. Thank you.
All right, Not Measy. Go ahead and let Navigate speak. And hopefully we can get to some point where we hear someone clearly before someone else cut them off. So Navigate. This,
Well, you know, the guy in the video, you know, he seemed like like I said, a college clone. You know, they speak in the same ways, and you know, and college, you know, he just want relevance. I hope he get the relevance that he wants. You know, but you just can't get the relevance just by talking about things and going around in circles, you know, and trying to make people think you're more intelligent than you really are. Like Nakneezy say, I agree with him. You got to learn how to open up your ears. Communication, listening is a major part of communication. There's no problem with disagreeing with me or anyone else. But if you're going to disagree, just disagree and state your disagreement and state your point precisely and shut up. That's how we get a back and forth. We have to and we didn't get in this condition, overnight. We're in this condition through centuries of trauma. And we're not going to get out of this condition, by just tiptoeing through the tulips. We got to think and talk for a much better understanding. And, as Black Americans and Black people around the world, we have to create a new acceptance for one another. Black people over on the continent, they have a different acceptance for one another than we do Black people in the USA. So that's another form of freedom. I can come over here and I don't really have to watch my back 24/7. Because you can get 10,000 Black people, together, and nobody is going to act stupid and crazy and spoil the whole thing. You don't even have to have police around. They don't act like that. But you get 50 Black people in the USA together, and somebody going to do something crazy and something stupid. Somebody might even get killed, because we were, and we still are, systematically altered, socially engineered, like cats and dogs, dumbed down, not to function properly with each other. And we gotta work on that. The powers that be, mind control is an old ancient science. But I ain't gonna go off on a bunch of tangents. I'll stop talking right now and let someone else speak.
Well, I mean, look, I think Black people and white people suffer the same thing equally. That's my opinion.
And what is that? What do we suffer equally?
Well, it's the evil eye, it's the banks, right? It's the British royalty banking families, right, who are still in charge of the world. They are responsible for the establishment of the United States. They are responsible for the establishment of Israel. And we just got to realize that there's a new Rome in our time, but soon it's going to be taken over by merchants, that being the corporations. And they are the enemy of the people, no matter what race or religion. And that's it.
Interesting. I'm just kind of tracking some of the words you're using. But once again, Jones, I mean, how about you turn on your camera?
Well, I don't got a camera. I can't afford a camera.
Yeah, I'm sure you can't.
If anybody in the chat want to cash at me, $5.
Even though the white devils in the trailer park, what I'm saying, they got modern day technology also, so you can't be living worse than those trailer trash.
Well, I'm Black, so I'm always, I seem to be below white man, but I don't know, man. Like America just had this Black president, right? And so my question is, are Black people still being victimized? I mean, they are being victimized, but are they being oppressed? Are they being systematically oppressed?
I don't want to take this in the wrong direction. I'm trying to make sure we flow what we were saying earlier, gentlemen, because what we were talking about was the video. So Jones, what we're talking about is this video. So not Meezy, you and Kala agree to disagree on the whole world of Garveyism.
I mean, we probably do agree to disagree. I'm not even going to say anything about him personally in terms of how he flows or whatever, but I just think that for the movement to work, it has to be remixed, it has to be tweaked, and I think you guys understand that and you're doing it. That's it.
All right, Kala, what you have to say about that, brother?
Yeah, well, like I said, I came on the scene in 2007, right? I came on the scene. I introduced my world, College Genesis, the culture critic, geopolitical pundit, right? I was into geopolitics, Pan-Africanism, civil rights, and all this stuff like this, right? But I gravitated towards because like I said, Pan-African was just like in my back pocket, right? Nobody was feeling Pan-Africanism when I came out in 2006, 2007. Nobody. So I introduced it little by little. Talk about it, the movement was completely gone, dead. I think. And I was one of the ones that resurrected it, right? But I believe
nonsense.
Hold up, look, but navigate. Stop. So I believe in the ideology of LARP, right? This is what I'm going to tell you about navigate. I'm going to tell you about the difference between me. The idea of LARP. I believe in what's logical, achievable, reasonable, and practical, right? When somebody gives me anything,
So do
right?
I.
I'm saying. No, you're not logical. I believe what's logical, achievable, reasonable, practical, right? So therefore, I believe that any ideology that I believe in, right, as far as Pan-African, has to be logical, achievable, reasonable, and practical, right? 90%.
I agree. That's right.
90% of people that talk Pan-African are not logical. Sometimes I think they're really mentally deranged. And see, why are you taking shots? Have I insulted you?
Well, I'm just telling the truth. You're not logical. You're not logical at all.
Taking shots. Look at that. Look at
the Pan-African thing all by yourself, which is not true.
Why? Let him finish. He's doing well. He's making a concise point, and then you throw shots at him, brother. Let him finish.
I'm saying that when I came on social media, right? That's what it's all about. Social media. Now there may be some Pan-Africanists out there and everything like that. I hung around them for years. Nation of Islam types and everything like that, right? And I saw that these people were not going anyplace. I believed in science because I was with the Schuyler Institute when I was in my 20s, right? Schuyler Science Institute, founded by Frederick Schuyler and the Lyndon LaRouche people. I studied infrastructure. I studied STEM. I studied all these things about how nations function. I studied all these things about international business, finance, and everything like this. And I realized that the reason why the black race and everybody else is down is because we don't have this one thing. We do not have a global black infrastructure. Now that's beyond my scope and beyond my head, but I put it out there, right? Of all the stuff I learned, right? If you do not have infrastructure, my whole thing was back then, right?
I would have to disagree with that, my brother.
Bomani, drop this guy down, please. Please. I mean, we're not brothers, man. Stop it. Get him out of here.
There you go.
I ain't time to play games with people. When I was serious people I'm talking to, So the bottom line is, but I knew the fact of the matter is, if black people are not talking about business, right? At the time when I first got on the internet, right, I was the first one on the Call Nation Blog Talk Radio that had the Ujamaa Black Wall Street show, right? And they thought I was going to talk a bunch of Hotep stuff, and we got to collect. I had business people, finance people talking about stocks, trades. Or at the time, the new thing that was at the time was digital cryptocurrency. Now I was big and whatnot. We had a brother that passed away. I forgot his name, right? He was big on cryptocurrency way back then. I was talking about international trade. I was with this group called the Kemetic Pipeline, global trade, about procurement, stuff like that. I said, we don't understand business science. I got so much pushback, right? They were saying, you're talking about modern agriculture. You're talking about, and then Muspasa was one of my first listeners, right? He was a 20-year-old kid, 21 of my first listeners back then. Years later, he still listens to me. Basically, I was having shows when we talk about agriculture. I'm talking about real modern agriculture, how to do agribusiness, and commodities and stuff like that. People say, what kind of freaking Pan-African show is this? You're talking about science and technology. You're talking about industries and everything like that. I said, how are you going to get to the next level when you're the only race of people that's not committed to industrialization and industry and everything? You're going to be on the bottom. So I was basically disheartening because I said, look, if I'm going to be in the Pan-African, this is what I know we need to do. We need to build Africa. We need to build Black America and whatnot, and concentrate on STEM, the skilled trades and stuff like that as a thing, and also international business and finance and everything. And we talked about Reginald Lewis. We talked about business. We talked about black business. People thought that's not the pattern. You're bougie. You're talking like this. You're one of these bougie niggas, man. Talk about all this business and everything. And these guys ain't got 2 dimes to rub together. They want to talk about that dusty ass Pan-African stuff about Hotep and red, black, and green, all this kind of stupid stuff. So basically, I was the first one that brought a thing, and then we formed the Black African Infrastructure Organization. Now, people say, you know something, you're right. We need to talk about business and everything like that. We need to talk about smart cities and all the stuff like that. We had shows talking about that. We had one of the largest Block Talk radio shows because I got people interested in things outside of talking about white racism, white supremacy, and stuff like this, you know? So that's my background in this. And that's where along the line back then, that's when I met Bomani years ago, you know, where Chef Rob introduced us, you know? And so basically, we formed the Black African Infrastructure. We said, we're going to talk about land, infrastructure, nationhood. You know, you have land, you build infrastructure, your institutions and all stuff like this. And you have a nationhood. Nationhood is the people, you know, it's the people. Nationhood, you have a micro community. You know, so navigate. You want to be disruptive and talk.
You ain't gonna stop talking.
I feel how navigate feels. I just wasn't gonna butt in like that, but because I was listening.
Where to stop him?
Exactly. That is the only way. But I don't want to do that to him. But I was listening, right, at his I versus we ratio. Especially in the beginning, it was I.
He wanted his relevance. Right. And if he's such a great Pan-Africanism, he would have thousands of people on this. Thousands of people be on this here podcast right now listening to him. Ain't nobody listening to him because
he wants to establish relevance, and you want to be validated, brother. Yeah. And those aren't the traits of a leader. So when you believe that you gotta, I was first. I'm the one. No one was doing.
I'm telling you this is the truth. The
Pan-Africanism is the I movement. It's the we movement.
If I was really about myself, I would have my own channel on here every night.
No, because you don't want to do the work to build
I don't want
a subscription base, brother.
I don't want that. I don't want anybody thinking that I'm leading something.
You just want to ride people's coattails.
No,
this is
how
what
am I riding people's coattails?
Bomani, you do this brother a real favor and take him off, and then have him.
I have a whole network of people worldwide. What are you talking about?
Brother, I challenge you to
ain't nobody listening.
I have a radio show that broadcasts.
Tell me what else you have.
What do you
even hold a candle to Omar Johnson? Omar Johnson is more known and more relevant.
What is he doing?
A whole lot more than
you. Who cares about what he's doing? You think Omar Johnson can pull this Liberia trip off what we're doing? No.
With ease. It ain't no big deal. You didn't do it. Bomani pulled the trip off. Bomani didn't even need you.
Hold on. The bottom line is this. You guys navigate jealous, right? The bottom line is
jealous. I'm just telling you the
facts. Navigate this whole journey to Liberia and the whole movement to Liberia don't work without Kala. It's what it is. Kala's the one that laid the foundation, and Kala's the one that got all of us involved, and Kala's the one that connected all of us.
What did he do that was so significant? Answer the question.
You don't know.
So that's
it's a whole lot of the question that I knew the answer to. What did Kala do that was so significant?
I did a whole lot. I did a whole lot, Nat.
All right, perfect. No, Kala, you don't have to speak for. I can speak for myself. Navigate and navigate, like I mentioned to you, brother, this whole Liberia operation don't work without Kala. Everyone of us that talk about Liberia have seen Kala talk about Liberia, whether it's on Dinah Samir's show or whether it's on another platform, and that's it. So what Kala have done ingeniously is he went to the country twice. He have made his way around the country. He has people there in the country in the same business that I work in as far as tourism and just investment. So me and Kala know each other, and Kala is the one that's been encouraging me about Liberia, and he came at me the perfect time when I was removing countries from my schedule. So those of us who've been following certain schedules we have different countries. So Liberia was perfect timing.
Thank you. I thought so.
So literally, so the people that I'm working with, the majority of them is people that Kala linked me with. So that saved time, energy, saves firing people, saved getting right to the point. So it's partnership. So I know y'all want to get on Kala about certain things, but I'm Kala is as building this energy. The issue I would say dealing with Kala is the fact that when we're building an organization, just like I'm building what I'm building, you have people in your organization that destroy the practical things that you're doing. And sometimes years go by where you just can't get what you need to get done, and because you're being consistently sabotaged. So what we're working on together, you guys can judge us on this together, because I've had my shortcomings in places. I work with these clowns named Garvey Town, and it made me look like I was the worst, business developer or whatever the situation is. So you run into those situations. So that's what we're showing you, brother. But the thing of it is, at least we're out here trying to work on making a move, because in that's how that's how we learn from Garvey, and that's how we learn from other people that came before us. But someone has to just be in the forefront. And unfortunately, sometimes you make those mistakes, but we're hoping that everyone else that's watching us, spectating, we're hoping that you can also do better and learn from us.
Yeah. And like I said, we're not perfect and everything like that. We're sorry. If it was a roadmap and everything, it would have been done already, right? We have our friend, what's his name? Duncan. I don't know if you want to talk about him on the show,
No, I don't get into you and I.
Okay. Bomani want to talk about
in a modern day situation, because I don't know what they're up to, and I don't have accurate information to talk about it. We can always talk about historically with Garvey, because that's in the past and that's documented, and then there's conversations about that. But I always feel like they're putting a good energy together to try to really just bring Black people together. But it's kind of like what Not Measy said. You have to kind of remix it, and that's what you have to do. People ask me, how have you stand the test of time through this era of doing from whether it's the old competition we first started to the new competition when you're established, and keep it relevant, different countries, and building a future. And it's just being innovative. You're trying to build something to stand the test of time, and you have to just keep consistent and keep growing it, because you don't have any limitations. And even with the community that we're building, that create new flows and new ways for us. I don't know who are these people, but somehow, let me see who this person is. This is the Ryan. All right, Ryan, before I bring you on, if you say anything derogatory, negative, disgusting, hateful, we're going to drop you. Right now, we're in a serious session, and we don't know who you are, but I'll bring you on, and my finger will be right there by the remove button. So within 0.5 seconds, if you say something crazy, you're gone. So Ryan, welcome to the Pan-Africanism towards nationhood. Introduce yourself and what's on your mind.
Nice to be here. Thank you very much for having me.
All right, perfect. So do you have a question for any of us, or do you have anything like to share?
Yeah, so how often do you suck calories?
All right, so I warned him already. He said how often you did what? Did I do good or what, brother?
Yeah, that was good. That was good.
That was real good, man. Yeah, snipe him.
Yeah, ban from the studio, my youth. Ban Ryan. Just like that. This is how quick that is. Yo, this is serious business, man. He didn't even get it out. Anyway,
he was one of them trailer park devils, and not too smart, not subtle enough, not even a good troll. So thanks for sending him to YouTube hell.
Well, I am for freedom of speech. I don't know what he was going to say. I'm for freedom of speech. I don't know what he's going to say. Censorship is not something that I advocate for.
Well, he's
so you want the white man to come up here and disrespect
I don't know
black
if he was a white man or not. I didn't hear him.
He was about to
if you don't know that he's the white man, then you have no situation.
I didn't see him, and I didn't hear him.
He was white as the driven snow, brother. Come on now.
That's the difference between me and you. I can admit when I don't know something.
Brother, he was white, man.
How do you know?
Because I know I know them. I know them. We've been living amongst them for a minute. We should know them.
Well, that's a ambiguous and flawed answer. You don't know who he was because he didn't show his face.
I think you may be a Korean grandfather. Would I be wrong in that?
Well, you can believe anything you want to.
No,
You
but I know they're not, because I know my people,
believing
and I
and
know
knowing is not
people
the
that are
same
not my
thing.
people. I know people
It's
that are not
impossible
my
to
people.
know everything, but you can believe any damn thing you wish.
See, but you
To
see how
believe
you
by
said that?
definition
see how
means you don't
see how,
know.
but you see how you said that, your inflection, the sass that you put in that,
You look at
any
the
damn
sass in
thing.
yours.
He doesn't
Listen
have
to
that.
yourself.
'Cause he's not
Listen
us,
to
brother.
you.
He's
Well,
not
we
us.
gotta. Hey, what you
That's
mean?
right,
I'm
brother.
not
Give me
you.
that Black
No,
American
I'm not
energy. I mean, you
you.
my people,
I'm not
brother.
you. I don't
You're
want to
my
be
people.
you
Oh,
because you're
are you from
flawed.
Baltimore? You sound like a Baltimore accent. I'm getting Baltimore, maybe New Orleans. Where you from, brother? See,
Accent
I can.
doesn't matter.
Ah,
Accent is not
see, I know
important.
my people. So when a
It's
white
the
man gets up
content
here,
of
I know
one's
that he's a white
character.
man.
It's
I
not the
know he's
color
a
of
white
one's
man.
skin. It's the content of one's character.
You a coon, man.
See, there you go again. I'm quoting Martin Luther King, and you calling me names. And you think
Yeah,
that's right.
the context. We talk
Intellectual,
about a white
and you
man.
think
You
that's
talk about
wise.
the context of his skin. If you don't know the
That's
content
wise. And you're
of
gonna and
a
somebody
white
you
man's
didn't
heart
see, and
by
you didn't
now,
hear.
you don't need to
You're
give
gonna
me
say they
spaces,
white,
brother.
and you don't know that. You're a believer. That's all you is
Oh,
a believer.
man, but you are the exact reason
Not
why
only are you a
Bomani and
believer,
Kala gotta
but you're a
work hard.
hypersensitive narcissist that can't handle being incorrect.
You're right, brother. Thank you.
And this is what we have in representing with us in Ghana, you know.
Exactly,
The
which
only
is why you
thing
gotta
he's
stay
talking
away.
on you. You know, hey, you just want relevance, and he agreed with me on that. It's all about you, right? All you saying is right,
Well,
right.
the bottom line, I
Correct,
say
correct,
first of all,
right,
Somebody
right,
agree
right.
with navigate. Somebody agree with
yeah, I
navigate.
deleted that comment. I deleted it, motherfucker. So I said,
That's the same white guy. That's the same white guy.
you know, I agree with navigate racists. See, they love to navigate freelies and whatnot. You know, throwing some fried chicken and watermelon and whatnot, and you know, you got them. You know,
Ignorant people never have anything intelligent to say. They always playing the dozen and clowning.
I'm not clowning. I'm just
That's
saying
what
he
you're
threw you a
doing.
bone and whatnot.
You
You heard
clowning.
that white man's voice and whatnot. And you melt like you believe that should be
I
white.
didn't get to hear no white man voice.
No,
You know?
brother,
And it's no such-
you were throwing shots at Khaled when he was trying to speak, coughing in the phone. So stop it. Don't try to play high
I
and
was
mighty.
trying to get him
Just
to
because
shut up so
you
somebody else
mad,
can say something.
you
But
mad,
if I
you
didn't,
mad
he
that
wouldn't shut
Bomani
up.
got your
Kept
white
on
white
talking.
Thor off the panel. Your white Jesus got kicked off the panel, and now you salty. You mad?
White Jesus. See, that's
Yeah, you're
silly.
white Jesus.
Now you're
You
being
up here,
silly.
you up here, you know, booty clapping for the white man.
Now you're being
I
silly.
want
You
him,
ain't seen no
I
white
want to
man.
hear him. I
You
want to hear
assume that
him.
a voice was a white person.
He's
You
definitely a white man. I
ain't
know
seen a
you,
white
and I know
man.
you are
You're just
definitely
making an
a
assumption.
southern. You are
You're
definitely a southern.
presumptuous.
queen.
You're presumptuous.
Definitely.
You don't deal with facts.
The reason why we know that these people who they are is because they came on here before, like about
They
a
came on
while
here.
back.
That's
And
a
they
logical
called me, yo,
explanation.
They're running
they
their mouth
called
about
I
the same
They
can
called
listen
me
to
30
Bomani.
times. Called me
Bomani
nigga
is
and
making
whatnot.
sense.
Found my
That's
business
why
website.
we're doing that. But I don't mind dialogue with people. Some people I don't know who they are. Go ahead, Ola.
Well,
Welcome
that
to
makes sense,
welcome to the call,
Bomani.
Ola. And yes, and then we.
Yeah. Hey.
Ola, what's on your mind? Get right to the point, and
Okay,
no
I go
rambling,
to
no
the
rambling
point.
on also. And also we have not easy navigate freely on also.
Oh, and here's another one that loves white people. Go on, Ola.
Look. That means I don't have the mindset you have, man. So you cannot blame everybody. I cannot have the mindset you have. So whatever I see, whatever I love, that's my personal eyes and my personal interest. You know what I'm saying?
I got you, brother.
Okay. So, Kara, do you ever have the African perspective of this Pan-Africanism, which you try to push? That you have the African perspective. What is the scale of most Africans you're dealing with that are like you, or they can change something on the ground? Because that gentleman navigated to live in Ghana. So I want to know, in Ghana, what is really about Pan-Africanism there in Ghana? Forget about the whole thing, year of return and everything. You that deal with common man in Ghana, what is your view about Pan-Africanism?
Just because, let me say something, Ola, right? Just because you live in Africa don't make you a Pan-Africanist, you know? We got just as many coons and fools on the continent, probably even more than you do any place else. Being in Africa don't make you a Pan-Africanist. There's people going over there for nefarious reasons, unethical reasons and just buffoonery. Navigate's only there because he can't live around Black America. He said earlier that Black America, you be around Black America, he hates his own people. That people will stab you and
don't put your fake words in my mouth. I
That's
never
what you
said such a thing.
You just got to
I didn't say that.
You said that several times before.
I can explain myself. If you want to know something about me, ask a damn question.
Did you not one time say?
No, that's not how you ask a question. No, I didn't say that.
Yes, you did.
No, I did not.
I wish we could play. You just said that. You said
you can't play it. I don't think you can do is make an accusation that you can't
killed
prove
or whatever like that because Black people are so volatile and whatnot. That's what he thinks about his own people.
Well, my own people is not perfect.
Well, the bottom line is, something. Everything starts with a charity begins at home, right? If you don't love yourself, like me, I love Black America. I love Black me and Black
Well, you should not use the word love if you don't define it. Define the word love.
I love Black America.
Define the word love.
I just love Black America. You know what I'm saying?
Define the word love.
I don't hate myself, but I don't
throw
my people
the word love.
I'm not going to throw my people under the bus and say,
define the word love. I'm not throwing nobody under the
Brother,
bus.
you said
define the
in
word
Ghana,
love.
you don't have to deal with Black people like America. If you get 50 Black people together in America,
Everybody here is black. Everybody here is black. It's not about color.
And those are coon talking points, brother. It's not about color.
White
Absolutely is about color.
Weapons. They make you focus on the color of somebody's skin. And if you're too black, we got a problem with that. And if you're not black enough, we got a problem with that. That's mind control.
No, I got a
but
problem.
y'all want to play that color game. It's not about color. Martin Luther King taught us that it's about the content of one's character. Because everybody with black skin ain't black people's friend.
I agree with you, brother.
Comment I've ever heard in my life. Maybe we
ain't gonna agree with nothing I say. I know that.
Hey, Bomani, can you put
you're
the
a
original topic back up?
Narcissist that can't handle being
Let's put the
incorrect.
original topic back up and whatnot. And I got a couple minutes, and I got to go to bed. The original topic back up and whatnot. I just want to know what everybody thinks about the headline, stuff like that. It triggered a lot of white supremacists who came in here with their nonsense and everything like that. But I'm gonna keep telling the truth. They're trying to call. Oh, we're gonna call all your white associates. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. You figure out now that I don't give a fuck. We found your business caller. We know who the fuck cares. I'll say what I'm saying now to anybody. I believe in what I'm saying. I stand by what I say.
You're right back on you again.
So yeah, it's me. That's called being a man. You never was a man, Nabi, obviously, so it's always somebody else. I know when it comes down to this and whatnot, this thing fails, I'll take full responsibility. That's a man.
It's FUBU. It's for us, by us. It's about us.
Well, no, it's for us.
It ain't about you. It's about us.
You create the us when you contribute and you basically participate and you get on the phone like Bomani and I and try to build something with us. Well, then it's us. Right now,
you're the only one that's building Pan-Africanism, which is not true.
Kala, the way you sound, this not going to say in Africa. I'm not going to lie to you.
What are you talking about?
The way you sound now, that you see people as devil, even when they don't do no wrong with you, you just correct because of their skin color. You see them as devil.
Well, I never said that. I'm just saying.
What I'm trying to say,
the original topic of the show tonight, right?
But the way you put it stress, putting force on that skin color of a thing, man, it's not going to fly like that in Africa. Because in Africa, they don't have this kind of view that you having.
Well, I know that. I know that. I know that. When I'm around,
until they deal with you personally, individually, before Africa started actually judging you. You understand?
Hey, Bomani,
he has a mortal lock on correctness.
Hey, Bomani,
you don't have a mortal lock on correctness.
Hey, Bomani, are you there?
Now you're trying to run to Bomani.
No, run nothing. Bomani, you there?
You do not have a mortal lock on correctness.
Bomani, you there?
I'll say it again. You don't have a mortal lock on correctness, but you ain't gonna deal with that.
What is the relationship between the Surinams and the Curaçaos to Black Americans and the other ones, the blacks in Holland where you're staying?
What about it? Well, they don't really like each other. or they didn't
That's
historically, but they the younger generation kind of doesn't look at that. But the word is that the Surinamese were like the people who tried their best to assimilate to whiteness. The people from the Caribbean, like Curacao, were more rebellious. So it's kind of like house Negro versus field Negro in terms of them.
That's what I was gonna say.
The Cape Verdeans, especially the lighter ones, the Sampajudos, they're not really involved in blackness. They classify themselves as Cape Verdeans and not Africans. But then you have the black ones, the Badu, and you have a lot of Cape Verdeans in Rotterdam. They are extremely, extremely pro-black. Like they even have African last names like my name.
My explanation is simpler. It's house Negro versus field Negro. The house Negro, is worships his master. If the master is sick, the house Negro is gonna say we sick. And the only thing the house Negro care about is a few extra dollars so they can have a little bit more comfort on the plantation. The field Negro, he would sacrifice some comfort, for independent security and freedom and justice.
I think for me, I think I understand you, bro, but I think I'm more linked towards Nakmi's side. At least he have a view maybe to himself. But I think
explain his side, then, if you're gonna lean there.
Kala's side might be too pronounced. I understand, but Kala's side selling that one in Africa is not going to fly like that. Even in Ghana, if you start saying, "Oh, that white man's a devil," they're going to buy it. They're going to buy it to you.
If you're going to agree with Nakneezy, you should be able to explain what he said. I agree basically with what he said. It was just kind of convoluted, and making it hard to understand. I simplified it. That's all.
Yeah, no. The problem is I think blacks or Africa. I don't know much about black people, but what I know, I think we judge you by who you are, by the just by the first instance what you portray, but I think not as a group. You understand me?
Ola, when you asked me the question and I was in the middle of explaining to you and I got to the Cape Verdeans, right? Did this guy not interrupt me and start trying to change my response to you?
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Nakmizi, because hold on, bro. Nakmizi, you live in Holland, man.
Exactly.
I come there on vacation, but not really knowing. Are they really marrying each other there?
Who's marrying each other? The blacks?
I gotcha.
Is the Surinamese or the Curaçaos, are they marrying the Africans there?
No, not really. Not really. I know one Ghanaian who's married to a lady from Suriname. And that's pretty much the tightest knit that you're gonna see, because Ghanaians and Surinamese actually share a lot of similar culture, right? So it's an easy I would call it inter-ethnic partnership. Because if you look at like I said, if you want to see where people come from, you got to look at the colonial past. They still speak the same language almost. It's called Alkans. And they can communicate. So you see that, but for the most part, there's a lot of black people here, and no diss to you, but they kind of like go for white people. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of
people. Absolutely. Family, we have to. Let me just mute everybody real quick. I just need to interject real quick. Just mute everybody. Family, Kala Genesis is about to just close out, so he's just going to give his final analysis on everything and his final thoughts, and then from there on, everyone else can continue to talk.
Let's count the eyes. How many times will he say "I"?
Go ahead, Kala.
I. Okay. The reason why I said "I" because I had to point out where people talk about where you come in this one. I was this. I'm not saying I was the only. I'm saying when I came in this movement, right? I tried to connect with Pan-Africanism that wasn't out there, right? So I had a different direction, right? And then all of a sudden, all these it became us and we and the BAIO, the Black African Infrastructure Organization. I didn't get to that part. So it was not no thing, Navigate's never done anything in his life. He's never put anything together. So he never accomplished anything. So he never basically will say I or whatever. Now, I'm not saying I'm perfect. I'm not any sort of leader or whatever like that, you know, as people that's going to outdo me. And if somebody thinks they can do this movement better than I can or whatever like that, hey, you most likely could have the floor and it's all yours and I can retire, you know. But while I know that what I know, you know, in this situation, right, I say what my philosophy is. Nothing wrong with saying I, because I take responsibility for the stuff I say. I don't say we say something like that because when I say I'm basically saying that my thoughts are coming from me. They're not Bomani's thoughts and everything because I don't want him being responsible for stuff I say. That's why we say I. I says I mean that I said this, I did that, right? I did not do this, right? I did not do this. I failed. I did this. Right? I take responsibility. Me, myself, and I. You know, that's not bragging on oneself. That's just basically putting responsibility and putting focus on me. You know, I can't speak for anybody else in this movement. You know, all Kyle can do is speak for himself. That's why I say I, you know. And so about the topic tonight, I said, well, the topic, I wish people would have commented more on it, that basically the myth of white people being more patriotic, civilized, and also like in America is what's driving racism towards black people. That's why we think we got to freaking measure up to some ideal that doesn't realistically exist with white people. We showed it tonight on the show. We had the white trolls calling me 30 times on my phone, call my sister, call my niece, and everything like that. Trying to call my partners in my business and everything. You know, this is what we're dealing with. Dealing with really white trash. That if I had, I'm not gonna say it on the show. If I had it in my power, what I do. So the bottom line is I don't play with these people. You know, I play with these people. They're triggered by everything we say. They know we're telling the truth and everything. And this is probably the only place that when they're going to come to where they don't see black people bending down, bowing down, and saying, woe is me, and everything like that. We just talk about this. And the final thing I want to say is this. The Pan-African movement is basically black people establishing some sort of privacy, you know, if nothing else, right? Some sort of privacy. The connection that we have, that you make in Africa or whatnot, is something that somebody else in America can't have, right? We used to have that in Harlem. We used to have that in Detroit and everything. Now that's all gone. So the Pan-African movement is that quest for privacy that fills a void in us. You know, just like the Jews have that connection with Israel, the Italians may have a connection with the Homeland and everything. The Catholics may go to the Vatican, whatever like that. Everybody have to have something for themselves. We can't be completely defined by white people and what they think. You know, when people don't want to know who I am, they say, "Oh yeah, you go to Africa, you go to Liberia. Yeah, what's going on over there? What's going on over there? Or wouldn't you like to know?" That's what keeps you bound. That's what allows me to be a productive citizen in America because I have something else that I'm working with too. You know, and there's nothing wrong with that. So with that, I bid you gentlemen farewell, and you guys have a good night.
Yes, Kala, take care, brother. Appreciate your energy and family. Let's continue the conversation. Let's continue the energy, and let's continue all things. So Navigate, I know you have a lot to say. The floor is yours. Ola, the floor is yours.
That was a very interesting word sandwich, you know, that Carla put out there, you know, and he's entitled to his perspective and his, you know, seeking relevance, you know, in his own. And nobody, I don't come on here and trying to tell everybody what I'm doing. You know, we just got to think and talk, you know, for a better understanding, you know, to help us. It ain't about me. You know, it ain't about me. You know, it ain't about my successes or my failures. It's about our success, you know, and it's about our failures. It's about what we got to do, you know, to move forward. Because Pan-Africanism is not an individual sport. Just like racism is not an individual sport. Racism is not about color. Racism is about power, period. You know, so we got to start thinking about how to empower ourselves, you know, to keep the wolves and the hyenas off our back. You know, and there's, you know, and Carlos did admit, you know, that we, you know, the kind of cohesiveness they do have in Ghana towards one another. It used to be in the USA, but it's gone now. You know, so we come to the continent, you know, to fill the void, you know, that we can't fill there, which is absolutely true. You know, I agree with him. I will agree with him when I agree with him, and I would not agree with him when I don't agree with him. You know, and I'm not trying to, you know, give you. I'm not feeding you a word sandwich. I'm being precise and direct. You know, which we got to be with each other. We can't, you know, play games. I'm not trying to put myself on a pedestal, you know, like I'm the most wise and the most effective Pan-Africanist, you know, that's out there, you know, and everybody should be listening to me. No, dabby. I mean, that's no, and, you know, no. So, you know, we have to think and talk for a better understanding. And just because I do not agree with you, don't mean I'm going to hate you. You know, you're going to still be somebody that I'm going to try to work with and reason with, you know, and I'm not going to sabotage you. Really, you know, I'm not going to try to undermine you and cut the legs from under you just because you don't agree with me. Only a hypersensitive narcissist can't handle being incorrect. I can handle being incorrect, but you got to come correct. You got to, you know, if you're going to disagree with me, point out some facts, not no feelings, you know. And so that's about all I got to say. I got on this here show late, you know, because, you know, today is Sunday. So today is, here in Ghana for me, is Children's Day. They're going to come to my house and cook my food and eat my food and clean my house. I'll give them some biscuits and candy and they're going to go home.
Whoa, man. Whoa, you live in Ghana, you don't have a wife there? The children coming to cook for you? What kind of children is that? How old are these children coming to cook
I can have a wife, you know, if I want one. I haven't done it yet.
Why don't you marry to one or have one as a companion?
Well, you know, I don't have to get married. You know, I can have a woman. You know, hey, you know, right now you know, children. I've had women come here and cook and clean for me.
So why don't you?
But you know, I'm still working on my.
That's code to have children in your house cooking for you and cleaning your house. And you as a single black man. Those children should not be in your company. Those children should not be in your company without their parent present, or at least the woman.
Their parents been in the house with them. Their parents come too.
No, on you. You should know that you don't have no kids in your house unsupervised doing chores for you. You sound like a goddamn colonizer going there to try to get some African servants to clean for you.
No,
and I don't
tell them come. People show up at my house all the time. People show up knocking on my door, and I don't tell them to go away. I let them in my house.
Yo, Ola, tell me this shit ain't right.
Come on, bro. You ain't trying to understand nothing. You're just trying to ridicule somebody. You don't know what's going on.
What I understand is that you don't have a wife and you got kids in your house unsupervised. That's all I need to understand about you.
You don't know what's in my house. You don't even know where they're at. They're not in my house. Matter of fact, they ain't in my house. They're in my shop. They come to my shop. They don't come to my house.
Now it's your shop.
My shop don't have walls. My shop don't have walls. My shop has windows. My shop has windows that, and nobody, no child come to your alone.
That's all code, brother.
I had one 14-year-old come here today.
We're gonna see you on the news.
And she took all my waste plastics with her. You know, people come to get stuff. You know,
hold on. The way you sound, the way look. I'm an African.
Well, I know what you're trying to say.
Hold on. I'm an African man. The children that come to people's home, mostly in Africa, neither they are related, or if they're not related, man, it's very difficult for a parent.
Everybody in Africa is not the same either. It's not homogeneous. Everybody in Africa don't behave and act the same.
Yeah, this is the problem. You crossing cultural boundaries that you don't know about, brother.
You making a problem.
Don't hang out with kids that ain't your own in your house and paying them in butter biscuits.
If the kids come knock on my door, I'll let them in. If their mama come knock on my door, I'll let them in. If their father come knock on my door,
I'll let them in. Go get your mama, go get your papa, and come back. You ain't got no business in my house alone.
Well, that's what you got to say.
Yeah, and
I ain't gotta
that's
listen
why I
to
said
you.
you was weird, bruh. That's why I said you was weird. Now it's coming out.
These children, they go home to their parents. It probably be about 4 to 6, children under 14. We're gonna come here today.
Whoa,
and they ain't nobody coming alone. It's only on Sunday.
Whoa.
It's only on Sunday, but it's gonna be a group of people. And if you walk
You
past my
sound
house,
just like the
you can
two vibes
see them
in
in the
Gambia,
house
dude.
because I
You
don't
sound
have
just like
walls.
the
I
two
have
vibes in
windows.
Gambia.
I don't have
You
walls. I have
sound like
windows.
the two vibes in Gambia, bro.
Just
And you
because you
don't have
got
a
a
wife.
nasty,
And
funky
you don't have a
attitude,
wife,
because
and
you
that's the
live around
problem,
those,
bro.
just because
You
you
don't
live
have a
around those
wife.
funky Europeans in
You don't
Europe,
have a wife.
and you think I'm going to be like them. Just because you would be like them, don't mean I'm going to be like them.
Bruh.
So you can stay in
You're a
Europe.
black
but,
man. You should know
black
that you
people
don't
don't
have
act like
children
white people
coming
all
to
the
your
time.
house.
Only the ones that like to spend their time with them. That crap rub off on them, like you.
Right. Says the
Don't
man who has no
don't
wife
put your
and
nasty
has little
garbage
kids
on me.
hanging around.
Just because you got a filthy, funky mind and you hang out with the
No.
funky
There's nothing
people,
filthy
don't
and
be
funky
blaming that
about it,
on
brother.
me.
You should not
You
have
don't know what the hell
underage
you talking
children
about.
unattended at
So
your house
you ain't
ever,
have to interrupt me. I was
ever,
almost finished talking. I was gonna get off this
ever,
podcast, but you had to come
ever,
in here and accuse me of
ever.
some mess.
I never accuse you of nothing. I'm telling you,
Yes,
you
you
should
did.
never
Now
have
you lying.
children
Now
at
you
your
wanna
house.
lie.
You
Now
should
you wanna
never have
lie.
children
Well,
unattended at
that's
your
your
house.
opinion.
Period.
You already made that opinion
Yeah,
50
I'm gonna
million
keep
times. So
making it.
shut up. You
Get
already
yourself
made the
a wife.
opinion.
Man. Get yourself a
How
wife
many
so
times
she
you
can
gotta
cook
say
for
the
you
damn thing over and over? You
until
think,
you get
if you say it 50
it.
million
Until you
times, I'm
get
gonna listen to you?
it. Until you get it. Get yourself a wife, brother.
I heard what you said. You want me
All
to
right.
repeat it so you can be sure I
You
heard
better
you?
get on African Tinder and start looking, brother.
Well, there you go again, making accusations. You're a nasty person.
But I don't have no underage kids in my house.
Well, you
Somebody,
probably you got a bunch of them
asked, is this
nasty crackers
productive,
all around
fellas?
your house.
Is this
That's
productive?
where you live.
Anything goes is sad. That's what Kala is saying. Is this what we're doing?
Well, this is what we doing, because he started this crap. Some old Europe.
Come on, navigate. You're like a senior citizen. I mean,
yes.
I mean, and Ola,
And they
you're like
they
an
love
African
grandpa.
elder. You're an African elder.
I walk through the community and everybody's calling my name. They treat me like a celebrity here. And they mothers come here too.
That means
They ask
he's
me.
an elder and he's also a chief in his village. You have to salute him.
I'm not a chief, but they treat me like one. And I would never, ever, undermine that trust by doing what this nasty person say I would do. Just because he hang around a bunch of nasty Europeans that do worse things, he think, we're going to do that over here. We not. This is a whole different culture. A little girl can walk down the street at night by herself and won't nobody bother. A beautiful woman can walk down the street in the dark by herself and won't nobody bother. But you don't know the culture because you're too busy in Europe, hanging out with them nasty people.
I bet you I know the culture more than you, bro. And I don't forget my own culture.
I'm here,
we,
and you're
as grown
there.
black men, don't
I'm
allow
here and you're there.
underage
That's
children that are not related to us to stay at our house. Period.
That's not true. That is not true. And when they come here, their mother gonna know where they going. I've been to their house too. And their grandmothers and mothers have been to my house too. But you don't know what the hell you're talking about. And I don't have a child here with me alone.
You just said you have multiple children there alone.
Yes, that's what I said. I ain't say I had one here.
And that's wrong.
Alone,
that's wrong, brother.
That's what you
that's wrong.
It's wrong to you.
Well, then you obviously weird, like I said, bro.
It's wrong to you because you live in Europe with them nasty, crazy people, and you think,
okay,
you think we don't do the same
that's
thing
cool.
here that they
but I
do
don't
in
have
Europe.
underage children in my house.
We don't do that
belong
stuff
to me.
That's you.
I don't have children cooking for me like little servants.
You probably don't even have no children. You probably got a boyfriend.
Yeah, okay, great. But you have little children in your house without their parents. Without their parents.
Their parents has been here with them. How many times I gotta say the same damn thing? You ain't hearing it.
You
Their
know
parents know
you're
where they're
wrong, brother.
going.
You know you're wrong,
And they only
brother.
come
It's
one.
suspect.
They only come one time
You're
a week,
wrong,
and
brother.
they stay for
You
2 or
wrong.
3
Oh,
hours
now
and
it's
go
only
home.
one. And
Once
you
a
pay him
week.
and you pay him in biscuits and what else? Biscuits and what?
No, I let them come and cook food because they like to cook. And they eat the food, and then they clean the house, wash the dishes, sweep the floor, and I give them biscuits and candy, and they go home 2-3 hours once a
Bruh,
week.
yo, Ola, am I the only one that think that shit sound weird? You paying
Well, it don't
kids in
sound weird to
biscuits
me.
and candy?
Maybe it sounds weird to them too.
I
If
think
you're
you
the
should
only one that's living around them
listen.
nasty people.
Bro, listen. I think for a parents to allow their children to visit not a
That's
single
true.
man, hold on, not a single man, but a man with a woman in that house. You
Ain't no
understand?
woman in my house.
So look, that's what I'm telling you. That African parents will only allow their children to visit somebody else, right? Even
That's
to
not
help them.
true.
Hold on, to help them is when that house have a woman in there, that they're going to help that woman, but not a
That's
single man
not
at home
true.
alone. And if that child is not related to you, it's not your brother's
That's
children,
not true.
not your sister's children, no African person will say, "Oh, go to
I've
that
had
house to
children
start
come
doing
knock
that."
on my door
Start
crying,
cooking
because
there.
they ain't got their school fees, and I
It's not
give them
going
the
on like
money
that.
and send them
It's not
home.
going on like that, bro. I'm an African. I know.
Just because you got a nasty mind,
I'm not an African
and you think you're an
way of
African, but
life,
you're a
bro.
European. You're a Negropean. You've been seduced by the Negropean culture. You've been
That
hanging
have not
around
to
them
do. That have
nasty
not to
people
do.
too
That
long,
have not
and
to
you
do.
think everybody,
That have not to do
act
whatever
like
you
them.
do right now. I don't know how your house look like, but I think, man, children coming along to meet you as a
They come
single
to
man,
my shop. They don't
that's
come to
wrong.
my house. How many times I got to
Wrong.
tell you that? They come to my shop. And my shop is designed for people to come in and sit down and eat. It's a shop. And their parents has been here too.
Nah, you said it was a
And their
house. They
parents,
come to your house. Now it's your
well,
shop. You're
my
lying.
house is not finished.
You're lying.
This is my shop. So I spend
You're
most of my
lying.
time in my shop.
You are lying.
Why should I lie? I ain't gotta lie.
And that's why you're getting upset, brother. Just
You are
listen to us.
nasty.
You
You are
shouldn't
nasty.
allow children in your
You are
house that are not
nasty.
related to you,
You are nasty.
especially with no woman in
You
the
are
house, brother.
nasty. You know, you and your
I'm
boyfriend
not
just
nasty.
never
You're the
say
one that
nothing
got
to
little kids
nobody.
in your house. This is what
You
the
know,
kind of people that
you
need
and
to
your
stay out of
boyfriend
Africa, bro.
to stay in.
You need to
You and
stay
your
out of
boyfriend
Africa,
shouldn't have
bro.
no children in the house
How
with
you
you,
don't
because
how you don't know
you be
how
trying
you
to
don't know that
influence
that's
them with
not
some
wrong,
gay
brother?
stuff.
How you know that's not wrong, brother? How you don't know that that's
I
wrong?
know two men. I know God didn't create Adam
And
and
now you're
Steve.
stuttering. And now you're
God
stuttering because you're
created
caught,
Adam and
brother.
Eve. So
You just
stuttering
said that
don't
you
mean
got
I'm
kids
wrong.
coming to your house.
You the nasty person that
And
bringing up
so
nasty stuff.
look, brother,
You
you're
just
taking advantage of
nasty.
poor
You
African
got a
children,
nasty
brother.
mind. And you don't
No,
live in Africa. You ain't
I'm
here in
only
Ghana.
speaking. I'm
You
only
live
talking about
around
what
them
you said.
nasty people.
I only said what you said. You
Well,
got the
I
kids
told the
coming to
truth.
your house,
And you being
right?
presumptuous.
And
Just because I
that
told you
truth needs to
that
be
children
changed,
and
brother.
adults and
Don't do it.
men come to my house and sweep my
Don't
floor and
do it.
cook my food too.
Oh well, hey,
Men
now
do
we're
it
learning
too.
new. Now we're learning new stuff.
Well, yeah, if you shut up and listen, you will learn a lot.
Yeah,
Men come, women
long stroke
come,
Kwame.
and children
Long
come.
stroke Kwame's coming to pay you a
When people
visit.
knock on my door, I let them in.
Long stroke Kwame's coming to pay you a visit, right?
Yeah, nasty person like you are. You know, you and your boyfriend do stupid stuff like that.
Yeah.
I
All
don't
right.
do stupid stuff like
Keep
that.
the kids out your house, bro. Keep the kids out your
You
house.
mind your no children can come knock on my door, you know, and I will
Don't
let
let
them
them
in,
in.
and I will
Don't
treat
let
them
them
nice.
in. Next time they come, say go back and have your parents come talk to me.
Well, that's well, I'm not gonna do that. You know, because
Oh, of
their
course
parents
not,
already
because
know where they're going. Their
you
parents
like
already
the
know
company
where they're
of young
going.
children.
Their
You
parents
like the
already know where
company
they're
of young
going.
children, brother.
Their parents know where they're going. And you think if I was to do that nasty
Brother,
stuff that you say, you know, to them,
brother.
that their parents would not know
If
it?
the parents are that trusting
Their parents
of a
would know
person that
that.
they
I
don't
wouldn't do
know, then
nothing
you need
like
to have
that.
a
You
conversation
full
with
of
the
crap.
parents.
Just because you don't trust yourself,
You
you know,
mad?
because you perverted. Just
You
because you
mad?
perverted, you know, don't mean everybody else is perverted.
You
Because you hang around
mad?
all them perverts, you know,
You
in Europe.
mad? Why you mad, bruh?
I ain't
Just
mad.
don't have the kids come to your
All
house,
right,
Well,
bro.
I
I
want to
can
know
dish
if
it
this
out
is
just as well as
productive.
I can take it.
I thought at
You
one
know, I
point
can
you
call
guys were
you
going to talk about.
names just like you
Uh,
call me names.
I
You
thought
know,
at
it's
one
just
point you guys were
words.
going to talk about Polite or somebody.
No, he won't stop this nasty stuff.
About you thought we were gonna speak about what?
Since you're on that subject, I thought you guys were going to talk about Brother Polite. And
Well, brother Polite apparently moved to Ghana.
Brother
oh
Polite is
yeah,
in jail, you moron.
he's saying that you're Brother
No,
Polite. That's what he's saying.
you're the reincarnation.
See how stupid he gets? He gonna keep getting stupider and stupider.
No, brother,
Ignorant
but
people never have anything intelligent
bro,
to say.
do you have children? Do you have children?
None of your business.
That means no.
Yeah, that
No,
stuff.
that means
So
none
my
of your
point on
business.
that is that those things are serious. So navigate. I'm sure you're not involved in anything like that.
I'm not.
Somebody saying navigate the candy man.
Somebody said what? Navigate can be what?
Yo, they said you got puppies and puppies
Yeah.
and a bag of candy in your front yard.
I give them cookies and candy, and sometimes I give them, coins when I'm out at the market. Like yesterday, I went to the market.
Man.
I seen a small girl. She ran up and said, and she greeted me. She said, "Hello, Mr. Congolo." They don't call me Navigate. And then I spoke to her and I gave her a one CD coin, because she just recognized me and said hello to me. Sometimes, they scream at you because they want something, but they're sweet, nice kids. And they don't go no place what their parents don't know where they're going. And if they coming around here, their parents know it. And if I did something nefarious, their parents would know it.
Well,
their parents come here.
Kala's saying that no grown man should, should be around children.
That's what he can say any damn thing he wants.
Especially an old man.
I know who I am, and I know what I am.
You may get tempted one day, so best thing to do.
No, I ain't gonna get tempted because there's enough beautiful black women around here. If I get tempted, I can.
But you don't have any of the black women over there. You got money.
How do
you still
know?
can't get a
I ain't
woman
gotta
over
tell
there.
you what I do. I ain't got to tell you what I do.
You told us what you do, brother. You allow children
tell
that
you
are
what
not
I do.
related
I
to
did
you
not
in your
tell
house.
you what I do. I just told you one of the things I do on one day of the week. That's all. You don't know what I do, and you don't need to know. You don't need to know if I got a girlfriend or how many girlfriends I got.
Well, you don't have a girlfriend, you don't have a wife,
You
but
don't
you
know
got
what I
kids
got. You
in
don't
your
know
house
what I got.
being servants.
Navigate. What do you have? What do you have? I mean, you may be at an age where Viagra don't work.
I got a phone with a lot of women in it. I'm at the age where
you're
not
like an old school player.
I'm at that age where I might need a blue pill. If I'm gonna do anything.
That's not wow. So
I'm telling the truth. I ain't got a lie. So
you're still a player. How much women do you have in Ghana? About 3?
No,
you gotta have at least 3.
I have the phone number of more than 3, but I probably got about. I got about 3 of them I can call and they will come.
Woo! Not easy. I'm telling you, not easy.
And I rarely call them. Only when I need to, because that's not a priority at my age. When I was younger, I can pull a hat trick. Yeah, I can have 3 different women.
That's 3. A hat trick is 3 goals, right? So you're saying like
that's 3 women. I call it 3 women in one day. When I was younger, I can do that.
A hat trick. Wow, we're playing sports now.
But that's not what I came to Ghana for. I didn't come to Ghana,
We're playing soccer or hockey.
Well, hat trick comes from hockey. It might come from soccer too, but I'm not a big time soccer fan. I don't do
the. I'm saying, are we playing hockey or soccer? What are we playing?
Well, I'm more of a hockey person because I was raised in the USA.
So you're doing the same hockey tricks in America you do in Ghana now. You're just a little older and you got your Viagra.
I can't do a hat trick now. Did you hear what I said? I'm too old for that.
Hey,
did you hear that?
Hey, sometimes the women don't want to do anything with you. They just want the money anyway. So just show.
That's true. That's true.
And you can.
And then when they get the money and I try to do something, I'm not always that effective or successful. I'm at that age.
So hey, not me. Give this guy some. Give this guy some slack, man. The
Viagra. Well, I looked at the email logs and the chat logs, and what did you mean by you want to blank the blank until you blank all over the place?
You're not making any sense. Again,
Navigate doesn't have any posts that I'll see.
Don't have any what?
I don't see any posts from you. Did somebody make a
No, I
comment?
didn't post anything. No, he's reading the chats, and blankety blank blank blank. That's I don't
No,
know.
y'all not familiar with Chris Hansen from To Catch a Predator. That was a that's what my screen is. Yeah. So what did you mean by
you trying to call me a predator? Who is this
Oh, I'm
white dude
saying
on
you
here?
acting like
You
one,
trying to
brother.
call me
You
a
got little
predator?
kids in your house,
And you
brother.
don't even know me. You the one
You
that
got
live
little kids
among
in
the
your house,
predators.
brother. That's
I
off
don't live
color,
among
brother.
the predators.
We don't need
Here in
black men
Ghana,
that
we
do
don't
little
do
kids there.
things like that. That's
Yes,
not part of
I
our
got a
culture.
super chat from Marcus Johnson. Appreciate the love, Marcus Johnson. And College Genesis Radio or Bomani Tyehimba. Will Afrikstan be similar to what we call a master plan community? So that's basically what it is. It's the science and foundation of master plan communities, and some of the things that we talk about as far as building communities and building black cooperative economics in America. So some of those are the things that we use in our modern day move for repatriation.
Well, I
Yes,
just believe,
fellas,
I
continue
believe that the
on.
Africans should have just as much say as far as how things are developed on the continent. If not more say than Black Americans coming over here trying to dictate.
Yeah, that's why you have chiefs and you have local people in the district. You have surveyors and you have consultants. All of these are Ghanaian people and things like that. So
yes,
I don't know why people assume that me personally, I'm just trying to get my investment on and build something to where we can have something to work with in the future. So yes, that is the goal. You want to go to different country and do business and empower people and put people on. And I feel like the more of us should do that. Like I appreciate all the
Yes.
people who have came to even in Jamaica when we were in Jamaica and they came there and did some positive things and did some good stuff in the schools and for the children. We really
African
appreciate
people do
that.
stupid things, and Black
So
Americans do
we
stupid
should
things. We all do stupid
yeah.
things,
So
and
what
we
I'm
all
saying
do
is
things that's good too.
what I'm saying is that we should keep a diplomatic energy around the world and help each other out.
I
You know what
agree.
I mean? And I do understand domestically, you're gonna always need the most help. So which is absolutely fine to have
Neely
that full
Fuller.
focus. But
That's
I
justice.
think
Those who need the most help should get the most help.
the international outreach is a way to build certain things. But nevertheless, navigate. Go ahead. I know you're very excited to talk about these things.
Well,
So
I agree with
continue to
everything
share.
you just said, Bomani. Yes, and and there's cultural differences, because right now, the West has been trying to infiltrate, the continent, with homosexuality and transgenderism and all that kind of stuff, and to the credit, the governments, on the continent for the most part has been pushing back. That's not part of the culture. There are cultural differences. Like I try to point out, you got millions of nothing but Black people here, and Ghana is one of the peaceful and most safest places, for a Black person on the continent or in the world. Then, people don't, they're not perfect, but relative to Chicago and New York and places like that, it's very safe. There's no I haven't heard about no predators, and regardless of what this guy say, I'm not a predator. No, I'm just an old man, and children come around me, and I treat them like I'm their grandpa, and their mother come around. Everybody, their parents know where they're going. They come with them sometime. And I got young men. I tell them, look, I say, they come here and cook my food and eat it. I let them. And then the guy pick up a broom and I say, you ain't got to sweep my floor, but they want to do it anyway. He's just a young 25, 22-year-old man. He come here, sweep my floor, wash the dishes, because he ate some food and he gone. Cool. That's what's going on right now.
Bro, I
And there's
understand you. I
there's
understand you
nothing
say
nasty about it.
hold on. I understand you say your age and everything, and you see, it's just like the way if you're older, you can also have older. There are widows there. You know what I mean? Not every time. I think most African women is not really jiggly like that because they understand some of them have experience with their men also old also. How do you think Africans stop having children? They don't have no birth control or something. Sometimes they just stop doing it. They just hold each other's hand and smile and and all these things. So I think for your age, let me just advise you, if you live alone, I think that might be very, very dangerous because anything can happen to you with your age. That you need somebody that might shout out to say, okay, there's something happening here. Let's take this man to hospital. The older you get, you surround people that will be waking up, checking on you. It doesn't mean that you have to be sick, but I just said at least you can just you live in the life. Maybe you live in United States.
If I ban people from coming here, I might be laying in here, immobilized, dying, and nobody's come. I already told people you can't come around here, and then I just die. That almost happened to a person that's around here that's a bit older than me.
Yeah,
He went into anaphylactic shock, was laying on the floor. And if that Ghanaian dude hadn't came to his house, to wash clothes, he would have just died on his own floor.
That's what I said for you. You look like, you sound like you said you're a senior citizen. At least in Africa, you live there. You can see that most senior citizens have companion, even when they're not married, but say we do,
or caretakers.
Well, that's true.
Or people living in the house.
And right now, I live in my shop. My house is not ready yet. I'm still building. The house is a big house. It's like 6 bedrooms and 3 bathrooms, and it's huge.
I'm
not finished with it yet.
Who's gonna live in all of them bedrooms, my youth? You're gonna have.
I'm gonna invite family from the USA first when I finish.
I thought you was gonna put one of the different wives up there.
And then if I get a wife, she'll probably have her own bedroom, and I have my own bedroom. Just because you're married, because in Ghana, married couples, they don't even spend very much time with each other a lot. Your husband can be out of town and stay out of town for years. He might come back and forth, for a couple weeks out the year.
That's create a lot of cheating.
Well, I'm just telling you how it goes around here.
So that's why.
The Ghanaian women, a lot of them, they are pretty wholesome. They don't. They wait for their husband. I've been around plenty of them, and they don't do that. They just suffer.
What about the men? Maybe that's why there's so many.
Well, the men, I don't think the men suffer along. No, I don't think the men are as wholesome and virtuous as the women here in Ghana. No.
Well, they can't. Well, they can't be. I mean, there's a reason for for a population of prostitution.
There's a reason for the separation, of married couples, and the reason is economic. Economics is the reason for a separation like that. It's all economics. Ghana is not a
Navigate. I'm not talking about no separation. You keep on talking about sometimes they're hardworking people and they're gone and things like that. So that means the men are out playing since they're away from their situations.
That happens.
So that's why you have prostitutes that stay employed. They don't stay employed because all the men are faithful. I mean,
that's true.
So
I didn't say all the men were faithful. I just said that I've seen several Ghanaian women that are faithful.
Oh yeah, the women are they're very loyal and wonderful. That's what's up. Not me, Ola, especially Ola. You have anything to say, Ola? I know you always got something to say. Tell me that you agree with Navigate Freely.
I understand where it's coming from. It's from America. Who moved to Ghana to have peace and everything. I don't need to say anything. He's from the United States. He went to Ghana to. What I'm just saying is, he would have a companion, or what you said, somebody that is staying around. Africa.
I will get that when I move in my house.
Africa have those people. Maybe there's a lot of widow there. You can maybe have some as a companion.
I will get that when I move in my house.
That's what I just mean. I don't have anything to say, man. Have a nice time, bro. Going to chill.
Absolutely. Let me just read out the super chat. Marcus Johnson. Moses West is the black founder of AWG Contract, and he invented a water generator where you can get drinking water from the atmosphere. Google him. Yeah, that technology is out there. It's a part of the world of sustainable technology where you can get alternate ways to to have drinking water, alternate ways for just power, alternate ways for waste containment and drainage systems and things like that.
Yeah, I heard of them. Yes, I've heard of them. Black man, and the first thing I did when I came to Ghana was drill my borehole because I realized, that water is like gold, here in Ghana.
Absolutely. So to close out round, brothers, if you can just talk about the topic and then we just wrap it up. Right now it's 6 hours and 42 minutes. So I'm hoping that we can wrap it up before the 7th hour. We'll at least well, this is like 2 shows. But
What
yes,
was the topic again? What was the topic again?
the topic is right in front of your eyes: the myth of white Americans being patriotic, law-abiding, and civilized.
The myth of African Americans being patriotic.
The myth of white Americans. We're talking about white
Americans.
Yes.
Oh well, all white Americans are not. Because we live in the USA. We live in a crimogenic society. It was started by crime. It was built up with crime. It is maintained by crime, and it makes criminals out of its people. But nowadays and age, the people see that the bigger criminals is trying to, enslave everybody, black people, white people, and everybody. So they're pushing back, and the ones that's pushing the back, they're calling themselves the patriots, and they calling the other guys, the deep state. So it's a war going on right now. And as far as black people is concerned in the USA, we've been so preconditioned, that we don't know which way is up. Plenty of us in the USA, we don't know which way is up. Totally confused and oblivious to what's really going on. So there are some white people, today that they want to uphold, their constitution. They want to keep their rights, to bear arms. It's not a law. It's not a, they wrote in their constitution as a God-given right to bear arms, and maintain, a militia, a group of people that's ready, to throw off any tyrannical government. That's in the constitution. But the other people, they're trying to, take the guns. So, because, they know that the defenseless people, are slaves, and the biggest arm dealer is the USA. They sell some weapons in Africa to keep people in debt, but they don't sell them anything significant that will threaten them. The only thing they sell them the weapons that can kill each other. They foment war, divide and conquer. And we fall for the okie doke, not only in the USA, but we be falling for the okie doke here in Africa too. But many Africans, they do realize this, and they push back too. Just like many black Americans, they realize, that they being played, and they push back too. So it's just a war, a tug of war. And my motto is the enemy of my greater enemy is my temporary friend. And we are not going to get out of this mess, by ourselves. We're going to have to, manipulate and recruit some white folks, to manipulate and change situations, on that end, while we take advantage of we have to divide and conquer too. We got to,
Yes, not Measy. You still there?
Yes, I'm here, brother. So to keep it to the topic, would you put it up there so I can read it? The myth of white Americans being patriotic, law-abiding, and civilized. Yeah, that's pretty obvious. I think when you put a blanket statement to any people based on their race, it's going to be problematic. When you look at the numbers, though, and you look at history, and you go to the father of the white American, you'll see that they have wreaked havoc across the whole world. So their progeny will obviously still have that same type of energy, and we see it. We have Timothy McVeigh, who attacked and blew up a building in Oklahoma full of other Americans, regardless of their color. So they're not all patriotic. They're not all law-abiding citizens. Go to West Virginia, go to certain parts of these states, these flyover states, and you will see that a lot of the things that affect us also affect them. That's why I say the white man is not Thanos. He is not to be someone that we should be afraid of, someone that's going to stop us from getting what we need to get in this world as Black people. I'll close on this. Being a Black man raised in America, raised by a Black woman, sometimes a Black grandfather, sometimes a Black uncle, Black moms and aunties, I always knew how to act. I always knew that we didn't go to see adults alone. And that part of our culture stays with me and is ingrained in me up until a grown man. So if the brother is going to ignore what he learned from our people in America and start allowing young children to come unsupervised to his house, he's setting himself up for accusations, and he's also teaching these children that they can trust adults without their parents being present. And that's a bad precedent. Peace.
Just appreciate
Well,
you're not Mizzy, so
he can have that
up to
last
you
word.
to-
I already said all I want to say on that subject.
Well, it's up to you to defend yourself, and especially when you mention
No,
certain
I
things
don't have
about
to
you,
defend
like,
myself.
you're good.
I know what culture I live in, and I know what's going on here. He can think it any way he wants to, and don't no children come see me alone. They come together. So there's no exploitation here. And then sometimes they come with their parents. I've been to their house to meet their parents and their fathers and their grandparents. I go through the community and engage with people. This is a different culture. We don't practice that funky stuff like they practice in Europe where he's from. All those degenerates right here. He got so many, perverts and degenerates around him that he think everybody is, and you got to, you can't interact with people and be a human being.
Yes, absolutely. Navigate, and on that note, navigate. Unless you have something else to share, it's time to close this session.
That's good.
We have
I might be tuning in next time. If I don't miss it, sometimes I miss it. And try to come back in because we got to think and talk for a much better understanding. I'm not against that, brother. I just don't agree with him. And just because I don't agree with him, don't mean I hate him. Of course, when I was in the USA, no children didn't come to my house, here. And grown people didn't come to my house like here. Nobody came to my house, but the women that only people that came to my house was women. I didn't have male friends. I only had women friends, and very few of those. And I told them, don't come without calling.
That's what's up, man. So you were like a play. So you always been like a player, right?
I used to be a player, but I ain't no player now. I'm an old man. I'm an old man. Yeah, I used to be a player. But don't hate the player.
What were some of your smoothest lines? What was your best moves? How do you get all these women to fall in love with you?
I wasn't no big time player. No. But I had girlfriends. I had a wife before. I used to be married. But after I got divorced, I just got in where I fit in. The United States, 75% of Black men and women in the USA are unmarried. So it's a lot of players. That don't mean they ain't having sex and they ain't got nobody. That just means they don't make that marriage commitment. Period. It's a totally different culture. And some of that cultural stuff, in the West, has filtered in over here. So, I'm a social scientist, and a cultural anthropologist. So I study culture, and I studied culture and Black cultural anthropology. In compare and contrast from then to now, and all of that. I'm a scientist, and and I live in my shop, and people today, it'll be probably like 4 people or 4 to 6 people that's going to come here around when they get out of church. When they get out of church, they'll come here and they'll knock on my door, Mr. Congolo, and then they'll come in and they'll start cleaning and looking in the refrigerator, cooking stuff. I'll be sitting in my recliner chair, relaxing. And when they finish for a couple of few hours, they're gonna go home to their parents, and they're gonna say, Mr. Congolo gave us these biscuits, and if the parents ask them what they did, they're gonna tell them. But one thing they is not gonna tell them, they ain't gonna tell them, that Mr. Congolo, is a pervert, or a degenerate. They ain't gonna tell them that. And Ghanaian children is not like American children, or those wicked European children over there, with him. So if I was him, I wouldn't try to do. You can't do what I do and get away with it. No, it wouldn't work. So I understand where he's coming from, because he can't do it.
Yes, Navigate. Well said, brother. Well said. Don't you love these beautiful photos?
Yes, they're wonderful. Yes, and it's beautiful out here, and the people is primarily pretty nice, pretty wonderful. I'm more comfortable with Ghanaian people than I am with Black American people. So, that don't mean I hate them. Kala would call that hate. No, it's dangerous in Chicago. That's just the truth. And if you're out at night in Chicago, you never know what might happen to you. I used to live there. I grew up in Chicago. I know how dangerous it is. And it's not like that here, which is comfortable. I like the comfort I feel here. I feel safe and comfortable. And I like that. The weather is perfect. The people are cool. They're not treacherous. So I don't hate people, Black Americans. No. I just don't lie to myself, because a lot of them is pretty dangerous. A lot of them is really great. Everybody, you got some good people everywhere, and you got some rotten people everywhere. You just got more rotten people and Black people in the USA than you got here in Ghana. Simple as that.
Yes, Navigate. Excellent and well said, brother. So appreciate your energy and appreciate your incredible, wonderful feedback. And we're going to close out with some music from Melanie Ganji, Sons of Africa.
Shining bright,
forever and ever. Come on and move away them dark clouds. Shining bright, forever and ever. Oh, Sons of Africa, shining bright. Sons of Africa, forever and ever. Sons of Africa, oh, sons of Africa, sons of Africa, sons of Africa, sons of Africa, sons of Africa. Remember where the builders of the pyramid, sons of Africa. Remember where the ones who navigated the Nile, sons of Africa. And all the star systems them in other